Welcome to the second Saturday here at the Australian Open, and welcome backstage. It is a glorious day in the state of Victoria, and it promises to be a wonderful day's tennis for everybody involved. Some absolutely blockbuster encounters coming your way. And first up this morning, just before 11:30 local time, as you can see, the two players getting ready for this. Mira Andreeva, the phenom, teenager, still 17 years of age, taking on the world #1, Aryna Sabalenka, in a place that she has made her home over the last couple of years, winning 2 Australian Open titles. A 5th meeting between these two, and perhaps importantly, Andreeva with a win over Sabalenka at a major last year on the clay courts of Roland Garros, but a very, very different proposition for the 17-year-old, taking on Sabalenka today on the hard courts. Won here last year, also on the hard courts of New York, and is back once again in the 4th round. She understands the threat posed by the youngster today. They met in Brisbane earlier this year. Sabalenka waltzed through that one, dropping just 5 games. What has Mira learnt from that encounter? We're about to find out. Title last year, first title on WTA Tour for Andreeva on the clay courts in Lassie. Also a runner-up in Ningbo. Sister Erica, also a player, also played here as well, as the top seed makes her way out to the Rod Laver Arena.
Congratulations, well played, Margaret. Pull it out of the park.
Ivan Gulagon, ladies and gentlemen. Magnificent.
State championship to Barbara Jordan.
She's won it. Martina wins the Australian Open.
That's the man, the championship for Chris Lloyd.
That'll do it. Mary Pierce is the new Australian champion. We have a new champion, Martina Hingis. Incredible.
Maria Sharapova is the champion.
Azarenka has gone back-to-back in Melbourne.
Kerber, unbelievable effort.
Serena Williams wins her 7th Australian Open.
Osaka is champion in Australia. Ash Barty, the champion. Sabalenka, championships back-to-back.
Women's singles 4th round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena, Mira Andreeva. And their opponent this morning, please welcome Aryna Sabalenka.
Out she comes, the glare of the world spotlight on her and the glare of the sunshine here in Melbourne. It was a little problematic for her in the last round against Thorsen when she played at exactly the same time. And it's going to be interesting to see whether Andreeva can take advantage of that on the return from the sunny end. Delighted to say that I got Laura Robson and Daniela Hanchikova alongside me for this 4th round clash. Daniela, you've been busy already this morning.
Yes.
Preview show done. What did you preview here? Who's going to win?
I think Sabalenka, but just. This is going to be a huge test, as you were referring, Mark, to her previous match. She was tested there. She dig deep when she needed to. Came up with some big shots, but I want to see that forehand, because it seems like she's sometimes mistiming it, almost hitting it too early. So
Aryna, I need to introduce your biggest fan to you. She told me she plays the same racket. So here we go. Ladies, just a few reminders. We have the towel boxes, blue and red. Red for you today, blue for you. If you need more towels, please let me know. We need to call for it. Electronic line calling like before. System makes all the calls, including the foot fault. And we have video reviews, so in case there's a not up touch foul shot, we can review that 3 times per set. And best of 3 tiebreak sets like before. And last but not least, we're going to take a picture with her after the coin toss in this direction. Do you have any questions? No? Mira, I have bad news. She wanted to ask Aryna for the choice, but I guess it's okay. Here we go. John Newcomb or AO for you, Aryna?
AO.
AO, here we go. Ah, that's a fantastic one. And it's AO, Aryna's choice.
I serve.
Serve. That side, but picture first, please, and you turn around, please.
Laura, pretty interesting early on already there. Both players having a look up there. Sabalenka decided that she wanted to serve, but it was Mira actually who's decided that she wants to serve with the sunshine in her eyes to start with.
Yeah, it's certainly hot down here and a little glary. I'm lucky enough to have an umbrella, a bucket hat, sunglasses, you name it, I've got it down here.
We've got air conditioning. we trump you on everything. And cold water with a fridge.
Oh, sadly.
Yeah, I've actually got a barista just making my flat white.
Oh, if you could just send one down here halfway through, that'd be great. No, it is warm for sure already. But as you mentioned, Sabalenka has been struggling a little with her toss down this far end to my left. And so interesting to see that she actually wanted to serve first, given that first serve percentage has been, you know, by her standards, not too amazing this tournament.
Yeah, that is an area that obviously Andreeva's going to look to try and sort of take advantage of. She does have 4 top 10 wins. Sabalenka her best by ranking on the clay at Roland Garros in that 3-setter there. Sabalenka was 2 in the world, but wins over Paolini on the hard courts in Cincinnati was 5 in the world. Vondrousova, of course, in Madrid on the altitude in clay. And well, last year absolutely demolished Anjou. There is Conchita Martinez, winner at Wimbledon, finalist here in Australia, lost to Martina Hingis, of course, who Sabalenka is trying to track down with a hat-trick of wins.
Absolutely, and she's looking super relaxed, given that she's defending the title once again, and I think that's why the crowd loves her here so much, Mark, because she's got that open-minded, laid-back attitude. She doesn't really waste any energy off court because she just embraces every single moment being here on side or enjoying the city, and that's why every single fan loves her here.
Yeah, a very solid season, of course, for her last year. 4 titles, a couple of majors, Australia, US, also one in Cincy and Wuhan for her 18 career titles. But a little bit of pressure on her, there's no question, coming into this match. Andreeva with the kind of glare of somebody that's coming up, pushing through. Daniela broke into the world's top 20 last October. Did she ever get the dog, by the way? Does anyone know? Laura, you're on top of all of that stuff.
I don't think she did get a dog.
No, that was the thing, wasn't it? She was basically sort of tempted, as we see the head-to-head here. Sabalenka leading 3-1, but the big win, of course, for Andreeva on the clay in Paris was the fact that if she got to the top 20, her mum had promised her the opportunity to buy a dog. I think it's kind of one of those things that's on hold. She can get it whenever, but we certainly haven't seen any pictures on Instagram, and that would be the first grammable thing you would do.
Absolutely. Maybe they're just changing
I know
it
at
to
55 that's the first thing I would do if I got a dog, is just smash it onto my Instagram page.
Well, that's how the world works these days. But going back to the matchup, they did play a couple days ago, literally, in Brisbane. And even though the scoreline was 6-3, 6-2 for Sabalenka, the story was really much more about much closer than what it says. And Andreeva really pushed Sabalenka there, especially in the long rallies. I think Sabalenka will try and kind of out-hit Andreeva here, because we've seen in Andreeva's previous match, she doesn't mind the super physical fitness kind of rallies, and she's getting stronger and stronger thanks to Conchita as well. So Sabalenka, I think, will be looking to really make the rallies as short as possible today.
Laura, the first sort of, I want to say 3 or 4 kind of games in a match really can kind of set the tone in terms of what's going to come. And when you start out a match like this, if you're in Andreeva's corner, what would you like to see if you were sitting in Conchita's shoes right now, given what happened in Brisbane?
Oh, Conchita gets so nervous. I'm not sure I'd ever want to be in her shoes. She looked like she was going through it in the last match. And Andreeva, for me, can start a bit further back than you would think. Not taking into account so much their match in Brisbane, but I think what I've seen from Sabalenka this week is that she didn't enjoy when Buses Monero in the second round was all the way back with her return position, and then based on that she's winning way less first serve points because it was just return in play again and again and again. So I think you can start to, you know, frustrate her a little in that. As Danny was saying, the forehand's not been as clean as well. So there's a few things that you can pinpoint just to try and get yourself going in this match and make life interesting for Aryna.
Also, I would say a lot of body serves to Sabalenka forehand, kind of try to smash her there.
Rod Laver, convertible, open, resplendent. And if a tennis court could be a painting, that would be one. Who's going to create the masterpiece today?
Ready?
World number one up against a future potential world number one.
Left.
21st match out here on the Rod Laver court for Aryna Sabalenka. She has lost just twice. Serena Williams in 3 sets and Ash Barty also in 3 sets.
Not a bad players to lose to.
And I'd be very surprised if Aryna wasn't the one to suggest playing in the daytime here, because the courts are playing so much faster, much livelier, especially when it's this hot.
Yeah, it's the second day in a row that the temperatures has been rising big time, so most of the players starting to string their rackets much, much tighter.
Team Sabalenka, more of an entourage. Verging on a platoon. Go through that list. Anton Toprov on the right of that front row. You've got Jason Stacey in the middle. You'll be thankful that he's not getting his head autographed this week by Aryna before she steps out onto court. They've always got something going on. Andrei Vasilevsky is on the left at the front row. He's been around for a while there. You can see him. At the back there, you got Cain Leheckha, the data analysis.
And I think there's such a huge part of Aryna's success, just making her life on the tour so much more enjoyable. It is now twice in a row I flew with them after winning the tournament back to Dubai, and you know, they were just so...
I'd also be pretty chilled out if I'd won the tournament as well, to be honest.
You know, helping her carry the trophy, it's a nice problem to have. They're just incredible team to be around.
Thomas Burdick coming out of Wimbledon after being runner-up at Wimbledon one year, forgot his runners-up trophy. He might have just had a couple of extra drinks.
It does happen sometimes. We forget the trophies in the hotel rooms.
I'll trust you on that one, Daniela.
It did happen to me here.
Testing that forehand early on.
Fun fact, Aryna Sabalenka had the most accreditations out of any player at last year's Wimbledon. The total was 9.
She did well to get 9. Who she blagged the others off?
How do you get away with 9 accreditations?
Oh, that is an outrageous off backhand early on here from the 17-year-old.
40 left.
kind of counterintuitive to run that way to hit your backhand, but not when that's the outcome.
Again, Andreeva.
Solid through the middle, great start from both. Here comes the challenge of the first service game with the sun in their eyes.
Yeah, and we see an obvious tactic early on from Andreeva. Most of the time hard in the middle, and then when it's possible, attacking the forehand side. Smart.
Let the serve.
Just keep an eye on the paces for Sabalenka. There was almost a 30k drop-off at times between this end and the other end where she wasn't looking into sun. That wasn't bad. That was about 9k slow, but it was also out wide.
But also sometimes you almost want to hit a slower serve just so that you have more time for the eyes to adjust by the time you hit your first shot after the serve. Aryna was almost turning to get ready to receive a ball from the ball kit.
30.
She thought that ball was wide. Just about here, she's already walking.
Nukes the 9th shot of the rally. Laura, I didn't see Aryna talk about how slow the conditions were last year particularly, but obviously it's been a bit of a theme, particularly in her last press conference. She's talked about actually wanting to serve slow because she doesn't feel she's getting the benefit trying to serve hard.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think just the slight difference in the balls has made a big impact this year. Just the fact that we're hearing so many players who are playing that night match say, oh, I'm not getting anything. Pegula the other day said that it felt like a clay court.
Again, Sabalenka.
Sabalenka doing what Sabalenka does. Swashbuckling tennis from the world number 1, 2-1.
But it's unusual, isn't it, to see Sabalenka against Townsend serve at 72% first serves in, but only win 60% of those points. That's not a stat that should be used to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it was interesting. It was actually interesting that she said she actually specifically served slower against Tolson, but then when you looked at the ends that she was serving from, you were like, well, was it or wasn't it? And she just as a player trying to hide the fact that she was struggling a little bit because of the sun and didn't want to give anything away. I mean, I know you guys are very good at that, the deception.
Well,
that's why you never want to do any interviews or anything or tell us anything. Nothing's changed, it's all the same.
Well, I don't know how much it's got to do with that. It's more the fact that, you know, so many times we think the sun is bothering us on the serve, but it's more on that shot afterwards that you kind of like playing guessing games, and you warm up your eyes maybe by the second or third shot.
Andreeva's connections with this tournament go back a fair while. It was her mum who watched Margaret lift the title here back in 2005 that really got involved in the game, and Andreeva likes to, or used to like, I don't know how she still does, the final between Fed and Nadal here back in 2017.
Would you please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen? Our players are ready. Thank you. Especially at the back of the court, please. Thank you very much. Let's Professor. Enough.
+1 shot off her second serve for Andreeva is going to be crucial to her survival today.
Absolutely. Not only having to deal with the sun now, but also the pure power from Sabalenka returns. I really want to see Andreeva serving quite a bit, even with the first serves. Body forehand from Sabalenka. She's not going to do much damage anywhere else but there. Even though she lost that point there, Andreeva, I like that variety in her game, throwing in early on, slice backhand, even the forehand had a little bit more shape. That's why the future is very bright for this young player, because she's got everything in her game.
That was some return from Sabalenka, because that was an excellent second serve. Couldn't have hit it any better. Depth into the left hip.
Yeah, she's not in a rush to open up the court with her first couple of shots, Sabalenka, in the rally. Just not to give anything to Andreeva to play with.
As you saw from that stat, looking to pick up 18 consecutive hardcourt wins at the majors from Melbourne last year through New York, and it was always going to be a problematic match for Martinez to kind of get the right balance for her player at this stage of her career, and that's what's developed early on.
Yeah, very smart tactically from Sabalenka early on. Just when you think about it, everything going really around the middle of the court. That's where, when you're that young, you see that ball and you want to do so much with it, but you can't actually, because you can't really open up the angles too much, so you just have to be patient.
Please, once again, ladies and gentlemen, find your seats quickly. Players are ready. Thank you. At the back of the court, please, do take your seats. Thank you.
Laura, sorry, I know you're just about to come in. I just want to ask, for the viewers that join a Grand Slam for the first time or just during the course, what is the most significant difference between playing Sabalenka on a hard court to a clay court where Andreeva got the win last year?
Oh, she's just pulled that wrong. I think the difference is the +1 shot for Sabalenka, because his first serve is kind of lethal on every surface, but just the fact that as it's jumping up on a lively hard court here, she can move in straight away afterwards, and then it's point done, because she just generates so much pace with the first ball.
That is ridiculous.
14.
That is as good as it gets from Sabalenka. And I was just going to say that on clay courts, you know, you have to use the short angles a little bit more, the drop shots. That's maybe not Sabalenka's biggest strength, but hey, what do I know? Off you go. What a shot.
These days, though, it's so dependent on what type of clay court it is, because, you know, she's always going to do well in Madrid, maybe less so in Rome, where it's much heavier. And the same with the hard courts. It changes so much now. This one in the day compared to night session, I mean, it's like a totally different surface.
Game, Sabalenka.
Well, the location may be different, but the scoreline is starting to develop as it did up in Brisbane early in the year in favour of Sabalenka, 4-1.
I mean, in a way, it's everything is evening up so much. The grass is not as fast as it used to be. The hard courts are sometimes more like clay. It's almost sometimes like a sliding hard court. So I think everyone can play well on everything these days, really.
I'm on a crusade to get the grass courts faster. Don't you worry,
Please,
Danny.
Laura. Yeah, we need that, especially for our Legends Week.
How's that going?
Not well.
We are starting to talk about some practice possibilities, and we are only in January, so I think we are getting there, Laura. 7th time lucky.
This is tennis. We move at a glacial speed. I'll see you in 2030.
Oh.
This tournament doesn't move at a glacial speed. It is innovations galore, year on year. Grew up in Siberia, in a city of 1 million people, did Mira. Then ended up heading over to Sochi on the Black Sea, a little warmer, of course, a breeding ground for where Maria Sharapova played. Then went down to the south of France to René Lisnard's academy for a while. Trained there with her sister Erica. I believe she's training out of the Joe Wilfred Songa Academy at the moment. It was a good spot by IMG, who picked her up at the age of 12. And just 5 years later, already inside the world's top 15.
Yeah, I think René Lisnard has done such a good job developing that variety in her game. So once Conchita got on board, she had a lot to work with. And I think being in south of France, that's where she kind of developed that beautiful touch and feeling she's got on the ball. Again, the tactic to go strong in the middle of the court for Sabalenka has been paying off so far in this match.
She's not overplaying, but it feels like Mira could afford to add a bit more shape to her forehand side. She's just looking a bit rushed from time to time on that shot. And when she's going cross-court with her forehand to Aryna's forehand, it needs to really jump off the court, otherwise she's not going to throw in the errors.
Laura, this is already a much better performance from Sabalenka. I don't want to take anything away from Torsten, but this is some clean ball striking.
for sure the cleanest that I've seen throughout the tournament, even in the second round against Buzas Monero, first round against Stevens. You know, she's come through those matches in straight sets, but it wasn't easy for her.
Good service.
Well, we're getting to see why Sabalenka is unstoppable in Melbourne.
Leads 5 games to 1.
And I'm sure it has a lot to do with the way Swiatek played yesterday. I'm sure Sabalenka would have been watching a little bit of it. And I mean, that was pure perfection from Iga. So it's sometimes about those little messages you send out back to the locker room to your biggest rivals. Say, hey, you're starting to play your best tennis. Well, look, I can step it up big time. And I mean, so far it's been an exhibition kind of style from Sabalenka in this match. Incredible.
Awesome length and pace, and then it created so much space in the forecourt. That was a lovely little sort of look at just where the balls were bouncing from. Sabalenka pushing Andreeva back.
I can't get over the fact that he's wearing a jumper.
Good point. Both of them.
Pretty relaxed.
Are they in the shade? Yeah, they are in the shade. Well, a little bit of an excuse.
$15-all.
Couple of times we've had Roger Federer doing the stats here. That supposedly is her 5th unforced error. It doesn't feel as though she's hit 5. Felt like about her 2nd. There was 1 average forehand. How does she gain an advantage here, Laura, off the return? Because she hasn't been doing so.
Well, I think she can drop back, to be honest. I think the way that the ball's jumping right now, it's very difficult to try and take that one on. And then you're almost leaving yourself with more room to cover on that next shot.
Oh, that's magnificent. I was just about to praise Sabalenka's anticipation or knowledge about Andreeva's game when she covered the forehand down the line. But the 17-year-old with a touch of class on the two-hander.
Oh, absolutely. Look how well she used the left hand there. Still kept very well on balance, even though pushed in the corner. Well done.
$40-30.
Sabalenka has put her foot down there on that first serve. Quickest of this opening set, and very quickly to the point where she can capture it. That was Sabalenka. It's a bit of a reset for Andreeva. She's going to have a rethink because Sabalenka has rolled through the opener, 6-1. That was pretty special.
That was as special as a Swiatek performance yesterday, really. So, you know, these girls are stepping it up big time, and I don't think anyone would have expected outcome of the first set being as one-sided as it has been. All the credit to Andreeva, but it was on Sabalenka racket, looking at the numbers.
Yeah, posting great numbers behind the second serve, but again, Laura, you highlighted just the numbers behind the first serve against Thorsen. She's going to be super happy with that. That's the kind of uplift she needs at this stage of the tournament against better players.
Yeah, ridiculous change for her. 86% off the first serve points. But I feel like Andreeva's got to do something different with the return, because even when she's getting a good strike on it, you know, it's just not jumping through the court enough, or she's going for a placement. In your head you might think, okay, I'm gonna have a good chance here, and then Sabalenka hits a shot like that. So let's see, because Mira's got a great tennis IQ.
It's not that easy for Andreeva to kind of figure out where her position should be on the court, because Sabalenka is so smart today. As soon as she sees Andreeva too far back, she throws in those drop shots that are coming out of nowhere.
Second set.
Statement opening set there for Sabalenka. She's getting better and better as she plays sets against Andreeva this year. Won 6-3, 6-2 up in Brisbane. Takes the opener here 6-1. What can the 17-year-old do? And perhaps more importantly, what can Conchita Martinez do in the corner over there where coaching is allowed to try and help her charge?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think this is where Conchita will get busy now, trying to get some extra advice, but seems like nothing particular from that Vamos. Yeah, definitely the body serves have to come in more in play for Andreeva. I'd like to see her use that much more. Or a second serve like that. That was huge.
30-15.
There is, if you read that, some good news there for Mira. Didn't start well, ended much better.
40-15.
And a start that looks promising here for the 17-year-old.
Again, Andreeva.
A little traction.
Second set.
Trying to hang on at the start of this second set, and that will improve her mood. Daniela or Laura, you can answer. So when she turns 18, she gets unlimited tournaments, right? She's been a little limit. Is it 16 at the moment? At 17 years old?
I want to say 14 or 16, but yeah, there's still the limit on the number of tournaments.
Yeah, she's quite a specific case because you get bonus tournaments depending on your ranking. So you have certain events that don't count for her. So it's not quite as straightforward as just following the rules, because she's got an additional 2 mandatory events.
But as soon as she turns 18 in April, it's unlimited.
Yep. All bets are off.
Oh, yeah. And the beauty of tennis's scoring system is you can just shuffle that opening set to one side and restart. Spectacular return.
Looks to me that she's just taken half a step further out on that ad side as well to cover the backhand return.
That was a serve that Thorsen just didn't catch up with at all. The kicker out wide on the ad side at both ends.
15-30.
Also, I think great coaching from Conchita there, that she didn't say much. That means understanding, okay, Sabalenka could have not played any better in the first set, and it's up to Andreeva. Just keep doing what they agreed before the match and letting her figure it out, what she has to adjust.
To you.
I mean, it's so hard to take that kick serve of Sabalenka on the rise. She was trying to do the right thing, but it is extremely difficult to find the right timing.
And the success really relates to getting yourself in the right place on the return. She was actually a little too deep there, and it got up above her shoulders.
You don't want to be in the in-between lines. You either
40,
step in and take
30.
it really on the rise, or then go back and just let it bounce.
How good has she been with the touch today?
I'm loving the variety from Sabalenka. It's something what we would expect more from Andreeva, but slice backhand, drop shots, great passing shots as well when she brings Andreeva to the net. She's got it all on her racket today. There's a big fan of Sabalenka.
Holds. Love 15.
Crisis time to some degree for Andreeva after that opening set, and does allow you to kind of narrow your focus to just one point at a time, particularly on your own service games. If there's any uplift that you can generate on the returns, fair enough, but this is the most important part for her right now. Oh my goodness, that came late.
Really late.
It is actually looked at, isn't it? In a room by somebody. It's not automatic. It's not just done by machines.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Oh, yeah.
15,
understandable.
30.
It almost like it was a reaction to her.
Yep,
Yeah.
that is a footfall.
Yep.
Correctly called.
Unlucky for the time for Andreeva.
Hold. Hold. 15-40.
Well, you can criticize the double fault, but to be honest, the data that's been generated in the opening set was that Sabalenka was just crushing the second. So you've only got two options here. You go faster and try and keep her neutral, or serve even slower and back up 2 meters and hope you can pick it up. Neither feel great options at the moment from Andreeva. She's getting outclassed, out hit, out thought, and she's going to be careful. She'll be out of here soon. It's 2-1 Sabalenka.
was actually inquiring about the foot foul.
This is wild.
Does she want to give the point back?
Or a little replay?
Yeah, I think a lot of the players don't even realise that it's called by someone in a room.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like the same with ELC.
You can't put an invoice in for the day. I'm sorry. That's unprofessional. That's it. You're working for free. How many more hours have you got?
Oh, I've got a long day, Mark.
Oh, that's unfortunate that you picked today of all days to not be able to put an invoice in.
Well, at least I admitted it, right?
Yeah.
Even that counts for something.
Yeah.
They don't realise that ELC gets reset by someone in a room after every point as well.
Welcome back. Let's take a look at the contact point here for Sabalenka. Well out in front. Look at the rotation through that. That is tennis art for you right there. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if you did a sort of a quiz with the players about sort of top 10 rules, I'm pretty sure there wouldn't be a lot of 10 out of 10s. This is a 10 out of 10 performance from Sabalenka.
Just would like to see Andreeva a little bit more positive with her energy in between the points. I feel like she's been kind of flat after that first set, and if she wants to change something in this match, it has to start with the attitude.
Steady left. (13-15).
And Conchita recognizes she's just got to try and put the guardrails up for the mentality here for Andreeva, who is wandering off course.
Yeah, if she's not careful, this might slide away from her very, very quickly. That's the biggest trend of Sabalenka, Swiatek, Coco. They just never check out for 1 second mentally. Sabalenka was tested big time against Dawson. She had some tough moments there, but mentally she was always there for every single point.
A chance that Andreeva, you feel, needs to take.
Yeah, she's not really stepping in or letting the ball bounce, going a little bit backward.
It has to be one or the other, doesn't it? It's just no man's land at the moment.
Been super solid in the majors since 2020 has Sabalenka. 10 quarterfinals, most of any of the women's singles players. And looking to try and make another one today.
Yes.
And I'm not usually one to advocate moving back, but I was all about Jessica Buses-Monero's return position a few days ago. She was a meter and a half back, and she was just making a lot of balls. And yes, you have to get that forward movement back up to the baseline afterwards, but at least you're in the rally.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
Plus, she has the legs to recover. It's not like she's slow. So
Mir
there's
is
no
an
reason.
unbelievable athlete.
Yep.
I just think if you try and take that on inside the baseline, it's got to be a perfect return, doesn't it?
Yes.
Tugs the scoreline back to juice. Important moments here for Andreeva.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
There was a little bit of hit and hope about that return.
Yeah, and again, right before she returned, she moved in like half meter, which is not a smart thing to do.
Game, Sabalenka.
Okay, quick question. You got it's a yes or no as we take a look at the entourage getting up. They knew that was an important particular hole to serve. Georgios Frangoulis, the CEO of Oakbury, her boyfriend, back left over the back of Andrea Vasilevsky. Defense, more important than attack. What would you prefer to have? Great defense or great attack?
Great attack.
Where am I on the scale? Is it like a Sabalenka level of attack?
No, just in general. In general, what do you think? What do you think wins more matches ultimately?
Attack. It's a bit of a clinic right now, but I think even Mira would agree with you. In her second round, it was 6-all in the third. She was down in the breaker, and then she decided to go for it. She was playing a bit passive beforehand, and when I saw her after, she was like, oh, I just knew I had to try and loosen up on a few forehands.
That's what she needs to do here big time now. A little bit harder to do against Sabalenka.
Gioma is that second round match that she got through in almost 2 hours and 20 minutes in that final set breaker. Then went 2-3 with Freck and perhaps just hasn't hit the ball as well as she would have liked coming into a contest that needed her absolute best. Incidentally, I sit in the camp that defense is more important than attack. I feel defense gets you out of your bad days.
Well, obviously you need both. I mean, you can't...
No, of course you do, yeah.
You can expect to be...
The best players do both very well.
Yeah. And also, learning how to defend better gives you more confidence than when you're attacking. Because you feel like you don't need to hit a winner because you have the defense skills as well. So I would say it's 50-50, really.
We want both.
Yes. Yeah, that's a much better forehand there. Last two shots had more rotation.
30-40.
More on it. Let's not forget also the last match Andreeva played. It was a much slower pace. Conditions were slower, so this is a completely different league, what she has to do out here today.
Yes.
Sometimes a shorter serve ends up being a benefit. We never really talk about it like that, but because it was so short, it went on the vertical very quickly.
Yeah, and she got caught in the middle of nowhere, really. Much better serve out wide. She just has to do everything with more intensity, Andreeva, from now on in this match, if she wants to have a chance to come back.
Halt.
Sabalenka made the adjustment going back, and that was a quality strike, but the response from Andreeva was spectacular. Keeps herself in the conversation in this second set, 2-3.
Yeah, that was a huge hold there for Andreeva. Sabalenka might be kicking herself a little bit, especially for that second serve back in return. She had it on her racket, just mistimed it a little bit. She did adjust here very well, but that's what Andreeva should be doing on her second serve returns. She's just so balanced and strong in the angles. Andreeva, and Sabalenka has done such a good job today, not really give her too many opportunities to come up with shots like that.
Look how she sunk into that shot, got herself down, able to keep the racket head parallel to the ground.
Yeah, she just is so compact, low with her legs. And she's a pretty tall girl, but she moves extremely well.
Time.
Middle Sunday of the Australian Open. It's not quite party atmosphere yet, but it is a great atmosphere, and it is going to be a hot day. Sabalenka producing the kind of tennis that has carried her to a couple of Australian Open titles already in her career. In fact, she has won 23 consecutive sets now here in Melbourne. Last set that she dropped was to Rybakina in the final in 2023. Six straight points.
Love, 15.
No, it's a forehands like this. Andreeva has to find a way to make it. Sabalenka starting to be a little bit tight. She had the match on her racket really with those three breakpoint opportunities. Love 15, you have to find a way to hit that forehand over the net.
Halt. Let's second serve.
Again, just not located in the right place for the second serve to receive it.
Yeah, she's just standing in one spot, isn't she? And kind of trying to adjust the bounce with her upper body instead of with the legs. Missing a few little steps around. I think Iga Swiatek is the best example how to receive second serves.
Halt.
First little segment of the match that's slightly suboptimal from Sabalenka, and Andreeva's got to take advantage.
Yep. missing the footwork today from Andreeva a little bit.
It's very hard to get the footwork going when the body language between the points isn't there.
Mm.
Yes.
Good job from the crowd to kind of get involved. It got a little bit flat the last couple of minutes.
One of the hardest things in tennis is to suddenly realize that your opponent's not playing so well, and actually you don't have to do the things that you thought you needed to do to stay competitive, because obviously in that opening set she did have to play lights out tennis, Andreeva, to try and stay with Sabalenka. That just isn't the case now.
Yeah, and she almost relaxed a little bit too much now, knowing that Andreeva is not playing anywhere near her best tennis, and that's kind of causing the easy mistakes from Sabalenka now.
Missing first serves. That was a prime example. Sorry, Daniel. That was a prime example. She's given unforced errors in the last sort of 5 minutes that she hasn't been up and to say, just make her hit another one.
100%.
If she hits the winner, too good.
Yep. I think this is where Sabalenka struggles, and we talked about maybe her clay court record not being at the best, because it feels like when she has too much time, that's when she starts to make too many mistakes. And it has been that forehand side, especially against Sloane Stevens in her first match, where it was super slow from Sloane, and it almost felt like Sabalenka didn't know what to do with so much time on her racket.
There was that shape you were looking for, Laura, off the return. It actually bothered Aryna.
Yeah, it was perfectly placed. She was still in the same position, but there was just a bit more intensity with the footwork. And so when she made contact with the ball, she could actually play it as an aggressive shot, even though it had the shape.
Quick to see the shortness of the reply from Sabalenka. Waltz through the backhand. Can she get herself back up alongside Sabalenka on the scoreboard? Timely first.
Yes.
Looks like that ball toss is starting to move a bit.
Advantage.
She's struggling to find her rhythm now on the first shot after the serve. again, it's that kind of shot
Yes.
you just have to make Sabalenka play. Even if it's hard in the middle of the court, half meter from everything, any line, clear the net.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
Valuable third ace. Well, when you're as good as Sabalenka and you somehow scramble through a bit of a fisherman's bucket of a service game and you put yourself up a set in 4-2, you generally sprint through the finishing line. That was Andreeva's opportunity, couldn't quite take it.
And again, a little bit of a touch and finesse here from Sabalenka that we are seeing out here today. I want to see more of that in Sabalenka game.
Tend to want to try and get the second bounce of a drop shot to stay inside the service line. That was way too deep from Andreeva.
15 left.
But if she can get through a quick service game here and not allow Sabalenka any rhythm to find her ground strokes again, still in with a chance.
I always feel with Sabalenka, the quicker the better. The less time she has to think, the more damage she's going to do.
$15-30.
I mean, it's a great return, but it does open up the court. You've got an awful lot of your baseline to cover and protect. When you hit a second serve out there, she did a good job of forcing Sabalenka just to tidy things up. But there was only one outcome.
Fault. 15-14.
It's too good, too powerful. Excellent from Sabalenka. Got herself through that kind of low patch and she rose again. And Andreeva cannot meet the challenge. 6-1, 5-2. Another quick question for you. We've only got a minute here. Sabalenka's talking about her mental strength, but how much of that is also contributed to by the technical changes she smoothed out with her serve and her forehand? Gavin McMillan, the biomechanist, doing such a good job in that department. I mean, surely the two come together.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, once you have that attitude of openness and of trying to work on every single part of your game, whether it's mental, physical, or technical, it just helps make every change that much quicker. And it's the strength of the champions. They're always constantly looking for things, how to improve their shots. When we look at Novak, Roger, Rafa game over the years, how much improvement they've done technically, given already the success they had on the court, it's remarkable.
60 minutes that's been almost flawless, just probably a 10-minute period there that we've just witnessed that it wasn't ideal for Sabalenka. But she has led from gun to tape.
Love it, team.
Sabalenka's played an absolute blinder. Like, by far her best match of the tournament, but you wonder if Andreeva had that belief coming out onto the court anyway. Just thinking back to her press conference, she was like, oh, I don't want to play Aryna again.
Yeah, it was a kind of strange comment, you're right.
And it does look like it. That she just doesn't want to be out there on the court against Aryna. The attitude hasn't really been there. Even when she loses a point, sometimes I would like her to be a little bit upset or just a little bit more emotional, I would say, in this case. She fought so hard in her previous match, getting through that, being mentally so resilient. So now it's the stage where she can really shine, enjoy and embrace every single moment. And we haven't really seen that attitude today from Andreeva.
Forty, 15.
Full throttle into the quarterfinals once again here for Sabalenka. Couple of match points.
Game 7 match, Sabalenka, 6-1.
The final dagger delivered. Fewest games she's dropped in a match at this year's Australian Open. We were hoping for more, but all we got was a Sabalenka on top form.
Oh, absolutely dominant performance from Sabalenka here. She will be pleased with every second of the way she has played out here today. Only really maybe 5 minutes where she started to feel almost too comfortable out there and a little bit too relaxed, but yeah, what an incredible performance, step up for her, and a lot to learn from this match for Andreeva. The future is bright and she will be winning big time on this court, just not today, not with that kind of intensity and attitude. We were, I think, expecting a little bit more from her, and I'm sure she would have expecting more from herself. She's got that champion's attitude, just didn't come out today as much as we were hoping for.
Yeah, she'll take another picture, will she, on a Polaroid? Her picture is up on the Champions corridor. It's becoming a little bit of a feature. We can talk about Sabalenka, Laura, but just quickly, Andreeva doesn't want to become too one-dimensional in those moments. She's going to have to figure out plan B.
Yeah, and I just don't think that she necessarily had the belief that she could go to a plan B today. It's very tough when you feel like it's coming on to you so quickly, but she could definitely play better than what we saw today. And on Sabalenka's side, it was the best performance we've seen. So the combination of that wasn't ideal, but you've got to give a lot of credit to Aryna for just bringing it in these matches where you think it's going to be close, and then she just steps it up a gear.
21 matches played on this Rod Laver Arena, and she has won 19 of them. Only Grand Slam champions and former world number ones have beaten her out here. Ash Barty and Sloane and Serena Williams. And we're talking about people winning matches against Sabalenka, but right now just trying to take a set off her is proving to be problematic. 24 consecutive sets in Melbourne for Sabalenka. And the slowest part of this match has been Sabalenka getting herself ready for the interview with Casey. It's coming. Defending champion looking in prime form.
Aryna, congratulations. You are through to the quarterfinals here at the Australian Open in 2025. It was always going to be a tricky match, Mira Andreeva. You've played her a number of times, and just a couple of weeks ago in Brisbane, but today you played some really great tennis. How did it feel for you?
Well, yeah, I always tough matches against Mira. She's so young, but so mature and playing such a great tennis. It's always tough battles against her, and I'm super happy, of course, to get through this difficult match in straight sets. And I mean, once again, guys, thank you so much for the atmosphere.
And it is warm today, but I feel like these warm conditions are really helping the way that you're playing at the moment. Do you like playing in the heat?
Well, I mean, you know, I'm getting older and I'm not sure if it's actually good for me. No, but I mean, yeah, like previous days was such a tough conditions. The ball was so heavy. You had to like really swing hard the ball. And I don't know, I think I was just swinging too hard, and today I came out on the court and I was just like, I mean, trying to put the ball back, and the ball was flying like a rocket, you know, and I don't know, I mean, I'm super happy with the level today. I hope conditions help me, and I hope it's going to be the same till the end of the tournament, and it's going to help me the same way.
Well, I'm sure the Australian sun will be peeking out for your matches. I just wanted to ask you about the Polaroid that you just took, because I've noticed you've started to take some Polaroids of, is that something new that you've started? Have you got a nice collection of your fans across the world?
Yeah, you know, we actually came up with my boyfriend with an idea that throughout the year we're going to collect like Polaroid pictures and we're going to frame it. I hope we'll have a lot of cool moments this year to collect, and we're going to have a cool little piece of art on the wall in the house.
Yeah, well, it's nice and creative. And just lastly, when I was coming in, I just noticed how many super fans you have. There's young girls with tiger headbands. You've obviously got the cool tiger shoelaces. How do you enjoy being a real leader in terms of inspiring, you know, women and girls and men and boys across the world?
Well, you know, it's a tough question, but
there they are. They've got cute little headbands with tiger ears.
I know. Yeah. Oh, so cute. Thank you. Well, you know. I think the whole life I wanted to be an inspiration for the next generation. I wanted to be a good example of a hard worker, of a fighter, and I wanted to inspire, I don't know, maybe not only a next generation, but help people to go through tough moments. And I hope that they look at me, they see my example, they know that how tough I had to battle some of the challenges, and I went through it, and I hope they're going to take it as a good example, and they're going to go through their challenges.
Well, you certainly are an inspiration. Everybody give Aryna Sabalenka one more round of applause.
Yeah, the tiger symbol because of her ferocious competitive nature, and in recognition of her Chinese zodiac sign as well for Sabalenka. It's become her trademark, as has those powerful ground strokes to back up a much improved serve over the last couple of seasons. And she, Daniela, is looking as though she is going to be incredibly difficult to dislodge from this draw.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. And I just love what she said there, Aryna, and she could not be a better inspiration for any youngsters out there. You know, in today's world where especially the younger generation think everything can be easy and quick, you know, she's a great example that you have to fight for your dreams. You have to go through challenges, and you know that whole tiger symbol that she's got all around her, it couldn't be a more wonderful example for anyone growing up, whether it's playing tennis or reaching any of their dreams. So yeah, to have Sabalenka on top of women's tennis, we couldn't ask for a better role model, that's for sure.
Yep, she's handling her global stardom exceptionally well as she moves through to the quarters, and she is the first lady to do so. Sort of I don't know if you're still with us, Laura, sort of performance that kind of just erases any potential doubts that anyone had about Sabalenka's form in those opening 3 rounds?
Yeah, definitely. The best players show their best tennis as the tournament gets into these later stages. So I think she'll be very happy with how that's gone, the fact that she was only out here for just over an hour as well. In hot conditions, I'm going to get a little cold drink and come back out for the next one.
Yeah, you're back out there. I'll let you two put your disguises on with your global stardom as well and go out into the crowds, and I will just go down and have a spot of lunch. She has booked her spot in the last 8 in Melbourne. It's become a pretty regular thing for Aryna Sabalenka.
And off you go.
Cheers! Cheers! round.
Come on, the demon.
Thank you, well done.
The honorable history, 148 years. The visible history, 186 years. The tasteful history, 452 years. National Summer, 1573. Gets it done, but he's through to the fourth round again. Look at these seats. Look at the emotion.
Welcome back and good afternoon once again from Rod Laver Arena. One of the ladies' singles matches down and one to go for us. Aryna Sabalenka dominating in the day's opener, and that has paved the way for Coco Gauff to take on Belinda Bencic here in what we hope will be a good contest. Nick Lester is my name. Chanda Rubin is sitting alongside me. Laura Robson's courtside. Chanda, how are you?
Doing great and looking forward to this one. Belinda Bencic making her return to the tour this past season, the end of this past season. Coco Gauff, of course, the player we have had our eyes on, already a major champion, and has been playing some terrific tennis in this new season.
Yeah, flawless, not too far away. Certainly seems to have a habit of making a strong start to the year, doesn't she? Because this is becoming a bit of a theme.
Yeah, the last 3 seasons now, she has started undefeated. I think now she's at, what, 8-0 this year? And it's been similar 2023, 2024 as well. And she talked about, you know, some of the work that she does in the off season and also the mindset that she has taken to her tennis. In spite of just being 20 years of age, you know, it feels like she's a real veteran out there and just understands and has that clarity when she needs it most.
Yeah, 16 unblemished sets she's won so far in 2025. And of course looking to make the final here for the very first time, having been upended last year by Aryna Sabalenka in that wonderful semi-final.
Coco, you ready to go next?
Congratulations and well played, Margaret. Pulled it out of the park.
Yvonne Goolagong, ladies and gentlemen. Magnificent.
Cain, second championship to Margaret Jordan.
She's won it. Martina wins the Australian Open.
That's the match, the championship for Chris Evans-Lloyd.
That'll do it. Mary Pierce is the new Australian champion.
We have a new champion, Martina Hingis. Incredible.
Maria Sharapova is the champion.
Azarenka has gone back-to-back in Melbourne.
Curver, unbelievable effort.
Serena Williams wins her 7th Australian Open.
Osaka is champion in Australia. Spani the champion. Sabalenka championships back-to-back.
Women's singles 4th round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Switzerland, Belinda Bencic. And their opponent this afternoon. Please welcome from the USA, Coco Gauff.
Yeah, one of the most high-profile female athletes in the world, arguably the most. That's up for debate, but she will hopefully, from her perspective, be able to continue to grow that profile because she reaches other parts that certain athletes don't. Chanda, it's fair to say, I think.
As she crosses, you know, the sport, and there are athletes from other sports, top athletes who want to come here to these events and see her play. She is a draw in every sense of the word, and it's been, you know, these types of superstars that have elevated this sport, and she is a generational player looking for more big titles.
Yeah, spoken so eloquently as well over the course of the Australian Open, as she always does. Such a good interview. Certainly you have to feel, having made some adjustments to her game in the autumn period last year, those adjustments feel like they've had a pretty significant impact as well, and this is going to be another test as one of the most aggressive players out there.
Hi, Coco. This is Sophia. She'll do the coin. All right, ladies, before the toss, so 3 tiebreak sets, 6 ball, 7-9 ball change. I call the let. 25 seconds between points. The time is on the scoreboards and also all around the LED screens. For your towels, there are the boxes, they're just behind the LED screens. You can use the blue, please, and you can use the red, okay? Any questions before we start? After the coin toss, some photos with Sophia over to that side, please, okay? So who is going to choose? Coco, what is she going to choose? What? AO, okay, go for it. Very nice. It's John Newcomb. Receive? Okay. So this is yours. Turn around, face there. Big smiles for nice photos, please. Thank you. Well
Beautiful.
done. Well done.
Another little opportunity for that young lady. And a great day for the family as well to be out here. It's a hot one today. It's the hottest it's been all tournament, Chandler.
It's been warming up. Yesterday was a bit warmer, but there was no wind, Nick, and I think that is the most important part for players. Nobody likes to play with swirling conditions, and it seems today like conditions are pretty calm as well.
Gave birth in April last year, did Belinda Bencic. Of course, we know if you followed this sport closely, her career, she was a standout teen, wasn't she? Actually won her first title as an 18-year-old in Eastbourne. Made her first final a couple of years before that. Interesting admission actually from her a couple of days ago that she may not even have been in Australia, Chanda, had they not got into the United Cup. Such was the sort of staggered nature of her comeback that because they got into the United Cup, she thought, well, I'll go anyway and play. So has that sort of lowered expectations a bit for her, maybe?
Maybe so. I mean, she just came back in October of last year, October 2024, and you know, it's been a very quick
3
move
minutes
with some nice wins for Belinda Bencic, and I would imagine that she's been looking at her upcoming schedule and being very fluid with it, and sometimes these are the best opportunities.
Absolutely. Played a couple of lower events, lower tier ITF events in the autumn, as we know, and has had a good run through here so far, as we mentioned, the current world number 3, Coco Gauff, who's been able to win 9 career titles. We mentioned that run to the semis last year. Do you feel this is the best Coco Gauff you've seen, Chanda? How do we sit her side by side with that player who won the US Open a couple of years ago?
I feel it is. I think since losing in the US Open last year, going back as the defending champion, I think getting some of that weight off of her, the pressure, the expectation. She made some changes in her coaching team. As we see the head-to-head, these two have played a couple of times before, splitting those 2 meetings.
2 minutes.
I think since the US Open, adding to her team, focusing on things in a different way, she maybe shifted her grip a little bit. We've been talking about the serve. I think all of those things have been better in the Gauff game, and her mindset, the way she's looking at attacking some of these areas, especially the forehand. For me, I think she's playing some of the best tennis I've seen.
Hard to disagree. Let's bring Laura into the conversation. Laura's well covered there with an umbrella. Afternoon, Laura. Just, I guess, give us a little feel for this matchup, Laura. It's going to be, you'd imagine, a bit quicker out there. Is that fair to say? And is Bencic going to be good enough today to make an impact, do you think?
Yeah, definitely quick conditions. As Chanda was saying, not too much wind, you know, in terms of struggles. I think the main thing is going to be heat. It is warm. I've got my electrolytes. I'm glad I've got the umbrella. And yeah, the difference that we saw in the previous match on this court, Sabalenka just getting that much more juice on her shot. So I think whoever's going to play the more aggressive tennis is going to get rewarded. And for Belinda, certainly she's aggressive with her positioning, less so with her power off that ball. But she'll know going in what the plan is. I'm not sure that the win predictor should be quite so one-sided.
Feels a bit harsh, that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
So much of that factored in, of course, due to the absence
of Belinda Bencic. Second serve, Chanda of Coco. Do you expect Bencic to try and pressurize that early on here today?
I do. I think that's going to be the strategy. She will look to pick on the Gauff forehand, although Gauff has been handling that side very well. It's still the weaker side that can break down compared to how incredible her backhand is. But I think second serves will be an opportunity for Bencic, who looks to take the ball early. She can create angles off of both sides, and that will be the way for Bencic to try to get ahead early in these rallies.
It's very, very cute because the little girl who just did the coin toss is sitting in front of me, absolutely thrilled to have the prime position. Seems like she's a Coco Gauff fan.
She's not alone.
She's not alone, no.
Mercury has risen today in this great city for a one-sided opening match. We'll hope this is a little more competitive. Haven't played for a couple of years, obviously. Gauff, whose serve has held up pretty well so far throughout the event,
first set
will get us going.
Coco Gauff to serve. Play. Love.
Yeah, the last time these two played in 2023 on the hard courts of Washington, D.C., and Gauff won that.
Yeah, we think there was just a little
15 love.
interaction there with a couple of different frames. She's left one frame in the corner, so is that suggesting she'll use one racket for serve and one for return, Chanda?
That's what it seems like. And you don't often see players do that, but certainly see them changing tensions with new balls, and so maybe that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
If there's two different tensions today, you would think they'd be tight and tighter. Maybe the slightly less tight one on the serve, just so she can get a bit more juice on that first serve in particular. Kind of rolls in the second anyway. But if you're not careful, it's going to fly.
Yeah, working with Ian Hughes these days, and the white shirt is Belinda Bencic. Ian's a British coach, been around many years.
That's going to be an area that Gauff may be able to pick on as well. The second serve of Bencic can get a little problematic. Gauff doesn't normally look to step so far inside the court, but she may look to take those kinds of opportunities here.
There's a good example of that flat strike that she owns, Chanda, and just the sort of effect it can have, especially in quick conditions.
Let for service. 40-30. Cain
finds the first serve. At last in that game. And she's on the board. Talk about the flat strike. This will illustrate this nicely, Chanda.
Yeah, the spin rates, average top spin rates for Gauff and Bencic on the forehand. You see the big difference. Bencic a lot flatter. Gauff's forehand, that's one of the spinnier forehands, certainly at the top of the game. On the backhand, Gauff able to flatten it out a lot more, as does Bencic. That Gauff backhand, that is the shot she can do just about anything with, including generate tremendous power.
15 love.
It is some of what we see with the Gauff forehand, where she spins it a lot more with her grips, where she works to just try to get under the ball, to not let it get too flat, where she's missing that shot a lot. So often it just becomes more of a rally ball.
There we go. There's the first sign of perhaps that play that we're expecting.
And Bencic stepping in, and she's going to test the Gauff forehand. Can Gauff lean into that shot the way she has done so far in this event when she has found her best tennis?
Up. 30-15.
Only lost serve a couple of times so far here in Melbourne. Jodie Burrage broke her 3 times, actually. Leylah Fernandez once.
And in that Burrage match, we started seeing some problems with the serve from Gauff. I think a lot of it just had to do with the nerves and what she was dealing with, but the serve got a little bit low, got a little bit flat. She started missing more second serves. So far today, the serve is on point.
Yeah, some good speed to that one as well.
Gauff leads by 2-1.
Go Gauff. There's the early advantage on serve in the first.
I think the serving issues for Coco started in the first round, though. She was struggling with the ball toss in the sun and then was catching quite a few of them, and then it just escalates, doesn't it, where you start overthinking, and when she's still in this semi-new motion and grip, it's very tough not to go back to your old movements. And just sending another couple of rackets off.
Interesting. Is it me, or is it the amount of players playing with Yonex these days grown? It's like that brand is just like incrementally, and more players are using that brand every year.
I think that there's something to it.
Time.
Some keys.
Could
Also,
it be budget?
Surely not, Laura. Preposterous. Looking at a major record, Belinda Bencic. It's a pretty solid one. Today looking for a 4th major quarter-final. Interestingly, they've actually all come at the US Open, the previous 3. Made the last 16 here twice before, lost to Sharapova in 16 and Sabalenka in 2023.
Love.
I couldn't hear if you guys covered this in the warm-up, but it was actually Belinda's plan to not even come here at all. She ended up getting into the United Cup last minute and then deciding to use her protected ranking here. Her first choice was actually going to be to play some more challenger events on the indoors back in Europe.
kind of speaks volumes, really. As you're
30
right,
love.
Laura, we did have a brief chat about that earlier on.
But you've got to be kind of strategic about where you use these special ranking events, making sure you're ready and you feel like you can make the best use of them. You get a certain number, particularly at the majors, and Bencic just inside 300 in the world, still trying to build her ranking.
I think, isn't it? Within 3-year period, 12 you get events having become
You have a little bit longer, to use it.
Over the 3 years.
Yeah, so you don't want to use them too early when you're still building, but clearly a good decision for Bencic with how well she's played. Obviously, the opportunity here in the 4th round.
Cain Bencic.
And when I've spoken to her, she's been saying she's actually surprised herself with how good she's playing, because in her mind she thought she was still at that kind of 50k, 60k level where she needed matches, but with every matchup that she's getting against top players, she's actually like, oh, I'm not that far away, and then all of a sudden her body's feeling better than she expected as well.
Yeah.
Love.
You can see early on, though, Bencic very conscious of placement and trying to figure out ways to open up the court, get Gauff a little more off balance. One of the best movers out there. And Bencic does not want to make it a foot race on her side, but try to figure out how to outmaneuver Gauff on the other.
A
few of those shots, though, that Gauff is struggling with on the forehand, maybe getting up just a little bit higher than she's expecting. Body weight's falling back a little bit. Hasn't quite found the range fully. Nothing wrong with that shot.
40-15.
Yeah, really is hitting the spots well. And a perfect 9 from 9 behind the first serve so far is the American.
By 3-2.
He's not offering up too many opportunities. 3-2. He led the tour last year in return games won. Did Coco Gauff pretty much on a par with Iga Swiatek. They were breaking more than anybody. So that side of the game was never really that particularly troublesome. As Chanda says, it was fairly obvious what the problems were. It didn't have to be a tennis coach, did you just see it?
And I think that was maybe the reason for the slight adjustment in the grip to give Gauff a chance to hit the kick serve, to me, a little bit better. You can get the wrist snap, you can go up and out. The way her grip was a little further to the right, it was difficult to get that kind of wrist action and that kind of safety.
Time.
Takes some getting used to, though, but I think so far it's been a good shift.
benefited from Naomi Osaka raising the white flag after a set in the previous round, did Belinda Bencic. Physical issues for Osaka that plagued her a little earlier in the season as well in Auckland, of course. Slightly trickier end here with the Sun, serving 2-3.
Love.
Well, that would be a pretty special if she could beat 3 major winners en route here. Of course, and a tough start. Ostapenko at round 1, wasn't it?
Yeah, then Osaka, the last round.
Yeah.
The added level of the Bencic game, her ability to move forward and cut balls off out of the air.
It's incredible how she does it off the open stance as well. The only close stance backhand she hit in that rally was the final one. I mean, the ability to just redirect that, so underrated.
It's hard not to look at the Bencic game and not think of Martina Hingis. If you saw a lot of Hingis during her prime, similar strokes, of course, Bencic learned from Hingis's mom, Melanie Molitor, when she started playing the game. It's uncanny how good of hands that Bencic has to be able to play that way.
Left for service.
Yeah, it's not movement that you would teach nowadays, is it?
Certainly making some impact, isn't she?
40-15.
Well, it seems like Gauff is struggling to read some of the shots, and that's part of it from Bencic. She has that open stance. She can hit the cross court or back down the line with a similar look, and hasn't allowed Gauff to get a jump on some of those shots.
Serve didn't quite hit its intended target, and encouraging looking strike this on the forehand wing.
Use.
Just a little bit of a timing issue there for Bencic off the net cord. Expecting a certain rhythm and did not adjust. So all of a sudden now, this game has gotten tricky. That's a return. Gauff would kick herself for missing. Nicely placed from Bencic, slightly into Gauff's body, but still a makeable return.
Yeah, actually the first time she's not put the ball back in play off the serve as well. It's dipped just in time.
I feel like Coco could afford to be slightly more aggressive. Oh, outside edge. Slightly more aggressive with her return position as well. The ball's jumping up quite a lot, so if you're not careful, it is quite difficult to control it. And so I think she can just cut off the angle a little more. Bencic has a great place serve, but it doesn't have a huge amount of rotation over it.
Advantage. Go.
This game is such a game of millimeters. Sometimes Bencic was that close to being out of this service game, and now she's facing a break point.
First of this opening set.
Use.
Perfect time for a first ace.
Fault. Advantage.
You mentioned there's been very few serves that Gauff has not gotten back into court, and those last two, a little bit into Gauff's body, jamming her. That may be something Bencic continues to throw in strategically.
You can see the difficulties that flat strike offers, can't you? It's just a bit lower on her. Doesn't quite get the legs underneath it. And as a consequence, Bencic able to hang on.
Yeah, it seems like Gauff is a little off balance on some of those shots. She hasn't quite found the rhythm, and we saw how flat Bencic can hit the ball relative, to some of the top players. So Gauff's still trying to figure out the timing and the pacing and even the spacing of some of these shots.
You think, Chandler, that open stance, and obviously Robbo talked about it, impacts the split a little bit, as the split step of Coco? That's why she's not reading it quite as well? Or
It could, because, with that open stance, you got to kind of figure out the timing that Bencic is hitting in, and that might normally be when you break for the shot, but you've got to hold your position maybe a little bit longer against her. So there's a few factors coming into play. Part of Bencic hitting open stance is that at the last moment, maybe she has a little better peripheral view. So at the last moment, she can actually adjust where she's hitting the ball. She can hold it just long enough to see if you break one way or the other. So Gauff, I think, is just having to stay put a little bit longer than she would ordinarily do.
the slice forehand that she hit there.
Belinda's put incredible work in off the court, though, because way back in the day, the movement was the weakness. She could anticipate so well, but the first step was not sharp enough. She's getting to a lot of balls today. I think Coco's maybe a bit surprised by just how many.
Still, though, not really so far been able to make much of an impression on the Goff serve. She's lost just 3 points in 4 holes. Around the MCG, the most famous sporting arenas in the world. Boxing Day test, of course, the cricket, with the big AFL final in there. This stone is thrown away on the other side of the railway line is where we are.
Time.
An interesting interaction on this changeover between Bencic and her coach Ian. She was almost confused by what racket to come out with. She's got so many options right now, tension-wise.
I was thinking the exact same thing when I saw them there. Like, how is she keeping them straight? and with everything going on that she's having to deal with. A lot of times you have the little labels telling you what tension each racket is at, but she's also got other things to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
And she was complaining to her coach that she still feels like it's flying off her racket too much. But I think on a day like today, that's just the reality. And she does have such a flat shot that it's not going to be helped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a male player that had 2 different tensions, wasn't there, recently? Maxime Cressy on the men's side. He used to come out with a different tension for serve and return.
And this is a terrific start now to the return game for Goff. Slight opening, putting Bencic under pressure.
(15-13).
Yeah, she just doesn't look as comfortable with the forehand yet, Goff. And she's hit some good ones, but consistently just not quite there. And the drop shot, that should have been hit. She should have kept pressuring Bencic, but instead went to the drop shot. Bencic back even.
40-30.
Fault.
Oh, what a seamless change of direction. So clean and so difficult to pick as well.
4 games all.
It's just an incredible sequence of shots for Bencic, and you have to understand how difficult it is to hit an outright winner that golf doesn't get close to from a rally ball. And it all is about the timing, where Bencic is taking the ball, and her ability to make those changes.
Yeah, this has been the surface that Belinda has profited on, isn't it? You look at her titles, 8 titles, 6 of those have come on a hard court over the years. It's been pretty effective on the grass. Clay obviously is going to be a more challenging surface for her, isn't it, given the way she hits the ball?
It's interesting to look at. I mean, this is her best result here is the 4th round. She got there in 2013, matching her best result from years prior. She's so proficient on the hard courts, and maybe this one, just being a little bouncier, has been a little more of a challenge for Bencic consistently with how she times the ball, how she takes it early. Just takes better timing on a bouncier court.
Sure. Ball stays lower in New York, Chandler? Is that what you're suggesting?
It does, yeah, it does. It comes through a little bit more, and of course that has been her most successful major, getting to the semifinals on one occasion. A couple of quarterfinals as well.
I probably want to see Coco try and take a few more of these backhands line, the heavy one with shape, just to get it bouncing up off the court above Belinda's shoulder on the forehand. And the forehand side from Bencic is also the side that we've seen her open up the racket face more often.
It's a little bit of cat and mouse tennis, and it's about shot placement, direction. Off with a bit of an opportunity, but just covered it too much.
Just a little bit too much time there, wasn't there, to think about it as well. It's a really good change up, and it saves the break point.
Yes.
Clever.
Oh, what a serve.
Advantage, golf.
Picture perfect. Just that extra angle.
Third ace for the American. She was going after it.
Advantage Gauff.
Didn't miss by much.
Yeah, she's just ready to pounce. Bencic moves in closer on second serves and is able to handle it even when it gets a little above her shoulders. Another missed return. Do not often see back-to-back misses from Bencic from one side. Gauff with another reprieve.
Yeah, that unreturned serve number that we referenced earlier on is still sitting pretty high. It's at 50% right now of serves not coming back.
And that was a better serve from Gauff, but Bencic handled it better. And it's been that kind of match so far. Gauff trying to figure out how to grab hold of some real momentum. Still just trying to get out of this service game.
It's exceptional tennis from the Swiss, who's got to look at a second break point here.
Advantage Bencic.
It's so difficult when Gauff is getting into these kinds of rallies with Bencic because of her ability to move the ball and to control the racket. And again, Gauff on her heels and Bencic able to close it out, taking these balls out of the air. It's a 1-2 punch from the Swiss.
Brilliant from Bencic on top of the baseline. Putting the microscope on this lady's forehand time and time again. And the Swiss will serve for the first. Just unsettling, Chandler, isn't it? It's unsettling Gauff. It doesn't look as though she's comfortable at the moment.
She doesn't look comfortable at all. And another part of this challenge is the backhand-to-backhand rallies. That's Gauff's strength, and yet Bencic is just as comfortable staying backhand-to-backhand until she can move the ball and open up the court. And that is what keeps a player like Gauff unsettled. She doesn't know what to expect. She doesn't know when that changeup is coming, and it's been difficult to read it. Most times you can tell by players' body positioning where they might be going. It's almost impossible with Belinda Bencic.
From courtside, I'm just getting the feeling that Coco's playing too much of the same rhythm, though. She has this ability to go for more height, especially when she's uncomfortable, but there's not been that much willingness to really create some height over the net and to give Belinda a different look. And when Bencic is sitting on that baseline, moving side to side, she's so consistent. And then, as you've been saying, it's really hard to understand where she's going to go with her backhand in particular.
Bit of frustration creeping in with the American, who has not got a lot of time to rescue this set.
Please take your seats quickly. Love 15.
I think for Gauff, to me, this is the kind of match where she has to take a little more aggressive stance on returns, and especially on second serves. Those are the opportunity points for Gauff, and she doesn't usually attack returns that way, but that's maybe a bit of a change-up she needs to implement. When you look at the way Bencic is serving, she's doing a good job. She's got about 67% of first serves in, but on second serve, she's winning half of those points. That number, to me, should be around 30 or 35%, not 50. Yep. Gauff should be able to do a little bit more, or be looking to do a little bit more. Those are the pressure areas that you've got to be able to take advantage of against Bencic. Again, Gauff just staying back on that return.
Yeah, I'm sure the guys in Bolt 6 will be able to put some numbers on it, but to me it looks like about 1.5 meters difference between where Coco's making her second serve return contact point and where Belinda was just a game ago.
And the average second serve speed today is only 131 for Bencic, so it's not coming in with a lot of pace either.
All.
Just got a little caught, didn't she, Bencic? She was looking for the opportunity to come in, and suddenly she was a bit tied up here.
It allowed Gauff to reset and get just a little bit more of an angle on that last backhand. Set up the opening.
Lost a set, remember, all season so far, the American. What a recovery. Couple of outstanding points. And she's locked at 5 apiece.
We talk so much about the X's and O's of the Gauff game sometimes, but the one ability that stands out above everything else is her ability to compete, to dig in, and to not go away in the tight moments, and we just saw it again there.
Please take a seat quickly behind the players. Love.
In the 17 sets that she's played this year, this is actually only the third time that a player's got to 5 games, which speaks to the dominance she's enjoyed so far. Of course, her teammate at the United Cup, Taylor Fritz, lost yesterday. Remarkable win for Gael Monfils over on MCA.
Coming into the net is a mindset, and it's the aggressive mentality that you have, and Bencic attacking that volley, cutting off the angle.
As the break right back number.
Well, Coco's telling herself that last backhand should have gone more cross. I think that's the one that isn't going well for her, because Belinda can cut the angle off and play off her outside leg and just go for the line ball. That's where I want to see some extra height.
Getting such a good striking off the second serve. Goff has only won 4 of 12 second serve points so far in this opening set. She's being rushed yet again.
Yes. Advantage, Bencic.
To the forehand for once. I'm sure Bencic expected it.
Advantage. Go.
Beefed up that first serve over the last 18 months. Actually holds the record this week for the fastest first serve of the ladies' draw. It was a good pace. That wasn't controlled.
Use.
Bencic getting that shot just in an uncomfortable enough position, a little bit shorter and lower, but around the service line. Made it difficult to get under that ball with enough spin.
Advantage, Bencic.
She's just a rhythm breaker, Bencic, at times. And I think we're seeing some of the frustration from Gauff in that area. Just not quite timing it. That one off of her back foot. A lot going wrong. It's another break point.
Interesting to look at the return placement as well so far. Bencic just getting a lot of balls back deep in that back third of the court. Gauff less so.
Advantage, Bencic.
This is a long, drawn-out game. And that serve, Gauff just didn't go up and out after it. Just put a lot of work in over 7 minutes and still going. And it's another break point for Bencic.
He has played 45 points already on serve in this opening set. And the double faults that have been under control really in recent times have come back to bite her. And Bencic gets another break and another opportunity to serve out the set.
You can feel that double fault coming with the court ball toss on the first try and then just overcorrected almost.
Chanda, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Gauff kind of broke herself there, but it's been the pressure that Bencic has been putting onto the Gauff serve, in particular the second serve. You look at Gauff's second serve, average return hit points, she's a good bit behind the baseline, over 1 meter, but Belinda Bencic on second serves, she is well inside the baseline, about a ½ meter inside, about 1.5 feet if you think along those lines, and it's constant pressure that Gauff has been feeling, and it contributed to those last couple of double faults.
Yeah, that second serve's been largely under control early on here. Essentially counted up the doubles coming in here, the 3 rounds, not too many. Seen the note for a while last season, it was a little out of control. Certainly tightened things up in the last third of the year. A couple of troublesome ones though, have given Bencic the opportunity once again to get a set lead.
15 love.
Wasn't overplaying there, was she? Waited for the ball, the short one, and then pounced.
The discipline that we are seeing in Bencic, that last rally was phenomenal, and getting Gauff moving back and forth all over the court. Doesn't look pressed at all, Bencic. She's a couple of points away from this set.
Led for service.
Masterful. And after exactly an hour, the Swiss has got 3 more set points here.
Forty 15.
Suddenly she feels like she just upped the pace a bit here.
Yeah, she went after it, the forehand, and that's when Gauff has been hitting her forehand better, when she attacks the ball and she can lean into it. With the more extreme grip, you've got to swing through the contact point, and she does it beautifully there.
Last chance for now for the Swiss. Belinda Bencic becomes the first player this season to win a set of Coco Gauff. Is a surprise in the offing here. The Swiss leads 7-5.
This has been an incredible set of tennis from Belinda Bencic, and it's been a disciplined set as well. Her ability to move the ball, to take it early, to disguise some of the changes of direction, that has been what has gotten Bencic this first set. And looking at some of the numbers, a good first serve percentage, and Bencic knew she didn't want to throw a lot of second serves at Gauff, but she's doing a terrific job behind the second serve, winning 62% of those points. clean winners to unforced errors with a positive differential, and she's been able to capitalize and get that extra break of serve to clinch the first set. So a real advantage for Bencic. As we mentioned, Gauff lost just her first set of the season. But it's been a combination from Bencic. Her control from the ground, her ability to move the ball. She's had Coco Gauff all sorts of questions out there. But she also, Bencic, can come in and take balls out of the air, and it has not allowed Gauff to reset some of these points. So in the end, it's Bencic with the early advantage. Yeah, terrific scenes of the grounds around Melbourne Park. And so much to do for families. Bring your kids and make a day of it. And we've had some record crowds all week long, and with this second Sunday now of the event is turning out to be a good one. It's a little warm, a little toasty, and players are doing a lot to keep cool. The ice towels, there are coolers right on the side in the middle of the player seating. So there's a lot of options for players to try to keep cool, and that's the name of the game today.
Yep.
Yeah, can confirm. It's hot.
How are you feeling down there, Laura?
You know what? I'm just starting to slide off the chair a little. Too much information, but yeah, it's just stepped up a notch for sure in the last half an hour.
Yes, that heat stress rule is the heat stress reading is 3.8 at the moment, and if we hit 4, we'll have a break at the end of this set. That's what I've just been told. So that's where we're at on that regard. What's Coco got to change here, John?
You know, we talked about the returns, and it's not necessarily her nature to step well inside the baseline, but I think she could challenge herself in that sense on second serve. Just pressure the Bencic serve a little bit more. That may affect Bencic's first serve if Gauff can start to do that. And I think in her service games, you know, Gauff, she has to find more ways to be on the front foot. And I think that has to do more with placement of her serve rather than pace. Bencic can handle the pace beautifully. I think Gauff has got to mix it up. Right now, she's just playing too straight up, and it's feeding into Bencic's game.
Just as Coco was leaving the court on the way out, her coach, Matt Daly, almost leapt over the side because he was trying to say a fair few things as she was leaving the court. Interesting to see what changes here.
Second set, Gauff to serve.
So the American with some work to do.
Yeah, that's a good start.
15 love.
You know, and it's easier said than done, but I think Gauff can work more on changing direction, not giving Bencic the same ball to the same side twice. Against some players, going behind them works. I think for Bencic, you want to get her moving, you want to get her more stretched out.
30 love.
Wonder as well here in the back of her mind, it's probably not in the back of her mind right now, but this is still in the infancy of Bencic's return, isn't it? If we're here in an hour and a half still, I just wonder if physically Gauff probably got to think going to be the stronger, right? I mean, she's obviously going to need to be here another hour and a half, but Bencic obviously hasn't had the volume of matches at this level, at this intensity yet.
Yeah, and I think that is exactly what Gauff would want to test. First things first, she's got to find a way to get some momentum in this second set, try to get this second set, get it into a third, but that would absolutely be where you'd look at Gauff being a bit stronger. Bencic won her last match against Osaka after Osaka retired, so she didn't have to complete that match. Maybe that helps where she didn't have to expend as much energy, but I think in terms of being match honed and match tough, Gauff is just a little better. But I think those are the rallies that Gauff needs to avoid. And she has seen the entire first set where the extended rallies, Bencic is just weaving and controlling the tempo. It's time for Gauff to control more of the tempo. And we saw her step up a few times and up the ante, play bigger. And I just think she has to do that more consistently.
Interesting, Chandra, isn't it, when you look at the longer rallies out here? We've had 15 rallies over 9. Bencic just won 11 of those. Even the rallies between 5 and 8, she's won double the amount.
The name of the game, to me, for Gauff is open up the court early. And Gauff has the ability to do that. And right now, there's plenty of matches where Gauff can just rely on her footwork and her wheels. This is a match that's a little trickier if you don't get on the front foot early.
Game, Gauff. First game, second set.
It definitely feels like Coco's come out with more willingness to go bigger with her shots. Ground strokes in that first game, feeling like they've got a little more pace to them.
It's funny, you look at Bencic, and a little bit different player from Martina Hingis, but similar in terms of how they played, how they set up their shots, how they could open up the court. And I remember playing Martina Hingis a number of times, and what I didn't want to do was get into longer, drawn-out rallies where that was to her advantage. Of course, Gauff has another level of speed and athleticism, but she's still struggling in that department because Bencic hits a little bigger than Hingis did. So I think that the idea is first strike tennis and try to open up the court early and even get in. We should see a few more forays into the net for Gauff, and then you just let the chips fall where they're going to fall. That's better. Early decision on the body serve, taking it on the backhand side, but just stepping in a little closer to the baseline.
Getting Bencic under pressure again.
Love 30.
The forward movement in the rally as well from Coco there. Recognised the first ball was a good shot down the line and then instantly inside the baseline for the next one. That's kind of what we were missing the last few games of the first set.
Let for service. 15-30.
I just love to see Gauff move in a little closer and take that ball a little bit earlier. I mean, if you're going to miss it anyway, miss it doing something a little bit different.
Oh. 15-40.
Goodness me. Well, that was somewhat of a statement game. A game that may well give us some momentum to work with in the second.
Yeah, both returns on that deuce side. Gauff was able to just take a little bit of time away. Combined with how she went after that last forehand, that is a statement made.
Love. Love.
Just a little dip in the play of Bencic. It's a warm day. Plus you have the mental and emotional expenditure. That first set was right at an hour long. So easy to have just a little bit of dip here at the beginning of the second after taking the first.
Fault.
Yeah, worth remembering this is the first major that Bencic has played since the US Open in 2023, of course. And the extra emotional energy that comes with that, aside from the obvious physical challenges. Oh, that's a good dig. Bencic looks as though she surprised her again.
40-15.
Gauff able to get Bencic moving. She went one place, then the other side of the court. And a little flip to finish it off.
That was a lovely change-up. That's the one thing that Bencic can do differently and add an element to her game in the second, because Coco's starting to anticipate when she's going line, or then shorten things up, go for the drop.
Different looking forehand at the moment, isn't it? There's much more conviction to the shot. And she has made a fast start to set 2, has the American. 3-love. Florida-based, of course, is Coco Gauff. Spent much of her youth in the Atlanta area. Good friends, of course, with Chris Eubanks. They've spent so much time together over the years, her and Chris. Chris, who actually lost in the last round of qualifying here. Men's draw, 10 days or so ago now.
Time.
Scorching hot day in Melbourne. We are right in the heart of it as well. It's 2:30 local time.
I'm a little offended because next to me is the ESPN seats and Mary Jo Fernandez has had an ice cream delivered and I actually didn't get offered one.
We'll see what we can do, Laura.
I keep looking over trying to drop some hints.
Lovely. Even miss it. Going in there. Just the start that Gauff needed after losing a tight opening set.
You make good money if you can teach those shots. Still only 27 years of age is Bencic. Plenty of good years ahead of her if she can stay fit and stay hungry. A slightly fortunate return.
15-30.
Fortunate, but it's rewarding the momentum that she's got because she's willing to cut this off a bit more, get inside the court, and then you see the effort going into the shot. It's almost the same as the first point of the game. It's a miss hit, but
with intent.
Yeah.
She missed that backhand, Gauff, but that is, to me, a good miss. Going after it, again, talking about intent. And it is clear what Gauff was trying to do there, and it still gives Bencic something to think about because that ball didn't miss by much.
40-13.
And it just plants the question in Bencic's mind about where to go with the second serve. Even though she's missed that return, she's now just second guessing. Do I go for the kick? Do I try and go for a slightly more powerful second?
What happened there?
Cain, Bencic.
Just maybe took her eye off that ball, trying to look at where she wanted the ball to go. In the end, it's a good hold for Bencic. Much needed game on the board.
Certainly have been some challenges for Goff since, of course, that remarkable US Open victory a couple of summers ago. It's not always been an upward curve, tennis-wise. Never is it? Let's be honest.
Love.
Again, good ball movement from Goff. Immediately going into the open court, taking initiative.
30, love.
Remember, we talked about the longer those rallies go, the more it benefits the Swiss. Goff just not allowing it right now.
Oh.
40, love.
It's been a fine start to the second.
Goff leads by 4 games to 1.
And she has a commanding lead as she looks to tie us up here, 4-1.
Portion of this stadium has shade, which is helpful. We talked about how hot conditions are today. Getting close to where the heat stress rule would come into play for the players. We don't often think about the fans. Hopefully they are hydrating.
Winner here will take on Olga Danilovic or Paula Badosa. Danilovic, of course, with a very impressive performance to beat Jess Pegula a couple of nights ago. Pegula bounced out early here, disappointingly for her. They've played a set already. Badosa's up a set over there on MCA. Here serving 1-4.
Ah. 15 love.
Fault.
Love.
Often see that. Just a little bit of a lack of spacing off the two-hander. Again, wasn't exactly the pace that beat her. Bencic's career high was 4 in the world. That was at the start of the 2020 season. Off the back of a wonderful 2019, arguably the best season of her career.
Yeah, frustration. Some of these shots are just not falling the way they were in the first set. Combination of reasons, though. Gauff has been able to pressure Bencic a bit more, get her a little more on the edges of the court. Game that was looking simpler has gotten more complicated. She had some injuries earlier in her career, Bencic, wrist injury most notably. You mentioned she came out so young, winning early.
Yep.
And so coming back, really, that 2019 season, getting back to the top of the game, into the top 10 again, that was a big year.
Worth remembering, of course, she's an Olympic gold medalist too, Chanda. Easy to forget that.
Olympic gold in singles and a silver medal in doubles in Tokyo in 2021.
Yeah. And a beat in the gold medal match.
Yes.
Marketa Vondrousova. In fact, a remarkable week because she won all 4 matches that she played. The last matches in 3 sets. Beat Krejcikova in 3, Pavlyuchenkova in 3, Rybakina in 3 in the semis, and then Vondrousova by the same score. So, goodness me, did she dig deep in Tokyo that year.
You'd have the numbers up there, but she's got an unbelievable Billie Jean King Cup record as well. Something about playing for Switzerland.
Yeah. Good knowledge, Robbo. 16 and 6 playing for her country.
Yeah, Bencic.
Yeah, she helped Switzerland to the title.
By 4 games to 2.
Which year?
I will tell
Got
you
that
very
handy?
shortly. Recently, wasn't it?
Was it 22?
I think it was 22, but I didn't want to be off. Yep, 2022.
Yeah, Heinz Guntart, I think, was the captain then, wasn't he?
I believe so, yeah.
Well respected figure.
Love 15.
Yeah, Gauff has got to remind herself to keep going out into the court on that side, on that forehand.
is making an impression here as well. Goff taking a little bit more time to weigh this up.
Great correction from Coco Gauff in the last 2 points. Stepping up to the line, more intent, recognising the mistakes, and this forehand. Got to be one of the fastest of the match.
Match there as well. Muscling away out of trouble here. Tried in vain. And almost a smile on the face of the Swiss.
Gauff leads by 5
It's
games
Gauff
to 2.
that leads 5-2.
It's been a remarkable change for Coco Gauff in this second set, and a lot of it started with her court positioning. In the first set, 14% of the time, Gauff was inside the baseline, well back almost half of the time. In the second set, things completely changed. That 14%, that went to 38%, more than double the amount of time inside the court. Didn't spend as much time behind that Melbourne sign, and that's made the huge difference. It's allowed Gauff to play more first strike tennis, to open up the court earlier in rallies, and she's been able to dictate tempo. 5-2 lead now, and Gauff looking to get this to a decider.
After a one-sided opener today on Rod Laver Arena, this has been anything but. 1 hour and 37 on the brink of heading the distance. Belinda Bencic surpassing perhaps her own expectations with the level of play that she's been able to produce so early in her comeback. Given birth just 9 months ago. Serving to stay in the second.
Love.
And when you think about the comeback, the timing for Belinda Bencic, it has been remarkable. Played her first events just 6 months after having her daughter. And perhaps you can understand why she thought she might not be ready for the Australian Open just yet. Wanted to get some more matches at the lower level. But very clearly, her game is right there. And it's one of the most valuable things you can have is that information. A big part of it has been maintaining her level, and that perhaps is to be expected as well after, you know, being off tour for so many months. It's been a dip in the level of Bencic in this second set. Gauff has raised her level, and that's why we're seeing the difference in the scoreline.
It was the first shot in a while that looked a bit ragged. Maybe feeling as though this set is out of reach. Gauff with 2 chances to level us up. That's a purposeful forehand. And Coco Gauff delivers. It was a very strong start to the second. She didn't really look back. And this one is heading into a third.
Bencic unsurprisingly going to head off here. Just thinking, Nick, you mentioned beginning of the second already that staying with Gauff physically was going to be the challenge, but also she would have done no warm weather training. Basically came straight to Sydney compared to Coco, who does train full-time in South Florida.
Yep, that's a fair point. What do these numbers tell us, Chanda?
Yeah, it was a complete turnaround for Gauff. First serves in, and then the points won behind the first serve, 81%. That was dominant. Second serve as well. And the winners, 17 winners for Gauff to just 2 for Bencic. Remember the first set, Bencic was seeming to hit winners at will. Well, it was Gauff who stepped up, who stepped in, and a complete turnaround. So much of it had to do with the mindset. So, not a surprise that Bencic would leave the court. Gauff staying put, making use of the portable ACs there that are on the sides of the bench for the players. But we saw so many of these points in the second set where Gauff was tighter to the baseline. We saw the numbers, more than twice the amount of time she was inside the court, Gauff. And that put tremendous pressure on Bencic, including in her service games. Coco Gauff, after losing that first set, has struck back firmly in the second. Gauff has left Bencic trying to figure out what kind of answers that she can bring starting this third set.
Yeah, if you look at her record in deciding sets on a hard court at the majors, so we'll narrow it down a little bit, Gauff 10-3. Won a few of those, of course, in that US Open run in 2023, but just 3 defeats on this surface. All of those coming to Emma Navarro last year at the US Open. You have to think that she was a favourite to start, but I think that's even more the case perhaps now. A lot will depend, I guess, how Bencic comes out at the start of this third set, Charlie.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big question. Can she get a little boost of energy, a boost of adrenaline, whatever it may take for Bencic to get off, to a better start in this third set? That's going to be key. She got down early in the second, and it just lifted Gauff in every possible way. And then you throw in the fitness aspect of it, and it's match fitness. I mean, remember, Belinda Bencic just came back in October, started playing lower level matches, and so building that match fitness, especially for a match of this nature, is a very different thing. And Gauff is absolutely a player who has many more matches like this under her belt over the last 12 months, and that may also come into play. I mentioned how hot it is today. The hottest day it has been so far. Already players have been out on court for about an hour and 45 minutes now. No surprise that Gauff taking some serves to stay warm, stay loose. I mean, it's warm. I think there's no real danger of cooling off too much, but just trying to stay loose, stay relaxed, and keep some flow to that serve.
Definitely some rivalries that are emerging in the women's game at the top. Obviously with Sabalenka being so dominant on this surface, Świątek looking good here so far. Those three seem to have been able to separate themselves just a little bit from the rest. Obviously Jasmine Paolini had a breakthrough season last year. That was an incredible story. She lost yesterday to Aryna Sabalenka. Elena Rybakina. It'll be fascinating to see if she can bounce back this year. As we discussed the other day, if you look at the sort of average age of the top 20, it's beginning to get a little older, isn't it? I think 28 years of age is the mean age for a top 20 player right now. So Goff obviously breaks the mold in that regard. Andreeva, obviously one of those also that is quite the prodigious talent. She lost earlier on today.
It still is surprising that that's sort of the average.
The mean, yeah, for the top 20 right now, Chanda, it's mean, just below 28. But then, as you say, it's look at it. Obviously, just to give you an idea of those numbers. Obviously, you've got Chikova, 29, she's currently in the top 10. Madison Keys, 29. Haddad Maia,
who's 30.
Yeah, Haddad Maia, 28. 17 in the world. Vekic, 19 in the world. She's 28. Mukova's 28. And then, as we mentioned, the other players, Daniel Collins, 31, just outside the top 10. So. So what has Bencic got for us in this third set?
Final set. Goff to serve.
From undefeated this year. She will begin the decider.
15 love.
Halt.
Love.
With the way that Bencic moves as well, once the legs start to go, it's even harder to load on that outside leg all the time. If the tiredness kicks in, she's going to find it even tougher to cut the angle off.
Halt.
30-15.
Whisker away. That's the frustration.
40-15.
Coach Ian Hughes actually had a spell in the early days with Aryna Sabalenka helped her when she first came on the tour.
Had a number of years with Magda Linette as well.
That's right.
Use.
Every so often, the second serve of Gauff, the toss will get a little too far out in front, which means she catches the ball a little bit lower and it causes her to collapse a bit more. That's where we see those misses into the net.
Yeah, 6 doubles today so far.
Halt.
Advantage, Gauff.
What have they tried to do, Chandler, with the flight then, the contact? What's been the key components of the second serve in trying to erase the doubles?
Well, a second serve, a lot of players will go to a slight kick for the second serve because there's more safety there. Plus, you have to toss the ball a little more above you. Can't be out in front. And I think that's part of the shift, the slight shift in Gauff's grip on the serve, a little more to the left so that she can generate that kind of kick type of spin. That's nicely played by Bencic. You know, in the past with her grip, most of those second serves were going to be a slice. She just couldn't quite get the wrist action with the grip she had. And so now I think she can add and has added a little more safety. And that's why we have seen fewer double faults. Still can creep in here or there. Again, that was another slice serve. And I think as she makes little improvements in her game, Gauff, she's only 20 years of age, as she makes little improvements, getting more of a kick, getting that little bit of safety where the toss will be in a better position, I think that can only help. But you always look at changes. It's difficult for players to make changes, and even a little change can be a huge deal, and it can affect something else. And so there's always, I think, a lot of thought put into it when you have a player at Coco Gauff's level. What kind of changes should you make? Are they necessary, and what's the reason behind them? And then the player will hopefully buy in, and that can make it a lot easier.
Left for service.
Time actually hitting the 4 and up the line. She paid a pretty heavy price for it, didn't she? Because she just left too much court exposed.
I think she thought that ball from Gauff was going to be out, and it ended up catching the line, and that forehand from Bencic was the wrong play. You don't often see her hit herself out of a point, but she did it there.
An industrious hold. A game that certainly needed to be earned. Bencic not able to capitalize on her chances.
That was a massive hold for Coco Gauff. Won the second set fairly straightforward fashion, but this could have reset the whole apple cart had Bencic been able to get the early break. So Gauff working very hard to keep her nose out in front.
Any update on your ice cream, Robbo?
Yeah, still none. I hate to say it. I have had a cold water delivered, which is probably better for me, given the heat down here. Honestly, it feels like it's gone up another level as well. Just I mean, it's basically like radiation coming off the court.
Yep. There's been the mercury, as we said, has risen today. Of course, next up on here will be Carlos Alcaraz as he takes on Jack Draper.
It just feels like the court's bouncing that much faster up as well. Coco's just getting it even more joy when she's accelerating into her forehand side and going for the fast shot, but the topspin shot.
Love 15.
It still looks like that second serve return position starts too far back, though, because she does get some momentum as she moves through off the split step, but it still feels like it could finish inside the baseline.
Does seem like Gauff has caught up to more of the rhythm. We were seeing a lot of those extended rallies in the first set where just seemed like Gauff was behind constantly. That rally, she got out in front, just missed it, pulled it long, but she still was acting on the ball.
Yeah, interestingly, obviously still you look at those rallies over 9, which I appreciate is the minority of the rallies, but Bencic just won 13 to the 8 played. 13 to 8, should I say.
30-15.
It's still to Gauff's benefit to keep these rallies shorter. And first strike tennis is about getting out on the front foot early. By nature, those will not go as long. Saw more of those during the course of the second set for Gauff.
Fault.
What a hit that is. Is that an indication, a little sign that Bencic is just feeling it physically here? Two hours into this match.
40-30.
That was cheap, wasn't it? They caught the back of the line. Bencic survives
One
the
game
opening
more.
hold. Be interesting to see what sort of schedule she puts together, won't it, for the rest of the year?
Yeah, I was thinking about that, especially with this bit of shift mentally. The fact that she didn't think she was going to be playing here, maybe didn't think she was quite ready for this level. Now that she
Thank you.
is.
Behind the players, please.
We'll
Sit
see
quickly.
what her ranking is at the end of this fortnight as well. But she is on her way, Bencic, regardless of what happens in this match.
Love.
What an angle from Goff.
Love.
Her movement's ridiculous. You've got no right to be getting that back and then creating the angle, and almost looks like she's got loads of time. What do you think of that shot, Chandler? Because there's been a few times where she's played an inside in or an inside out backhand off her forehand corner.
And that's just where Goff is more comfortable, and she can do so much more with that backhand side.
Fault. 40-15.
I was just looking at Belinda Bencic's ranking, though. It's 294 coming into this event. She'll cut her ranking by about half, close to it, with this result. Even better if she could get the win.
Fault.
Knocking Bencic off balance. And Goff looking sharp. Looking physically the stronger early stages of this third set.
I was talking to Belinda about her schedule back in Sydney, and she was thinking that she would still drop down a level after the AM regardless of result, because when you think about the entry list for Doha and Dubai 6 weeks in advance, so then she felt like she wouldn't really use her protected ranking there, and then wouldn't get into qualies anyway because it is ludicrously strong. So then the options after that are quite limited. You've got some big challenges and some 1-2-5s here and there, but yeah, I think it's about using the protected at the right time,
yes,
and on the right tournaments.
Yeah, where you can maximize your ability Keep pushing back up the ranks.
First time in 21 years there have been 7 Americans in the last 16, male and female combined, here in Melbourne. So your country's doing okay, Chanda.
It's good to hear. Yeah, it's been fun to watch some of the Americans, the young Americans coming up as well, but some of the ones that have been at the top of the game, inspiring. And it's good when you have a group, and we see that across the board in different countries. You look at Italy now.
Yep.
What's happening?
Everybody wants to know the secret of Italian tennis success, don't they?
I'm going to say it's in the wine. That's what I tell myself when I have a glass.
Listen, I'll go with you on that one. Let's stick together.
Take your seats quickly, please, behind the players. Thank you.
Yeah, a few people just down in the front couple of rows there.
Thank you. Just take any seat for now, please.
If there's one thing the RLA crowd's going to do, it's name and shame.
Thank you. Thank you.
They're in.
La 15.
Like a shot from the MCG, that did. That's cricket, Chanda.
That's your cricket. I was going to say, I knew what you meant. At least I've gotten that far.
Good. Okay, you went silent on me for a while there.
One of the more extended rallies
15
we've seen in quite a while.
Won the point, but it did feel like compared to set 1, the weight of shot of Bentic was not quite there. Thinking about those, 10, 12 shot rallies in the first set where she was right inside the line, taking them on.
Mm-hmm.
Left for service.
And it's the cumulative effect, isn't it, after a rally like that?
30.
Because obviously that was a 20-shot rally, then you've got to go again, and this is 2 hours, 10 minutes in.
It takes a toll, and the dynamic movement and pushes that Benčić was able to make in that first set, we're not seeing them as consistently. And it's just important for Bencic to try to hang on. And the fist pump after that rally, after that miss, that lets you know how important this game is. Just to stay close, try to stay on serve, and maybe that little extra bit of adrenaline, we've seen it this tournament already. Maybe that gets her through some tough moments. There's an intensity to the Coco Gauff game that we weren't seeing in the first set either. And she's now got another break point, just going after her shots with more intention.
First break point of the decider.
Use.
Was it panic there, or because it was quite a big miss, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, halfway up the net. I think she just misjudged it. Knew what she wanted to do with it. But wanted kind of the all or nothing.
Yeah. Certainly saw the opening.
I think that last forehand lets you know as good a shape as Gauff is in. It's still hot out there, still warm. Everybody's trying to capitalize and keep things as simple as possible. Sometimes it can cause you to overplay.
Wouldn't fall the Swiss's way.
And she wanted it.
Yes.
Boy, did she want it. Trying to get out of this service game. Terrific serve, body serve. And she got the shot she wanted.
Lengthy set this already, isn't it? When you look at the minutes played. He's missed that and the amount of points played as well. All 4 games have been very tight. Gauff with a chance to break free again. Missed it. A couple of rather unfortunate blows off the net for Belinda Bencic that have not fallen her way.
Gauff leads by 3
Gauff
games to 1.
has got the break in the third.
Oh, look at Belinda here, just taking a bit of time on the side of the court. So hard to keep this intensity, keep the footwork up, and it is so early in her comeback.
Yeah, this is part of the suffering, though. When you consider the temperatures, you consider the match, the intensity, the work that's gone into everything up to this point, and she's down a break. You could see it when that ball on game point just sat on top of the net and didn't roll over. You could see how much she wanted it, how much she wanted to be out of that game because of everything that she is feeling right now.
Quite incredible get. And a point that so nicely sums up her extraordinary athleticism. And Bencic is in big trouble here.
30 love.
And to be sure, both players are feeling it. Maybe Gauff not quite to the same extent, but she also knows she trains in the heat. She trains in Florida. And so you just find ways mentally to get yourself to that level each point. Able to back yourself just a bit more down the stretch.
Belinda thought that shot was long. Not much that your coach can say here. Not much going her way. It's nowhere near as clean as it was in set 2.
That's what I think. I mean, Laura, a couple of shots that Gauff missed. And, she's dealing with it as well. I mean, everybody is. Just she has a little more behind her to deal.
The feet just not quite getting out of the way of it again. And it's looking ominous for the Swiss, who's had a good run here in Melbourne. But it looks as though it might be cut short. It's 4-1. This was an incredible get. Might have been the only player in the world to have been able to track that down. Iga Swiatek's pretty close, isn't she?
Not some of those type of shots. I mean, Gauff is in a class of her own, and look how far off of the court she is. And she still could have gotten back to another shot.
Yep.
Potentially. Bencic had been able to get it back in play, and that's the nature of the Gauff athleticism. And she knows if she just keeps pushing here, whatever she's feeling, Bencic is feeling it 5 or 10 times worse. And I think that's helped spurring Gauff on as well.
Time.
Talk about the recent generations. Who are the comparisons athletically, Chanda, would you say, over the last 20 years to Coco, who obviously does set the bar very high? who would come close to her in recent times, do you think?
Well, you certainly look at, you know, Venus and Serena athletically, different types of movers, but, you know, in that realm for sure.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, Martina Navratilova set the bar athletically when I was first coming out as a player, and she was at the tail end of her career. But Steffi as well, an incredible athlete.
Yeah. Steffi Graf, of course. Wasn't much that Steffi didn't win, was there? Remarkable career.
And that lands in.
Love 15.
Bencic has not gotten anything to fall her way in the last 3 games.
In all. Fifteen, 13.
I think her race has been run.
15, 14.
It's been an impressive effort. It's been an impressive week.
It felt like Bencic needed that 2-1 game serving.
Yeah.
Once she didn't get it, it's been an uphill battle.
That's a finish with real authority. And the finish to this match is looming large.
Well, how great for Coco to be able to come off court today and say to her coach, yeah, I didn't necessarily play the cleanest match, but I physically outlasted someone. I got better as the match went on. You know, I changed things tactically. Can take so many positives from this sort of tennis.
Led for service.
Incredible. And it's Coco Gauff in a nutshell.
It's the intensity, it is the will. And Coco Gauff is showing off all of it.
When she's been able to break free in this third set, The outcome has been inevitable.
Out. 30-15.
Paula Badosa will be next, I believe. Chanda, obviously someone that made some big strides last year, having had some injuries, multiple injuries. A day or so to think about it. This has been a fine finish.
(40-30).
Coco Gauff moves into the Australian Open quarterfinals. Tested severely for some time out here on Rod Laver Arena today. But in the end, the American runs away with it. 2.5 hours. Bencic made quite the impression, but just couldn't see it through. Gauff is into the last 8.
This was an impressive performance. The effort from Coco Gauff to turn around that first set, an hour long, that first set of tennis. It was intense, and it looked like Bencic had the formula, but Gauff upped the ante. She started being more aggressive, and I was impressed with those adjustments, stepping inside the court more often, using her serve to open up the court. And in the end, she allowed her athleticism to play a greater role in that match as well.
Yeah, was always going to be favourite in that department, wasn't she, today? Testing conditions.
Hottest day that it's been so far, and so many players are dealing with it. Gauff trains in Florida and knew that she could handle the heat. Real credit to Belinda Bencic, though.
Surprised a few, including herself.
I think it's surprising herself more than anything else. I mean, she is ready to be back at this level. Obviously, consistently wants to get the matches under her belt and continue to push her ranking up, but she is off to a terrific start and is building very quickly after being off tour for so many months.
Yeah, Bella will be happy to see Mum, won't she? Because I'm sure they might enjoy a day or two in the city before heading back to Europe. Those flights with young ones are not easy, Chanda, are they?
Not easy. We just hope for no delays, Nick. We hope for no delays.
Yeah, been there and got the T-shirt on that one.
This was a fun one to watch, and we thought we'd see a little bit of cat and mouse tennis, a little fencing for position, and we saw that and more. And in the end, Coco Gauff was a semifinalist last year, but this year she is poised to do even more. And tough matches like this one, I think, just help her gain the needed confidence.
The American through, and she will be speaking courtside with Jelena Dokic.
Coco, congratulations. This is your actually already 9th win of the year. You haven't lost a match yet this year, but this is your first set that you've lost this year. She's played some amazing tennis. How did you manage to turn this around? What were you telling yourself after the first set?
Yeah, I thought in the first set she played great tennis, and it was tough for me to be on the offense. And yeah, I just played more aggressively in the second set and then also the third set. But overall, I'm happy with how I played. I mean, there's that first set could have easily went my way for a few more points, but that's tennis, so I just tried my best to reset for the third.
I don't know. I don't know how aware of some of the numbers you are, but this is now your 8th win out of 9 matches played that have gone to 3 sets in Grand Slams. That's an unbelievable record. Just also another one. You are now only the 5th woman ever to start 3 seasons off with 9 wins, other than Steffi Graf, Monica Seles, Serena Williams and Margaret Court. Did you know that second one? Did you know that second number?
No, I saw something on Instagram about that, so I knew, but yeah, it's pretty crazy to be amongst the same stat line as legends, and yeah, I'm very grateful. And you know, we worked hard in the off season. You know, obviously there's still a lot to go for me to accomplish my goal, but I can say that I'm proud of myself and happy with how I perform. And yeah, it's funny because I felt like not too long ago, I think maybe a couple years ago, I had like a really bad stat line when I lost the first set. I would lose the match. It was like really bad. So I remember my dad was like, "You got to get some fight in you." So every time I lose the first set, I kind of think about that and just try to dig even deeper.
Since you do have 8 out of 9 wins in 3 sets at Grand Slams, what makes you so tough now?
I think just I leave it all out there on the court, honestly. I mean, we have a saying on my team, just give the best that you have that day, and sometimes the results will go your way, sometimes they don't. So today I was just trying to put myself in the position where if I left the court, I could leave proud of myself.
Do you look at the draw?
Yes and no. I know who I play next, if you're asking that.
So you do look at the draw?
Well, I saw it on the screen. I mean, it's like right there. So yeah, I don't sometimes I have to think outside of the court to be calm when it's time to play.
So you play Paula Badoza now. She's in great form. Thoughts on that match?
Yeah, every time I play Paula, it's a tough matchup. So yeah, she's playing some great tennis, and last time we played, I think it went 3 sets, I'm not sure. But yeah, we played end of last year, so I expect it to be another tough match.
Last one, because I know you like some questions about other things other than tennis. I want to ask you about your shoes because you love your fashion. I asked you about your outfit last time. Won't go into that again. So your shoes, there's a special meaning behind it. There's a bit of a basketball connection. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, so my dad played basketball, and I always, he always wanted me to play basketball, and actually he put me in unwillingly, but it was pretty fun. And my mom did track, so they put me in track. But yeah, these shoes are inspired by basketball shoes, which is why they look kind of higher, so I wanted them to be like basketball shoes, and yeah, that's pretty much the only thing behind those shoes. But New Balance and I, we're always looking to do things that haven't been really done in tennis before, and I think this is one of the first shoes of its kind.
Well,
and also I have to flex, but I am the only current active player with a signature shoe on tour, so I'm really happy and proud of that.
Listen, you definitely deserve it. All we need to know is Coco, and we know who you are. Thank you for staying in tennis, because we are honored. We look forward to seeing you again. Ladies and gentlemen, Coco Gauff.
Yeah, good for the game.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go with this one.
The match is one thing, but this is what's tough for some players. Figuring out what to write on the lids. And we want to see it.
Well, you didn't your day. You didn't sign the lids.
No, broken heart.
You need to be an artist nowadays, though. Pressure. Oh, TikTok. She's a big TikTok fan.
Not allowed in your country anymore, Chandra. I've just been reading.
I have too. I never got on TikTok,
Nor
so
did I.
have not missed the loss, but
yeah, past our generation, Chandra.
But she's got more wins though, Goff, so I think she'll be okay going forward. I mean, the numbers, you know, we could talk about the numbers all day. We mentioned how aggressive Goff got in the second and third sets. That was the winners compared to the unforced errors, and a lot cleaner those the second and third sets. But it really, for me, was about the will. It was about Goff's ability to dig in and compete and fight and make those adjustments and execute them. She was able to generate those 5 breaks over the course of the rest of the match. That was huge, especially that 2-1 game where she broke Bencic in the third.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one as well. This section of the draw is shaping up nicely here in Melbourne. We're going to sign off. Coming up next, we've got Carlos Alcaraz up against Jack Draper. Bye for now.
Congrats, Coco.
Thanks.
It's 3:50 now. I'm going through the stuff. It's 5:15, okay? Absolutely, yeah. Okay. I'll see you there. I'll be there.
I'll get you up there.
Okay.
Welcome back to Rod Laver Arena and the final match on the day session on the Rod Laver court. It is a big opportunity here for Jack Draper to take on Carlos Alcaraz. Of course, Jack coming off the best Grand Slam of his career in New York, making the semis there, losing to Jannik Sinner, and Carlitos on the path to potentially picking up the career Grand Slam here in Melbourne before he turns 22. What a ridiculous stat that is, potentially, for the Spaniard. A long way to go against somebody that Carlos has lost to before. He'll be wary of the potential challenge as they take the walk of champions.
He's living up to his nickname, Rod the Rocket.
The names are John Newcomb and Jimmy Connors.
The new Australian champion, Mark Edmondson from Sydney.
Here it is, we're live.
Congratulations to Brian for winning the Australian Open.
And Max Miranda wins it.
Game, set, match, London.
Game, set, match, Korea. Sampras has won the title, his 9th Grand Slam.
The men's singles champion, Yevgeny Kafelnikov.
Agassi is the champion.
A sensational 6 for Federer down under.
Novak Djokovic,
champion of Australia for a 10th time, Jannik Sinner, his maiden major.
Men's singles 4th round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Great Britain, Jack Draper. And the opponent this afternoon, please welcome from Spain, Carlos Alcaraz.
Carlos taking the acclaim of the crowd as a superstar does. Delighted to say that I got a superstar next to me in the commentary box. He's about as famous down here in Melbourne as Mick Jagger was in the 60s. John Fitzgerald, welcome.
How do I respond to that, Mark Petchey? Thank you. Good to be with you as always, mate. I love the knowledge I've got today next to me in you and our man down on the court there, Coughlin.
Well, I was going to say, last couple of days you've been avoiding me like salad. I do salads, but anyway, delighted to say you're alongside me. Yeah, and Colin Fleming from Scotland. You got the ice towels ready?
Yeah, it's a warm one, isn't it? I have to say, though, you will not hear me complaining. There's a real buzz in this arena as Alcaraz and Draper walk onto the court. I'm about 2-3 meters from the court, opposite the umpire's chair. What a seat I've got, and really looking forward to this match. So great to be with you guys for it.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see. Obviously, the big talking point here, Fitzy, is how's Jack going to pull up after playing 15 sets?
Well, I watched his previous match, and he lasted. He'd had 10 sets in his first 2 rounds, the maximum, and he went the distance again, and he lasted well. He finished strongly. So, look, he's a strong athlete. He's a great competitor. I admire his competitive spirit. He's good with that. So
this is James.
Tough ask, though, isn't it?
Nice to meet you.
4th match in a row after 3 5-setters.
Jack James. All right. I'll get you some bananas. All right, gentlemen, just a couple of things before we start. 25 seconds as usual between points when you're serving. Watch the shot clocks. They'll start after I call the score. All the calls are electronic. We spoke about the towels. You also have video review, so if you want to review something, please let me know quickly and clearly. Photograph after the coin toss. AO is heads, that's heads and tails. Jack. All right, you decide. Which would you like? Okay, you are AO. And now the coin toss. That's good. Oh, and you win.
Roulette Carlos.
Okay.
Sorry, sir?
Yeah.
I stay.
All right, and a photograph that way.
Jack perhaps trying to get Carlos
Thanks, everybody.
on the hop.
That's his gift. All right, thank you.
The traditional run out from Alcaraz, bringing that intensity. Jack now 23 years of age, and of course Fitzy, the one thing that he brings to any clash is his left-handedness, and that will be something that Carlos obviously aware of from their previous meeting. In fact, it has to be said, as we take a little run through the biog here, Alcaraz in recent times has actually enjoyed playing left-handers. He's 12-1 on the ATP to his last and only loss in recent times coming to Hugo Humbert in the Paris Masters 1000. He's 9-0 at Grand Slams against lefties, 5-0 at Grand Slams on a hard court. So from that point of view, his game has matched up pretty well against a left-hander. But it is really the narrative around the fitness for Jack that everybody's talking about. Of course, he's put it to bed in many ways in his 3 matches here, the longest of his career, winning in 5 sets. Of course, here last year against Marcus Giron, he threw up on the court. He had that moment against Sinner in the semi-finals of the
3 minutes, gentlemen.
US Open, which he put down to taking an ibuprofen for his ankle that caused an upset stomach. But how much will he have in the tank against somebody that makes you move so dynamically?
I think that remains to be seen. Personally, I think left-handers should be banned, Mark. But Carlos has such skill that he can handle them usually. And Jack's serve, to me, is a very, very good one. But I'm not sure it's big enough to really hurt Alcaraz. And it's a big part of his game. I love his competitive spirit, Jack Draper. That got him through his previous match against Alexander Vukic, who put up a heck of a show against Jack Draper, and that match could have gone either way. He survived Draper. He earns this right to play Carlos, but he's going to have to lift his game, and he's going to have recovered from the 15 sets he's already played. That's the question. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and obviously the other night on John Cain, it was a very cool evening. Late at night, coming off court. Today, we've got the mercury at the hottest that we have seen it at 33 degrees right now. And it does at times get a little hotter as we get into the back end of the day here before the drop-off comes. So that is certainly going to be a big differential for both, but more importantly, of course, for Jack, just digging into those win predictor numbers, 76%, and again, you could certainly say that that is understandable given everything that Jack has had, because he had no real pre-season. He was supposed to play the United Cup in Sydney, had to pull out because of the hip problem he was managing back in London. Got out here for a sort of 2.5 weeks, so it's been a good amount of tennis that he's got into his legs, but will it be just a little too much?
And Alcaraz is rested.
Yes.
He's had easy matches, he's fresh, he's keen. Saw him up in the restaurant just an hour and a half ago. He was so relaxed, so happy. There's a Spanish restaurant that's been imported here. Is that specifically for him? I'm not sure, but it's working. And it's a beauty, by the way. And yeah, I think he'll be too fresh. You know, 76-24 as a win predictor. I always think, how do you... the question I ask myself is, how many times would Jack Draper beat Carlos Alcaraz if they played 10 times? So he, on those odds, he has to beat him 1 in 4, doesn't he? I'm not sure that's right.
30 seconds.
Because I think everything's going to have to go well for Jack here today. As good as he is, everything will have to work in his favour. And Carlos, if he's at his best,
Ladies and gentlemen,
he may not have a say, Jack, in that.
5 tie-break sets. Jack Draper.
Yeah, the head-to-head's a little bit misleading, of course. The one sort of match that they had that was probably sort of semi-fair, but was back in Basel, and that was 7-5 in the third set that Alcaraz got through Indian Wells. Unfortunately, Jack had to pull out. He wasn't feeling well in the second set. And of course, Alcaraz coming over to Queens just after winning in Roland Garros, losing to Jack on the grass. Jack having picked up his first title in Stuttgart, picked up his second one at the back end of the year in Vienna. So there's a lot to always mull over when you look at these kind of players and the matchups that they've had previously.
I don't think either of them have been at their best yet, as you would hope, particularly for Alcaraz, who is warming into the tournament and is expected to go almost the distance. Jack hasn't played his best tennis, though, I don't believe. The last match, he was a little bit scratchy, up and down. Played some really good stuff, but not consistently. I'm keen to know what Cole Fleming thinks and whether he gives Jack Draper a chance.
Yeah, well, I'm just fascinated listening to you guys. I mean, it's an energy-sapping day here, very, very warm. The good news for Jack is there's a little bit of cloud cover, so not maybe as extreme as it would be if it was a clear blue sky. You know, just speaking to Leon Smith, the Davis Cup captain, I understand that Jack's sort of come up okay after those 3-5 setters. No injuries or anything. He's obviously going to be a bit fatigued. Didn't hit any balls yesterday, same as the day before Vukic. So all about trying to charge the batteries for this one, but it's going to be a factor. You just expect Draper to be throwing everything he's got at Alcaraz right from the start here.
Play.
Okay, just give you a little quick heads up on what's going on with Carlos's game. We've talked about the heavier racket, the improvement in the service motion, much more fluid. Look at that. He's picked up 8 Ks. He's also picked up an unreturned serve straight away here, and he's almost 10% better in that department in 2025 in Melbourne.
Wow. That's an important little snippet.
Jack coming in here ranked 18, career high last October of 15 after that win in Vienna. Has one other top 5 win apart from the Alcaraz win at Queens in 2024, beat Tsitsipas in Canada in 2022. That pattern of play is going to be just a little tougher to defend against for Draper out here. Look at that. very quickly onto the +1, as he always is with the forehand.
Well, that second serve was effective, and the warmth of the day would affect the bounce on that. That took off, that second serve.
Yeah, it really did jump, Fitzy. You're spot on, mate, with the heat in the air, the heat in the core and the balls. It's going to be jumping around here. That kick serve is going to be effective. Anything sort of heavy topspin is going to be jumping.
Out.
40-30.
And that's something that you're going to look at today. The amount of times that Alcaraz, with the extra pace on his forehand than his opponents that Jack's faced so far have, he's going to direct a lot more traffic into the left-hander's forehand than perhaps others did.
I think the worry for me with Jack Draper here is that he goes so far behind the baseline. So he's a big guy. He's got a pretty big game himself. Not as big as Alcaraz, but he likes to play a long way behind the baseline on his ground strokes, and I think that's dangerous against Carlos. He steps in, he gets up onto the line, so Jack will be stretching and defending too much if he's back there too far.
Jack Draper to serve.
Look how early Alcaraz is prepared to take that serve immediately. That was a metre inside.
Yeah, I commentated on his first round when Fitzy, and that was apparent straight away. Mark mentioned the work with the serve, the heavy racket, but he's really attacking second serves here.
And that's one of Jack Draper's biggest weapons, Cole. Well, not necessarily the second serve I'm talking about, but his whole serve is a big part of his game. And Alcaraz treated that with contempt.
Out.
Well, he might have missed the volley, but that's intimidating.
30-15.
It was kind of how he played in New York when he won the US Open back in 2022. That was more of his return position.
And the option of coming forward as well.
Out. Out.
30 all.
He doesn't serve many doubles, Jack. He did serve 2 in a row in his at a big moment at the end of the third set, which cost him the set in his previous match. But he doesn't serve a lot. That one may be due to a bit of intimidation from Alcaraz. He could easily have broken this game. There's 3 points here that Alcaraz looks so aggressive on, and actually pretty scary to me. If you're down the other end and you've seen the options he's got in this first game, even though they haven't come off. I mean, Jack was a long way behind the baseline there. That would have been a winner.
That was. Always played with a very light racket, did Alcaraz, before putting this little extra weight on it, and it's almost allowing him to swing a little slower but get the same result. Not only a phenomenal tennis player, but a phenomenal athlete. You're going to have to be so precise with those drop shots. Draper in trouble early on. Does love a tee serve on a break point. Be interesting to see what he does here.
Good serve. A thinking man serve there. He needed that. No point in going out to the backhand again. He more likely to get burnt there. Good body serve that kicked and bit into the surface. He looks so ominous to me.
Yeah, he looks a lot sharper of the two players. I just wonder maybe for Draper, is there a period of getting the adrenaline going again in the body? But Alcaraz is all over him here. It looks like Draper is sort of really labouring to try and hold serve here.
Perfect.
Well played, Jack. He's got some pressure on him in this opening game. He handled that well.
Going to be interesting to see what sort of pace he can bring off his forehand side. He's about 9 Ks down compared to Carlos. In general, about 119. Carlos has been ripping it at 128 Ks. Again, new racket, more pace off that side.
Advantage Draper.
James Trotman, Jack's coach, will be assisted this year by Alex Ward. He'll be taking over in the Middle East when he gets over there. James will do Rotterdam, which is where he's next slated to play after Melbourne.
A couple of good young Brits there. Well, not so young anymore.
1 game all.
And that's an indication of what obviously Draper's going to have to deal with today. He's been on court over 6.5 hours pretty much than Alcaraz. And that is a lot to make up against somebody like Alcaraz.
That was a brave opening game, by the way, from Jack Draper on his serve.
Alcaraz Alcaraz, of course, with an incredible effort when he picked up the US Open title back in 2022.
15 love.
Won 5 setters in his fourth round quarterfinal and semi-final wins.
Well,
15 all.
if you achieve depth like that on the first return, you've got a chance. Do not drop the first one short to this man. Incidentally,
Carlos on court in that win in New York for 23 hours and 49 minutes. Pretty phenomenal effort for a teenager.
Just quite noticeable, the ball speeds. Well, second serve speed's one thing, but the ball speed's off the ground. Alcaraz just has that easy power, doesn't he? And it's quite noticeable courtside. You know, Draper, there's quite a lot of effort goes in, but a lot more speed on the Alcaraz ball. So, you know, interesting to see over time, does that really start to add up with the physical exertion for Draper?
Game, Alcaraz.
Couple of clean, easy holds for Alcaraz early on. Was pressing for the break, didn't get it. It's 2-1.
Alcaraz leads 2-1.
And just staying on that theme for a minute, Colin, it's of course something that we've been looking at. The serve, obviously important for Carlos, but particularly the forehand as well. We just had a little look with the extra weight on the racket. That's brought more pace, but what it's also done, of course, when you have more pace, you hit the ball harder, it can go deeper more often. This is his forehand depth from 2024. That was 17%. You can see there's been a 17% nice little uptick into that last third of court. So you've got more pace coming at you, Fitzy, and it's deeper, which obviously makes it exponentially harder.
Well, the bad news for Jack Draper in all of that is that with heat in the air and his spin on the ball, that will be acting like a hand grenade coming off the surface today. It'll be exploding off the surface. No wonder he's deep in the court.
Time.
I am worried about him being so deep though, Mark, I've got to say.
I was just sitting around, and we talk a lot in tennis about the sophomore year. You know, you get on tour, you play your first kind of full year. Next year, you struggle, and we don't really talk about why to a certain degree. I actually had a look at Jack's average ranked opponent in 2023. It was outside the world's top 100. He was actually 106. He ended 60 in that year. Last season, he played an average ranked opponent of 55, half of what he had played the previous year, and managed to finish 15 in the world. That is some effort.
He's just all over the second serve, which, I mean, that one was 140. It's regularly below 150 kilometers an hour, whereas Alcaraz is sort of mid-160s. I mean, it was a great effort, as Fitzy said, to hold first time round, but already it feels like when and not if Alcaraz is going to break here.
That was a better pace second serve. He's been sitting and hovering around 150 Ks for the tournament. Alcaraz, by comparison, on his second serve has been up at 162. Tom Moore, who lives in Adelaide, physio that's been looking after Jack the last couple of years down under, was in London for a while, which is how their paths crossed.
I think with Jack, you have to cover that serve a lot more.
Well, I'm just amazed. The other night, Vukic.
Yeah, amazed.
I was amazed how many times he maybe made the return, but didn't get as good a hit on it as he could have done.
Yeah. By the way, I want to compliment our young Aussie.
15-14.
Oh, yeah.
Alexander Vukic. What a tournament he had. Good for you, young man. You're on the rise and you can go further. But Alexander did keep standing in the same spot on this first court. Now, it'll be interesting to see if Alcaraz does the same thing or whether he leans more to his left here. Because that serve we just saw is not his regular go-to. On this first court,
13-14.
Jack Draper will go down the middle the vast majority of times, and he gets it to move away. And to get any purchase on that serve, you need to stand probably a third of a metre or so further to your left.
Fault. Deuce.
Gee, that missed by a whisker. Thought it was coming back into the court for a second. That was to break serve. Look how aggressive he is inside the baseline. So that's the serve we're talking about. We've got to cover that more. That one was a winner anyway, though, on the line.
Advantage Draper. Game, Draper.
Well done. That survives two service games that were under siege.
Two games all.
Might end up being a little bit of a Pyrrhic victory, though, given just how much that's taking out of him.
Well, there has to be a question mark just in the background about whether he can last the distance here again. So much time on court so far, and he's in the heat of the day today.
Spent a lot of time, of course, he said, back in the cold, but in the sauna, in the jacuzzi, on a bike, just trying to get his body acclimatized to the heat that was going to come.
Love 15.
Once again, you see him attacking the forehand side, but that one's just leaked wide, and here's an opportunity developing for the Brit.
just feels like a bit of a hangover for Alcaraz from the 2 break points. He went for a really big forehand on the first break point, kind of muscled a bit, got a little annoyed with himself, just missed the return, but yeah, he still seems to be dwelling slightly on the frustration of that.
Gee, this is a loose game.
Couple of doubles, missed forehand, and the door does open for Draper. Didn't lose the point with the missed chip forehand. He lost it 3 shots ago when he had a ball in the middle of the court, and he just rolled it into Alcaraz's forehand.
Yeah, those opportunities are fleeting. That's the one you're talking about. Opportunities are fleeting against players of this level. Easy in retrospect. It's a split-second decision, but you've got to go for that.
Yeah, you don't have to go for the line, but you've got to put something on it to just neutralize what's going to come back. And particularly on a day today where conserving energy and trying to shorten some of the points and the distance he has to travel are so important. Acid test for this new motion, isn't it? These big pressure points, break point down, and he's found 3 first serves in a row here for Alcaraz. Picture perfect. What a beautiful shot that was. And he carves out a 3-2 lead.
Well, we know you have to hit a perfect drop shot on hard court.
3 games, 2-2.
Look at this. He didn't invent the drop shot, but he has certainly become the finest exponent of it, particularly off the forehand side, which is the harder of the 2 wings.
Now, you won't use the drop shot as much on a hard court as a clay court if you're Carlos Alcaraz. But against Jack Draper, I think we'll see him use it more than he normally would on a hard court, because Jack is so deep. And he pins so many of his opponents back behind the baseline, yes. So it's not abnormal to see an opponent back there. He then steps inside his baseline and the distance is shorter to make the drop shot, and his opponent's way back. We'll see it a bit today.
Record-breaking crowds pouring through the gates here at Melbourne Park. It has been another astonishingly successful Australian Open. And the middle Sunday has proved to be just as popular with everybody. Fantastic order of play. And an eagerly anticipated clash between these two at the moment. Draper doing well to hang on. Little opportunity there, bit of a boost to the optimism that he must be feeling, having survived those couple of service games. Can he navigate his way through a slightly easier service game here?
Holy smoke.
I think I saw some.
Yeah, but again, Draper, he had the first chance to attack with the high forehand, and he just, certainly so far in this match, hasn't really flattened one out. That high ball, high forehand, still had a bit of spin on it, didn't quite do the damage, and then Alcaraz turns the point around. I think Draper needs to let her really... a really big, hit or two, if he gets a shoulder height forehand, really flatten it out and go big on those. Because, like I say, he's working ever so hard to be competitive here, and I'm just not sure where the battery percentage is for Draper.
The thing about the great players as well is the style of the match is obviously important, but you get the sense with Carlos he's just trying to figure out his best tennis, bring it all together. He's not that disappointed that he hasn't broken through at the moment. And so many of these points, 90% of them played on his terms.
Oh, he's an excitement machine for me. We get privileged to watch tennis like this a lot, but I would genuinely pay a lot of money to come and see this guy play. For me, as a tennis lover, he's got so much in his bag. The previous one, I thought he was going to hit a deep volley. He hits a drop volley. This time I wondered if he might go short. He punches it deep. You just don't know what's coming off his racket. It's almost like he's 2 shots ahead of this tennis brain anyway.
Only a matter of time.
Alcaraz leads 4 games to 2.
You never know what's coming.
No, and he's such a complete player. Of course, he was the player with the most wins out of their first 100 career matches on tour. He picked up 75. Roddick had 73. Johnny Mack 72, who's here working Nadal, even as a phenomenal teenager, only picked up 67 wins in his first 100 matches. Alcaraz in his first 150 matches, 117. Again, Johnny Mack second with 113. And Rafa with 112. I mean, that's how complete he is. I mean, even when he was breaking through, he was barely losing.
So this is a question, Mark. We're obviously comparing him to the big 3 already in his young career.
Well, we've kind of comparing
Am I
it to
hearing
the
that?
whole of the history of men's tennis. How many times, Colin, has he gone +1 back into Jack's forehand?
Well, I mean, yeah, he absolutely right. He's using that play, but just the ball speed is just so much higher. He can do whatever he wants. And actually, the main challenge is his own focus and concentration that we saw dip in his previous service game. But if he's dialed in, it's just too much for Draper. I'm a little surprised at Jack's approach. On the one hand, I respect it a lot because he backs himself, doesn't he? He backs his game, even against the top players. But, you know, I thought his ball speed would be higher. I thought his intent would be more sort of aggressive, looking to hit bigger, maybe try and get a few clean winners. But he's kind of come out looking to play his solid game. And it's no surprise he finds himself down this opening set. He's been outplayed so far. That's the kind of shot I thought we would see more of to this point. Maybe now he's a breakdown, he has to. But, I mean, Mark, maybe you agree. When Jack beat Alcaraz at Queen's, I know it was pretty soon off the back of Alcaraz winning at the French Open, but Jack obviously had Wayne Ferreira in the camp then. I felt that was almost a penny drop period for him where he really started to hit the ball an awful lot bigger. Not really seeing that so far today.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, obviously the nature of the surface there, you can't really rally on the grass as much as we know it's got a bit slower, but it kind of forces you to take a few more risks to try and get the first big hit in. And as much as Carlos has lost that point, it just sort of sows the seed of doubt for Draper to where to cover in these moments. You want to change things up when you're ahead in the scoreboard. And as good as Carlos's shot making is, his strategy is also absolutely on point, and that's why he leads 5-2 in this opening set. And it's interesting, I mean, I don't know where you guys sit on this, but obviously downstream from being able to implement a strategy that you talk about, Colin, is also kind of the technical ability to do so. I mean, Jack's forehand, in essence, is a pretty spinny shot, isn't it?
Yes, it is. That's his natural shape, and also probably his tennis development. You know, he wasn't always the big sort of strapping, powerful guy, was he? As a junior, he was a grinder. I'm going to use that term, and that's still in his sort of makeup. He's probably fighting to shake that off. And I thought off the back of the grass court season and into the US hard courts, he was hitting the ball bigger. Yes, it's different conditions here, different balls, but you're absolutely right. It's he has to come out of his comfort zone to really flatten the forehand out, and I still think it's something he's working on and building the trust in.
There's a little look at Carlos's body. He's got a bit Nadalish.
He has. Perfect line there. Oh, you know, I will not disagree with either of you on what you're talking about with Jack's game. I think if he's ever to have a chance, not just to go deep, but to maybe have an outside chance of winning a big one, he won't win it playing within himself. He's not going to win a Grand Slam by being conservative and spinning his forehand. He has to go bigger. Just in my observation of him.
15 love.
And the other thing I would say is, it takes a special player to win a Grand Slam. You know, if you look at the field and people ask, well, who's going to win this year? There's only a handful that realistically have a chance to win the whole thing. And those handful are special beasts.
15 all.
Yeah, and I think he's going to have to figure out a way to serve a little quicker on his second. He's trying to, 158 Ks that one, but if Carlos is going to be up on the baseline, inside the baseline there, he's going to have to go 165 into the body a little bit, because he's chasing straight away out of his service motion.
Yep. And a case in point, Mark, perfect. On point, that comment, because it's his serve. You have to be able to hold your serve the majority of times, and yet after the first return, he's on the defensive.
Yeah, he's got to be prepared to go into the forehand body. And speaking as a right-hander, you know, that's an uncomfortable serve to return from a lefty. Alcaraz is just destroying it off his backhand so far. Better first serve there. Needs more of those. I just wonder, guys, I don't have the stats. Is Draper's first serve, are the speeds stacking up to the previous rounds? Is he a little down?
No, he's sitting around those numbers, to be honest. Yeah, he's a little bit low first serves in. Colin, he's under 50% at the moment.
Cole, I think that just means there's a different animal returning today.
Yeah, quite possibly. It does just feel from Draper, right from the word go, that I use the word laboured. There's a lot of effort going in for what's coming out, and even then what's coming out isn't hurting Alcaraz, so it's a tough place to be right now.
Oh, it's got a little lucky with the tape, but great effort to get over there. But once again, you can see the strategy from Alcaraz that other players are going to try and use, and that's attack the forehand side of Draper.
Well, all due credit to Jack Draper here. That does get the tape, and that causes Alcaraz to lose sight of that ball. But he is hanging on by a thread on his service games. And to his credit, he's won 3 of them in this first set.
Not great news for Jack Draper, although right at the end is like a slither of good news, because it happened here at the Australian Open back in 2021. But Mikael Ymer, the only person to beat Alcaraz in a slam after the Spaniard has won an opening set.
Alcaraz just a little unhappy with Fergus Murphy in the chair here over how quickly the shot clock was started. It was then paused by Fergus, so no time violation there. But I'll just keep an eye on that. Fergus is quite trigger happy, isn't he, with the shot clock?
That's why I love him.
Yep.
Be trigger happy with that shot clock, Fergus.
No complaints for me.
Good man. Start it straight away, please.
Has talked a little bit this week, of course, Carlos, about having to think about this new service motion at times in matches. It's not completely sort of subconscious yet. But when the pressure was on, when he was down break points earlier in the set, he found a sequence of first serves, 4 in a row. Draper perhaps with a chance to salvage this set. It's a game changer, isn't it? Because when you have a monster forehand that you have to defend against, you have to give up the forecourt.
And the disguise is so good. You know, I'm sitting 5 meters or so from that forehand, and it looks to me like he's going to rip it. And then the drop shot comes.
Is the slow and steady approach from Draper going to bring the success that he needs? Third break point of the set. Credit Jack Draper. Great mental application. And keeps his hopes alive of going up by a set still as he breaks Alcaraz for the first time.
You were the only one.
I'm just amazed. For me, it was the shot clock, which he's now arguing about. Still not happy.
I had to be like that with the clock.
Very unhappy, in fact, with Fergus here.
I finished the game.
But, you know, his 5-3 was all good. I'm surprised how he's lost his focus.
I mean, I didn't take, too much time on it. And then when I asked for the balls, it was 15 seconds. It's crazy. Yeah, but I don't have time to go to the tower. If I go to the tower, probably, the balls is all in that side, already. But you know what is the towel? You went to the court, you know what is the towel? So, it's unbelievable, come on.
Alcaraz in conversation with folks. I actually have a lot of sympathy for Alcaraz. I'm sorry, but these courts, these significant stadium courts, if you're not going to ask the ball kids to bring the towels out, you are going to have to be lenient on the time after games. It's too far to walk. It's a completely different size than the outside courts. On a day that's 33 plus and perhaps even getting hotter.
I hear that argument very clearly, and I don't disagree, except for the fact that if you're the umpire, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. The rules have allowed the players to take way too much time, in my opinion. It makes matches way too long. I mean, that's a problem for the industry. I mean,
I will just stop you there.
Okay.
The reason that they become longer, Fitzy, is because they look at the shot clock and realize they've got 10 more seconds. When there was no shot clock and they got to the baseline, they served.
Yes. No, I agree. The shot clock should be done away with.
Correct.
And then on a hot day, you can use common sense. If the guy's struggling to get to a towel on a major court that's a big surface, okay.
But Fergus did that here, Fitzy. That's the thing. This particular instance, he paused the clock. There was no time violation, so that's why I'm surprised Carlos is getting so antsy about it. It doesn't seem logical to me. It's not like Fergus actually implemented the rules there, the time violation.
Yeah. I think we're all on the same page. It's just that, Fergus is actually trying to implement the rule as it should be implemented. Most umpiring doesn't do that. They get 40 seconds. And that's why we start this session at 11 o'clock in the morning. There are no longer 3 matches. There were today because they put 2 ladies matches on and then a men's. All through the tournament so far, there's been 2 matches because there's not enough time anymore to finish 3. Players and matches are taking too long.
Great response at 30-all. And again, you wonder whether Alcaraz should be covering that serve as well as it's hit.
40-30.
He's done well here, Jack, to his credit. Looked like this first set was going to be over earlier. He's still in it.
Game Draper.
And another good first serve. Pulls up alongside Alcaraz. Looked unlikely.
5 games all.
What a boost this would be for Draper as well, given everything that he's been through to get to this particular stage.
I love his competitiveness, Jack Draper. You put that down to being a Brit? You too? Gee, he's in front.
Love 50.
He's obviously had a reasonably close relationship with Andy Murray, who was a pretty good competitor. I think looking up to Andy and, okay, maybe doesn't behave in quite the same way on the court, I think it's fair to say, but, you know, the competitiveness is there.
We've got a Scot backing a Scot right now, Mark.
Well, if I don't back us, who will?
Yeah, he's unraveling here. He has got frustrated and he just hasn't been able to let it go. And Draper doing absolutely the right thing now, making balls. Alcaraz beating himself.
Yeah, this is where Draper's game is almost ideal, isn't it? Because he's going to, you know, he is a great competitor, as we say. He's focused, he's putting loads of balls in play, and he's allowing Alcaraz to beat himself here.
Top end speed, as you can see, a lot quicker for Alcaraz. That one well placed on top of everything. Interesting that he's gone to Jack's forehand twice, isn't it? I think pretty much all the time on the break points, that's where he's going. His backhand is a much more solid shot, but more importantly, much tougher shot to get on top of as your +1 because it stays lower.
More likely to get a free point out to that forehand.
Going to be dropped for sure.
No way.
Yeah, that wouldn't get put down at Wimbledon.
I would have bet that, well, my car, I would have bet that someone would have held that if it came close enough. That's what happens in these parts, Mark. No fumbling, just a pluck.
Left. First song.
Sticking that straight on eBay. This is Alcaraz's ball from the Australian Open.
It was in his
Give me your best offer.
It was in his pocket. Well, he gets out of trouble.
Alcaraz.
How well he refocused there. Some fabulous first serves from the Spaniard. 6-5 opening set.
Alcaraz leads 6 games to 5.
Well, he regroups. It's a sign of a champion, of course. A 4-time major champion is Alcaraz. He knows how to build a run through these tournaments, but that was a little bit of a sticky period for the first time for the Spaniard on a swelteringly hot day here in Melbourne. Well, like 2014, of course, where they were regularly days over and at 40 degrees, but this one getting close to the mid-30s. Day session that, no question, will see another 60,000 plus fans come through the gates here at Melbourne Park.
Time.
For the finalists here, this is obviously the last slam, trying to complete the set for Alcaraz. Lost to Zverev here last year. Not bad to be 21 years old and your worst slam is a quarterfinal.
Trying to join an elite group of 8 that have won all 4 in the men's game. He wants to be number 9.
Love 15.
Six points in a row has turned this set again back on its head.
And a complete change up there on the second serve, way deep in the court. And a brilliant return deep to Draper's baseline, but just in the crucial moment, he brings something different again. Always keeping the opponents on the toes.
It's been fascinating to see how quickly he's got out of that trade, how quickly he's distributed the ball down the line to the Draper forehand. Hasn't always worked out for him, but he's just not allowing Jack to settle in that backhand corner at all.
How good is he at returning, Petch? I mean, that is a difficult serve to get back from most players, but he reads it better. He's quicker with his first step, and his control at length at the end of his racket head is just amazing to get that back. 2 set points.
Oh, he was hard. He was almost there. What a point from Draper, though. Great volley.
What an indication of his speed. He was nowhere near this. What a great volley from Jack Draper. And out of camera here, this is good stuff. It looked like he had him beaten by 2 or 3 meters, and he nearly made it. He gets there to this.
Blistering forehand. Blast through the defences of Draper for a second time in the set.
7 games to 5.
Amazing Alcaraz. And when you think of Carlos, you think of points like that, don't you? It's what you just said, Fitzy. That was a tough return. But again, I got to give credit to the team. They've done their homework. He kind of was leaning on the serve, but you've still got to make it. And then the forehand on the run is everything that we've come to love about Carlos.
Yeah. And his side of the page there, the summary, is full of yellow. That's the type of tennis that wins major championships. There are very few people that can do that.
Oh, Colin, that was a nice seat to have for that final point.
The final 2 points, I mean, the speed. I know Alcaraz lost it, but the speed, outrageous. We saw De Minaur up to some similar tricks yesterday.
We saw Fitzy move pretty quickly the other night when the bill came, but
the thing
not
is,
quite as fast as that.
On that final pass from Alcaraz, which was unbelievable, I think Fitzy would have been hitting a topspin forehand volley off that.
I tell you, when I moved fast was when I saw Carlos move and I leapt out of my seat. That was quick, because I couldn't believe, Colin, with you, that he nearly made that second last, or that stretch forehand.
And guys, I just got a sense as Draper sort of lunged as that pass went by him, he just kind of pulled up. I don't know whether his will was broken or whether it hurt a little to try and get down, but just keep an eye on him physically starting the second here.
Well, I am watching Jack Draper in his seat now, and he's got his right leg over his left knee, right foot over his ankle over his left knee, and I think he's stretching that part of his body. Cole, can you see?
Yeah, he is. It definitely looked a sore movement for him trying to get to that ball. Obviously, there's the pain of losing what was a pretty competitive first set in the end, but there's no doubt Draper is pushing his body and mind here to try and be competitive with Alcaraz.
Well, he can hold his head up how he competed in that first set, because at any time it looked like the damn wall might break. And
we got the trainer here, Fitzy. Sorry to jump in, but yeah, we got the trainer coming for Draper, so he's definitely feeling something there.
I mean, Cole Fleming is all over this. He saw it happen.
Well, this is his left leg, isn't it? I think the hip problem's actually on his right that he suffered, wasn't it? Because, of course, he was supposed to go to Murcia and train with Carlos in the off-season for a week, but couldn't go because of the hip problem. He's had to go and see several different people in London and actually has a much better understanding of the problems that he has with that hip that he's going to be managing throughout the course of his career. But that actually looks on the other side, if I'm right, Colin.
Yeah, I think he's digging the thumb into the left hip as he sort of lunged open stance with the left leg. Yeah, I hope he's not just tweaked something there. I mean, it was already an uphill battle, wasn't it? He's going to leave the court. I'm assuming there'll be a medical timeout, so we've probably got a 4 or 5 minute delay here, but let's hope Draper can get patched up and give us another competitive couple of sets at least.
Well, that's the main thing. You want him to be healthy. He deserves to be. That was a gutsy first set from Jack Draper to stay with this man. But the win predictor has now dramatically shifted further.
Yeah.
This is 95-5 now with Jack going off the court.
Jack, of course, a natural righty, does everything else right-handed. He writes right-handed, throws right-handed, but he picked up a tennis racket left-handed, his mum says, and that was basically at 1 year old, and that's how he's ended up playing. A little bit like Rafa, of course. There's a few players out there that do other things left-handed. Sebi Korda plays golf left-handed, so does Zverev. I was actually just thinking about Nadal, because we talk about Alcaraz in the same kind of sphere of greatness as a teenager as Rafa, and I think we get a bit of recency bias, I should say, when it comes to Alcaraz's teenage years and Rafa's. But just a little ode to the former champion here, Rafa, as a teenager, his 2005 season. Roland Garros, Monte Carlo, Rome, Montreal, Madrid. Those are all Masters 1000s and Slams. Barcelona, Beijing, Gstaad, Acapulco, Stuttgart, Costa de Salpe, and a runner-up in Miami as a teenager. Not bad, eh? As we have a little look at this last forehand. It is an absolute scorcher in keeping with the weather. There is something just a little bit special, and we saw it when he first came onto the tour. Alcaraz, so much noise about the player that he was going to be, and he has delivered week in, week out.
Yeah, I know we tend to exaggerate a little bit and we use big adjectives all the time about players like this, but
superlatives apply to him.
They do apply. He is a special, special player. And this is my point about when you look at the draw and you think, who can win this? Only a special, special player can win the whole thing. Mightn't be this one, but there's not more than a handful, I don't think.
His brother Alvaro at the back there in the blue t-shirt, Juan Carlos Ferrero. John Moreno is physio to the right as well, just looking a little chilled out. That was a big set for him because obviously it would have been a boost for Jack, but he needs to travel the shortest possible distance today, given the physicality of the last 3 meetings.
Now, was that a smile on Juan Carlos' face? Was he looking a little confident there? He's adapted. Cameras on him, but no, they'll be feeling confident now.
It's interesting though, isn't it? You know, Alcaraz, that opening set, so much good tennis, but in many ways the only reason it was actually close were a slight loss of focus, and then the frustration that came in with regards to Fergus Murphy in the chair and the shot clock. It's at times that's the biggest thing for him. You know, it was a set I felt he maybe could have won more comfortably, but you know, keeping his focus, staying calm, staying relaxed, making good decisions in terms of the shot selection with consistency. Because when he wanted to in that set, you know, he won the games that he wanted, didn't he? Broke twice, so that's almost the biggest thing with him at times.
Flying down the Yarra, looking just over to the right to the greatest tennis event in the world, and it has become a hub of entertainment alongside the sports. Has anyone had a more disarming look than Alcaraz when missing a shot? It's almost like he misses it and there's a little smile, and you're looking down the other end thinking, is he ever going to get anxious about anything? As once again we take a little look down to Flinders Street, CBD, Melbourne, and that little short stroll that these players and everybody else that's associated with this tournament can take every day. The ease of the Australian Open is something else to savour.
And guys, the bad news for Draper when he comes back is that it feels even warmer now than when we started this match. The sun feels more intense, a little bit less cloud cover. So, you know, if anything, it's hotter, it's more extreme. So it's going to be even more draining for him. This is going to be really tough for Jack Draper when he comes back on the court here.
There's so many lessons between these two. I mean, about the importance of having parents that play. I actually grew up playing tennis with Jack's mum, Nikki Ontrack at the time, and we played junior tennis together, went to European tournaments together, and obviously, you know, Jack's talked openly about how important his grandparents have been to him in his development. With that, you know, his grandma played nationally for the UK, and then that kind of brought him into it. Obviously, we know about Carlos, his grandfather, who kind of almost semi-built the tennis club, and his dad's love for tennis that got Carlos and the sons into it as well. That whole sort of ecosystem in these countries is just so important. It's not just about performance, more important the participation part of it, because you just never know which generation in that family is going to be able to make it out into these Grand Slam events, as Jack has managed to do. His brother, of course, Ben, played junior Wimbledon, went over to play tennis at US College, looking after Jack these days.
Alcaraz to serve.
As Jack's had his body looked after, and we start the second set.
Love 15.
I must admit, a little bit in the early part of Carlos's career, I've always wondered whether all of this flair and all of this versatility he possesses can sometimes get in the way of winning the odd match, whether it costs him an odd match because he's got so many choices. But wow, what a group of weapons he possesses. And he can change his game. If he's under the pump one way, he's got other things to turn to. It's just a beautiful thing to me.
Well, he's a great shining example for letting a player just do what they want to at a very young age. I mean, he was 8, 9, 10, and he was hitting 60 drop shots a match, and he had people saying, you can't keep doing this. But, you know, he got to a point where he perfected it because he hit so many. It's not
He did it for
fortune.
fun.
Yeah,
He enjoyed it.
He just loved doing it. He used to come in, get lobbed because he was small.
Yeah.
And he learned all the tricks of the trade and how to be effective up there because he was just allowed to play.
Well, to me, it's a lesson in deriving joy.
30 all.
That's what this game can give you.
Yeah, and when it transforms itself from a game into a job, which is when things get a little bit hard. But there's no question that Carlos Alcaraz is doing the one thing in life that he wants to do more than anything else, and that's play tennis.
Deuce. Advantage, Alcaraz.
It's a big serve there, 209. You know, when you're speaking of this sort of evolving service motion, just looks to me when he really stays relaxed with it, that's when he's at his best. Sometimes he's guilty of sort of muscling the ball, really trying to hit it hard, but when he's relaxed, so good.
That was kind of your wheelhouse, wasn't it, Flambeau? 209?
First game.
If you're talking about serve speed, no, that's completely foreign to me. That is for sure. But maybe if you added the first and second together.
You're not a foreigner in this company, Colin, I'll tell you.
So, yeah. You weren't exactly Richard Krajicek, Mark, were you?
No, I wasn't. I was waiting for you to come back. Well done.
Mark's he's in the cream puff club like the rest of us.
Yeah, no.
I knew it was time to end when I was sort of running past my serve on the way to the net. That was it for me.
The paper aeroplane serve, never a good thing.
It's like being a serve and volleyer without a serve. Try that out.
Love.
Gonna have to mix up that serve a little bit on that juice side. Now it's a nice little one out wide.
Love.
Seems pretty happy, Draper, since his return to the court. You know, he's not sort of focusing in on the discomfort or stretching it out in any way. So it's game on for now.
It's going to be interesting to see. I know his DNA, and we've talked about a lot of that opening set, and it did pull him back into contention with the way that he played. But given the fact that he's got to try and win 3 sets from him, whether he can just drop the guardrails on that forehand and try and make something happen.
Pretty hard to drop the subconscious, though, isn't it? It's.
Well, I mean, you've got to be practicing it. It doesn't mean you have to use it all the time against players that you should beat. You just need to beat the opponent in front of you to, you know, but you obviously need to have been working on it to feel comfortable out there in the main arena.
Yeah. Ooh, he's hobbled a bit then, I think.
Yeah.
So it's sore.
30-14.
Deuce.
I mean, what court coverage. And that is the difference maker, because for all of his swashbuckling, attacking tennis for Alcaraz, the fact that he can also turn around points like that in his favor is what separates him from very good players.
Cain, Alcaraz.
It's just too good. It's beautiful to watch. It's brutal to play against if you're Jack Draper.
Alcaraz.
And you're not going to say this until the end of the match, because it would be wrong to do so, but some days you need to say too good. And a lot of these points make you think of that phrase.
It's been interesting, Colin, that serve. I mean, it's sort of been in the mid-190s, but he hasn't gone pure through the tee that often. He's gone straight into Jack's sort of left hip on the forehand side.
Yeah, probably just a tactical adjustment against Draper, obviously a lefty. Oh my goodness. It's now, you know, he's just going to start opening the shoulders, and You know, as I sit here courtside, I'm just keeping a close eye on Draper. It's a tough place to be, isn't it? You know, the hips hurting. You've played 3 5-setters. You've invested, what, nearly an hour and 20 minutes of good work, but you're a set and a breakdown now. He's in a tough place mentally, and Carlos really starting to show us what he can do.
40 love. Yeah, he's in the sort of place that a real estate agent starts telling you it's in a vibrant area when they show you a slightly suboptimal apartment. It's on the way up, I promise you.
Game.
That's the Carlos show. Showering down winners. 3-love second set.
Alcaraz leads 3 games to love.
Given the fact that Jack's pulled out of sort of 7 matches in the past at tour level, there's been a few at Challengers, obviously, and Futures level. There's probably a part of him as well here that's probably not wanting to do it again. You know, that reputation and everything else, that when you go out on the court, you want to kind of build a CV that says you're going to be there right to the end. And he is a great competitor, so I'm sure that is a little bit in the back of his mind.
That's not a good look, though, is it? 7. You know how many Roger Federer pulled out of?
0.
0.
And that shot there is a great little look at Carlos. It's one of the reasons, of course, that he can play the drop shot so effectively is his grip is not that extreme. It's just a short little move for him to be able to get underneath it. Your city's looking pretty beautiful today, Fitzy.
Yeah, that's Government House of Victoria, the state of Victoria in the foreground.
Is that where Sam Groff hangs out these days?
No.
No?
No, that's the governor.
Okay.
That maintains our connection with your mob over there, Mark.
For how much longer?
Oh, don't ask me that on air. No, I don't know.
Oh, I see.
It's good.
Well, you should get in the Government House. You're political. I see there. You just you just navigated a nice little neutral path.
You know what I'm glad of? I'm glad that you and Colin Fleming were given visas. I'm happy that you're here. Genuinely so. I want to extend that visa if possible.
Jack looking to try and extend his stay out here on the Rod Laver Arena. Can he do so? A red-hot Alcaraz and a labouring Brett. I mean, that forehand down the line is not travelling at the pace it needs to.
And he is opening his shoulders now.
Yeah, and Mark, you mentioned the forehand, the serve speed there, 169 on the first serve. I mean, that's probably where his second serve needs to be in this match to compete. He's in real trouble here.
$15-30. On.
Down 10 Ks on his first serve in this second set.
30-40.
Just another indication of just how much he's suffering. Got a little more on that one.
Deuce.
Yeah, he can't recover, can he? He's at 90% physically, Jack, it looks to me.
Deuce.
So good. Finds it so easy, doesn't he, to step in on that backhand and stay inside the baseline with that particular shot. Again, it's one thing, and Colin jump in at the end of this game maybe, but I kind of feel that on his backhand he goes parallel with his feet. He nearly always, and I think exclusively, hits his forehand open stance, waits for the ball to come to him. Do wonder whether Jack would benefit from going a little bit more parallel and moving his feet into the court rather than waiting for it to come. Where did he come from?
No, that's impossible. I'm sitting right beside that drop volley from Draper, and I am certain that's going to bounce twice, let me tell you. There's no way he's got to that ball and hit a winner.
Look how far back he was.
He's got three brothers. One of them must be identical and jumped out there.
Well, I'm here to tell Cole Fleming that's obviously not impossible, because he did it.
He makes the impossible possible, this guy, doesn't he? Goodness me.
One just raising his fist saying, I taught him that.
Yeah, just to come back to your point, Mark, you know, he looks very natural, doesn't he, stepping in and attacking the short backhand, even at shoulder height. The forehand it's an area of development, whether it's, as you say, sort of getting that more side-on stance to the net to generate more power, whatever it is, he needs to find a way to punch holes in an opponent like this.
Well done.
And Draper.
That's a phenomenal effort.
Yeah. Take my hat off.
New
to
balls,
him.
please.
You know, I think technically on that forehand wing, like, I haven't seen Jack anywhere near as much. Look at this. He definitely got it off the ground, Cole.
You know, the one thing I love when I watch Alcaraz move is the big, long steps. You know, we talk a lot in tennis about short steps and small steps, but ultimately they're breaking steps. The most efficient way is to judge where the ball's going to be and take the fewest amount of steps to get there. And Alcaraz is just such a fine exponent of that.
Yeah.
It's the fact that he actually gets there almost in a balanced way as well.
Yeah.
To be able to play the shot. A lot of players would be almost falling into the net there, wouldn't they, just in their effort. He's some mover, this guy.
I mean, I think Jack here has to get up on the baseline and sort of take that serve away, because he's so deep on the deuce side. He's obviously injured, and Alcaraz is just able to slide one out there consistently and take him off the court. I mean, I'm not quite sure he's going to recover from there.
$15. 15-30.
This is going to be interesting on the clock. Fergus gave him a little extra time, wasn't much, 2 or 3 seconds. That was a slow walk to the towel. Just got the 3 balls. He's at 10 already. He's just sped up there.
Yeah, something you don't necessarily pick up watching on TV, and you guys have referred to it already, but these players do watch the shot clocks quite diligently. You know, you pick it up courtside, just the little glances. You know, he was very aware of what time he had there, got there just in time, gets the serve in. So, yeah, the shot clock has become a big part of the game, no doubt about it.
.212. Thompson, his fastest serve of the day.
40-30.
I think the intention of the clock shot is correct. It just hasn't worked. It doesn't work for me. It's actually caused a problem.
Again, Alcaraz.
A little pressure at 30 all, but he relieves it with a couple of great serves and nice tidy up forehands. 4-1. Yeah, just Colin, going back to the forehand, I don't know how you feel about it. I just feel as though when you step forward, you take the contact point comes naturally. But I think the unseen benefit of going parallel with your feet at times for somebody like Jack is he can transition better to the net. It will get him there faster than having to move out of a very stagnant open stance.
Yes, and transitioning to the net is an area that he can still develop, isn't it? I mean, what's the forehand winners here? What's the comparison, these two so far? It's got to be, you know, heavily in Alcaraz's favour.
18-4.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he would come out and have more of a crack on the forehand, try and flatten it out. I think maybe important to remember that he had a disrupted off-season, the injury, probably came in here underdone in the work he wanted to do, didn't play United Cup, so it's been a fight to get through here. Maybe we'll see more of that going forward, but he definitely needs to add a bit of pop to that forehand. He needs to be able to hit more winners.
Things moving in the right direction for Alcaraz as he is on his quest to win his first ever Australian Open singles title. And of course, as the tournament develops, tougher opponents around the corner. He wants to be physically, obviously, ready for those. And he has eased his way through the draw. Loss of a set to Borges, but apart from that, he has looked pretty supreme.
Love 15.
Gee, it's impressive how he deals with that serve, because a lot of right-handers have trouble with that. You know, it's not a serve they face the majority of the time. It's from a lefty. They're in the minority, and coming into that forehand can cause issues with the spin, but the timing Alcaraz has on that is almost perfect. I don't think he's missed one this whole match.
15-30.
Draper really starting to look quite uncomfortable physically, you know, sort of walking around this court in between points. You can tell that he's in discomfort.
Well, he hit it to the open court. He saw a gap there, but he didn't quite hit it with enough conviction, and he has to allow for the speed of this opposition. Look at the movement. Yeah. No, he couldn't move for that. There'll be debate here whether he finishes this match.
Yeah, he's having a staff meeting with himself right now, isn't he?
Yeah, he didn't move for that last one.
Alcaraz looking to put the final bit of polish on this second set. You know he's feeling comfortable because he just put the regulator on that forehand.
Just half pace.
Just coaxed it. You had one of the biggest forehands on the tour when you were out there, didn't you, Fitzy?
Why would you bring that up?
30 long.
That's just so unnecessary.
Pitchy? That's just something I heard in the Players' Lounge.
There's a few guys around that told me you were a good bloke, but I'm not so sure.
That's first song.
Hey, back in the day when rackets weighed 400 plus grams, you had to be strong.
That you were.
Well, I'm not sure what's going to happen after this game, whether he'll continue, whether because he is labouring now.
Game and second set. Alcaraz.
Doesn't look like Draper's pulling the ripcord at the moment as he wanders to his chair. Yeah, Alcaraz also wondering, like everybody else within the stadium. He leads 2 sets to 0. Having said that, Colin, I wouldn't be surprised if this is it.
No, he's going to discuss with physio Paul Ness. I don't see any, you know, I guess some players want to finish the match for the reputation, for the crowd, but I don't see any value in keeping going.
It was unfortunate, but inevitable. And ultimately, the accumulation of matches and time on court and sets played for Jack Draper caught up with.
Draper has to retire. Alcaraz wins 7-5, 6-1.
Alcaraz is ever respectful, disappointing end to the campaign, but in many ways he'll look back at it as being a pretty big success. He was hampered in his preparation because of the hip problem that he had. He came down here, had no matches coming into the Australian Open, and did an incredible job, honestly, to win the first 3 in the manner that he did. Of course, Kalkanakis served for the match in the second round before Draper produced a remarkable comeback.
To the next round here in the Australian Open. Please, once again, put your hands together for Jack Draper.
Unfortunately, Jack Draper drops the anchor in the 4th round of the Australian Open. He cannot complete this contest. 15 sets prior to the meeting with Alcaraz was always going to take its toll. And ultimately, it seems as though another injury cropped up, and he has to retire after the loss of the second set. There was no way back, and look at him getting up those stairs. Even that looked a considerable effort for the Brit. But in many ways, given the preparation, I have to say that this has been a success, and that the matches and the time on court that he's managed to get down here in Australia will probably, assuming he can get over this injury quickly, hold him in good stead for the tournaments that are upcoming. But the lack of a proper pre-season for Jack was always going to be a little problematic, and he's done a good job of getting through in his opening round against Navoni in 5 sets. Kokkinakis, for the second time in 3 years, trying to serve out a match, couldn't against Draper before he won in 5, and then the epic against Vukic. But Carlos was supreme at times today. A little wavering moment at the back end of the opening set where he got frustrated with the shot clock, but apart from that, shot making was sublime, and he is through to the quarterfinals once again here in Australia. He's with Colin.
Carlos, of course, congratulations through to the quarterfinals, but just a word on the match, a word for Jack. Never the way you want to win, I'm sure.
Yeah, this is not the way that I want to win matches, to get through, you know, the next round. I'm just happy, obviously, you know, to play another quarterfinal here in Australia, but a little bit sad, you know, for Jack. He's a really nice person. He doesn't deserve, you know, to get injured. He couldn't prepare, you know, this, you know, the start of the season well. We should have done, you know, a good week of preseason, but he couldn't because of an injury as well. So I'm just a little bit sad of him. I'm pretty sure he's gonna come back stronger, as always he does. And I just want to wish him a speedy recovery.
And we've spoken already, you have spoken of the work you've done in the pre-season, trying to develop your game continually, trying to improve the serve, adjusting the racket. You look as fit as ever. Through 4 matches now, into the second week, into the business end of the tour, I wonder, just how do you assess your first 4 matches so far, and how do you see the week ahead?
Well, I just happy with the level that I'm playing. On the core of the court, I'm feeling really comfortable here in Australia, which is, I think is pretty good. So physically, I'm feeling great. So, you know, coming to the second week of a Grand Slam, I think it's really important to feel well physically, because right now, you know, the matches are even tougher. So I'm just ready. I think I'm doing the great things off the court as well. I'm just excited about playing my second quarterfinal here in Australia, and hopefully get farther this year.
The next match on here, the first evening session match, 7 o'clock, Jiri Leheckha against a guy called Novak Djokovic. You
a guy called, all right.
You play the winner of that one. I wonder, do you go away now? Is there a big screen somewhere for you and your team to watch that one, or how do you prepare? And any thoughts on that one this evening?
Well, I'm gonna watch that for sure. Where, I don't know. I have to recover now. My mind is in recover as good as I can with my team. I'm gonna try to take, you know, the most of my time to put the match and watch it. And when I get treatment with the physio, probably I'll be watching, you know, taking some tactics things. I mean, that guy called Novak Djokovic, I played a few times against him with Jiri as well. It's going to be a really interesting match to watch. I'm pretty sure, you know, the people are going to enjoy that match as you know, as much as I'm going to do. So let's see.
Just finally, you're going for the career Grand Slam here. We've spoken about it. You're looking for that, join that illustrious club. I noticed you changed your shoes here after the match. They look like the kind of shoes that a certain Andre Agassi might have had on when he was playing here, winning here 4 times. I just wonder, is he someone that, you know, part of the greats of the game? Is he someone that you've looked up to, idolized in your career, maybe brought elements of into your game?
Well, I mean, last year I brought Joe McEnroe here. This year I'm bringing the Agassi shoes. It's kind of those players, those guys are legends from our sport. I can't say that I look up to him because I didn't watch, them play. I'm too young, I guess. But obviously, I know everything they have done for the sport, for tennis. It is amazing to have the chance to go to be around, and be able to talk with them. But as I said many times, I think the return from Agassi could be great if I add that to my game. But yeah, it's just great to have them around.
Well, they're the greats of the game. We had a great time watching you today. Congratulations. Through to the quarterfinals, Carlos Alcaraz.
Well, he's always great to watch. He's already a great, and he may become one of the greatest as well. Alcaraz, if he could win here in Australia. Andre, of course, a four-time winner down under, and one of the 8 men that has done the career Grand Slam. That is something that is in this man's sights here in Melbourne this year, and given the way that he has moved so serenely through to the last 8 here, Fitzy, he's got a lot of energy in the tank, which is what you need. They do say, they say you can't win it in the first week, but boy, if you have some long matches, and we saw it for Jack, you can certainly lose it.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have a lot in the tank, that's for sure. What a great personality he is. He's a beautiful personality, I think, where he's a giver. He actually cares. He cares about the sport, where it's heading, does the right thing, on top of being really, without exaggerating, a bit of a genius.
Yeah.
And, wow, there you go. Go well soon, Jack. Get well soon. There you go. Well, why am I not surprised he wrote something like that?
Yeah, they're good friends, and yeah, he does strike me as somebody that just he revels in the atmosphere. He wants his rivals to be at maximum so that he can test himself. He's not somebody that wants to get through draws without getting tested. He loves the competition. We've seen him embrace it so many times. The win, of course, at the US Open sort of amplified all of that with the 5-setters, the 20+ hours on court, saving a match point against Sinner. He is battle-hardened, and he is going to be very, very difficult to dislodge from this draw. As we know from what Colin said, he takes on the winner of tonight's match here on the Rod Laver Arena court, Djokovic against Leheckha. Tommy Paul rolled past Davidovich for Cain, 1-1-1. The Spaniard running out of gas. That is the beauty and brutality of 5 sets, Fitzy. Davidovich Fokina coming back twice from 2 sets to love down.
Well, that's why this is full of drama. It's the peaks and valleys of 5 sets that makes that drama ultimately, and it creates results that you're not expecting, and memorable matches.
And the one thing about Carlos, in the same way that all the great players have had, even in a 2-set win like that with a retirement, there was something that these fans will take away that was just wow, and it was the pickup off the drop shot.
Yep. Actually,
it's a memory.
I would argue that it wasn't only that, but no, I'm kidding. Of course it was. That was the most spectacular moment, but how many of those spectacular moments does he create is what I'm talking about. It's just underneath the skin all the time, the surface all the time. You never know what's going to happen. He confuses even us sitting watching when our heart rate's not through our heads like the opponent is. So things go fast when you're out there. But when you sit back and watch, you can't tell what he's going to do. He's full of surprises. He's a magician. And that's what makes him so exciting. And on top of that, we're given the bonus that he's a great leader. And he's going to lead this sport for a decade, maybe more.
It's a good time in men's tennis. There's so many great players out there, so many youngsters, as we saw from the next gen in Saudi Arabia, that already made their presence felt here in Melbourne. And it is a rare talent to be able to hold a crowd's attention in a one-sided affair. Not everybody can do it, but Alcaraz certainly has that in abundance. Spaniard through to the quarterfinals once again here in Melbourne in style.
Don't chase that. Don't chase that.
Ayo, okay, Jafia?
microphone. One.
Hey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
got one more there?
Welcome to Cinema Central. You do have a couple memories of this tournament that we're going to watch back. This is 2008, the first Grand Slam. Well, look, beating Roger on the big stage, those years was the ultimate challenge. I was still a youngster. I knew that I'd have to play my best. I mean, there's no doubt that he's going to make me uncomfortable in the court as he has done for so many years to so many different opponents. Yeah, this was exciting. 4 or 5 points in my entire life, that's why I was bouncing the ball like 70, 100 times every point. And then 6-2, I remember he had a good return and then he missed an inside arm and of course to enjoy. Yeah, the first slam, probably the most difficult one to win. I want to talk to you about the all-time great, almost like the longest ever Grand Slam finals. This was one of the longest rallies of the match. It was incredible. Just like missed the backhand and just collapsed on the court. Oh my God. I guess physically draining and demanding match that I've ever played in my career. I think we were both stretching. And we were like, okay, we need chairs.
Take some photos.
Yeah, nice.
Cool. We'll probably get a come in. You can come away with us. Or we can.
Slightly racist, mate, but anyway. Oh, that was just a little faux pas.
Wurundjeri are known as the Manigan people. We are a part of the oldest living, continuing culture in the world. Each letter of our welcome word, Wurundjeri, brings an individual commitment to continuing ancient customs and the law of the land. We pay our respects and acknowledge all ancestors, elders and communities across this nation and neighbouring islands. Wurundjeri Wurundjeri Balik Yemen Kundibik. Welcome to the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri people.
And now, please welcome to Rod Laver Arena, to perform an absolute tennis banger, Sweet Caroline.
To know it, but then I know it's going strong. Was in the spring, then spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Come on, sweet Caroline. Good times never seem so good. Hey, I've been inclined to believe they never would, but now look at the night, and it don't seem so lonely. We fill it up with only two. And when I hurt, hurting runs off my shoulders. How can I hurt when holding you? Hey! One, touching one, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Come on, sweet Caroline. Your good times never seem so good. Hey, I've been inclined to believe they never would, but now come on, Rod Laver. Come on, Australia. Sing it loud and proud for the whole world. Sweet, sweet Caroline. Good times have never seemed so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would. Sweet Caroline.
Jannik Sinner's confidence continues to rocket as the Italian took care of Margaret in a clinical display on RLA. That is outrageous. Top seed dispatching the American in 2 hours, 6'3", 6'4", 6'2". The All-American battle of Apollo promised so much. Daniel Collins up against good friend Madison Keys. Keys was awesome early.
Indefensible.
Collins fought back. Pushed in a seesawing battle against Czech opponent Novak Djokovic. Novak winning his team, getting it done in 5 sets. And earlier on, Cain, American
Well, good evening and welcome to day 8 of the Australian Open 2025. And what a match we have in store for you today. A man who is undefeated so far this season, a man in the light pink shirt that you see there, Jiri Leheckha of Czechia. And he'll be taking on the 10-time champion. Of course, this guy was a champion in Adelaide just a few weeks ago. Got a couple of retirements in the semis and the final. And he's actually had one this week as well against Benjamin Bonzi. But you take what you get in this sport. You'll have years where you won't get any sort of retirements like that, and suddenly they all come in a short span of time. He'll be up against Novak Djokovic, who is record-setting in so many ways at this particular tournament. Of course, 10 times the champion here, but perhaps more importantly, playing his 432nd Grand Slam match tonight. That stands alone in the pantheon of Grand Slam matches. He's ahead of Roger Federer now, who had 429. A man who stands atop the pantheon of the tennis commentators who are top golfers is the man alongside me, and always like to call matches with him. It's Colin Fleming. Good evening, Colin.
Good evening, Robbie. Thank you for that introduction. I'm not sure there's a pantheon of golfing commentators, but here we are, very much looking forward to this one. I have to say, when Novak Djokovic took on Thomas Mahac of Czechia, I thought, that's going to be a tough test. He was very impressive, but I have the same feeling about this one. Jiri Leheckha, who arguably an even tougher test with the form he's in, the power he possesses. I think this could be a stern test for Novak Djokovic. Very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, Leheckha has got a lot of self-belief, and we'll get into that once the players start to warm up. But let's enjoy the walk of champions for both players.
He's living up to his nickname of the Rocket.
The names are John Newcomb and Jimmy Connors.
The new Australian champion, Mark Edmondson from Sydney.
Here it is. Congratulations to Brian for winning the Australian Open.
And that's Lander wins it.
Game, set, match, Lander. Game, set, match, Korea.
Sampras has won the title, his 9th Grand Slam.
The men's singles champion, Yevgeny Kafelnikov.
Agassi is the champion.
A sensational 6 for Federer down under.
Novak Djokovic, champion of Australia for a 10th time. Jannik Sinner, his maiden major.
It's men's singles 4th round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena, from the Czech Republic, Jiri Leheckha. And their opponent, 10-time Australian Open champion, Novak Djokovic.
Well, it may be the house that Rod built, but Novak has almost become a permanent resident here, given how often he has won and how difficult he is to beat. That's the task that faces Jiri Leheckha. And he's a man with a lot of self-belief and determination, and he comes adorned with all sorts of weaponry that could trouble Novak. But of course, as we know with the greats, the deeper they go into these major events, the tougher they are to beat, Colin.
Yeah, with every match they play, they get better, they get sharper. Very sharp against Mahac, Novak Djokovic. And here he is, every second day he's got this court booked at 7 p.m. Back in the same slot. And he's ready to go against second straight Czech opponent.
Novak, 50 job, how are you? Hi, how are you? Good. Okay, gentlemen, a couple of reminders. After the coin toss, a picture facing this side, okay? So like usually I'm calling the nets. We have the circle on each corner, so keep an eye on it. And we have the video reviews. So 3 per set, 1 extra at the tiebreak. And the free movements and live ELC, including footfalls. So any questions? The towel box is Novak red, okay? And blue Jiri. So Joe, please ask Jiri, AO or John Newcomb?
AO, please.
AO is called Novak. Wow, good flip. AO, please. Receive.
This side's good.
Okay, so turn around. This is for you. Keep it as a gift. It's for you as well. Thank you.
Some good elevation on that coin toss, of course, commemorating John Newcomb. What a great ambassador he was for Australian tennis, winning the singles title here in 1973 and in 75 did Newcomb. He was also a 3-time champion at Wimbledon, twice at the US Open, and he's loved by everybody in this country. Of course, such a rich tennis history here in Australia. You talk about so many of the greats. We get to commentate with a fair few of them, and all great people, as are the Czechs. Of course, the women have been dominating the sport for so many years now, and the guys are slowly starting to ride on their coattails.
Well, you talk about the rich history of tennis here in Australia. Czechia has one of the richest histories of two-handed backhands in this sport. I think that's fair to say, and Jiri Leheckha very much in that mold. This guy is one of the most powerful players in the game today. You know, the game, the power continues to increase with every year we play, and Leheckha is one of these players that really is taking it to the next level. He is a powerhouse of a guy. You know, he's almost as wide as he is tall. The strength, the breadth of the shoulders, and he's going to be bringing that power at Djokovic today. It's going to be interesting to see almost the 2 different eras playing against each other here.
Yeah, well said. Currently ranked 7th. Didn't have his best year last year. Had a couple of niggles, but the prize possession was that Olympic gold, no doubt, Colin.
That's the one he wanted, and he showed his greatness because that's the one he got.
3 minutes.
The ability to get it done when he wants to.
Won his first title here in 2008, and I will repeat the trivia question a little later. Since Djokovic won here in 2008, only 6 players have ever beaten him at the Australian Open. Colin and I want to know who they are. We'll give you a couple of games, and once the match gets started, I will reiterate the question, because they're few and far between, and that man, I can tell you, is not one of them.
As a Scotsman, can I say, unfortunately, no. That's the amazing thing, isn't it, about Andy being in Djokovic's box. Djokovic is the man that ruined his dreams on so many occasions. Was it 4 times he beat him in the final here?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, that is just a mind-blowing stat. But Murray, the man coaching Djokovic and trying to help him to a 25th Grand Slam title here in Melbourne this week.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on the partnership as well. Before we get there, I'll just remind you they have played on one previous occasion.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
And that was just about 12 months ago at the United Cup. And here we got a decent look and feel as to what Novak was all about. That one went 3 sets. He lost 6-1 in the 3rd eventually. But anytime you've at least faced someone of his ilk, it does, I guess, it lessens the intimidation factor.
Absolutely. You sort of get that first one out the way against someone like Djokovic. I think the second time you play them, it has to become a little bit easier. I'm not saying it's easy, but also the fact that it was in Australia, these sort of conditions, there'll be something to take from that match for both players.
Oh, there will be. Welcome to Djokovic Arena. Legion of fans, always well supported here. But when I first heard the announcement, one of the things that sprung to my mind was, okay, I want a right-hand man and I want to tackle these youngsters now. And I think Andy Murray's a great guy to have. I know him so well. He's a couple of weeks apart, I think 2 weeks apart as far as age is concerned. If there's somebody I want to go into battle with, the 2 of us, I think we'd make a good team.
Yeah, once you get over, or once I got over the initial shock of the appointment, came completely out of nowhere. you start to think, okay, where's Djokovic coming from on that?
Yeah.
And he's going, well, Andy was my rival for so long. He knows my game. He knows how I can hurt opponents, but he also knows these guys, Alcaraz, Sinner, Leheckha, Mahatch. He knows these guys. He's still current on the tour, so helping with that little tactical edge, but also probably the mindset in the big moments. I would think they're the biggest areas that Murray will be looking to have an impact.
Well, this is the centerpiece of Melbourne Park, the Rod Laver Arena. Of course, Rod, twice a Grand Slam champion in the true sense of that phrase, meaning all 4 majors in a calendar year.
White towels, please.
But Novak really has made this era his own down under. Colin Fleming alongside me. Of course, we'll check in with Nick Monroe, who is also courtside. No umbrellas needed this evening. It seems to be pretty cool and conditions almost ideal. Hopefully the roof will remain open and we'll see Leheckha and Novak play well at the same time. That could be a real spectacle. The coach on the right, Michael Navratil of Jiri Leheckha, as he and Novak go at it for a second time in Australia.
First set.
Looking to
Novak Djokovic to serve.
just the 7th player to beat Novak since he won the title back in 2008. What a list that would be to belong to.
Love 15.
Did start slowly in his opening match, did Novak against Basavaredi. Did you see any of that, Colin?
Yeah, I'm very impressed with Basavaredi, who former attendee of Stanford University, come out of the college system. He's got a serious future, a lot of upside there.
Yeah, then it was Faria, the Portuguese. Of course, in the previous round, as we've alluded to already, it was Thomas Mahatch.
15.
Czechia. That's his route through to the 4th round. He's been posting some pretty good numbers on serve so far in the 8 days as Novak.
They're 14, 15.
I can tell you that Novak is #1 in unreturned first serves of the players still remaining in the draw. It's pretty impressive. 53% of that first serve have not come back.
Speaks to the accuracy of that first delivery.
40,
this stage of his
30.
career. It's not the fastest, but it is one of the most accurate, that's for sure. And there's enough pace to do the damage.
Game Djokovic.
Well, we know Novak's playing well, certainly serving well, but why don't we make a case for Jiri Leheckha to get the W tonight, Colin?
Well, here are 2 key stats in that regard. Service games 195%, that's 3rd in players remaining in this tournament. Serving very well and backing it up with some big forehands in particular. Break points 1. That's what these big matches often come down to, is delivering in the big moments. And he's second of the remaining players. 50% of his break points he has won. So they're two good stats. Let's add to that the fact that we're playing in Australia, where he has played some of his best tennis. Winner in Adelaide last year, winner in Brisbane this year. His only slam quarter came here. I think Leheckha, he's got a chance, and he's spoken to that end as well.
Yeah, when you think the break points one average is only 38% for the rest of the field, Jiri is well ahead in that department, and it's the same for the service games won. He's way above the tournament average of 80%. I like your thinking, Colin.
15-9.
But maybe the most important thing coming into a match like this is the underdog, as Leheckha is the mindset. Wouldn't you agree, Robbie?
Absolutely.
Left for service.
Nicely done. And of course, they played at the United Cup last year, and one of his takeaways in his press conference afterwards was that he's just a normal person. He's not a god. Leheckha said, you know, that a guy like him can also make mistakes. There were plenty out there. And at the same time, of course, he's a very experienced player and knows perfectly when to play what.
I think that's so important. As I say, the mindset, acknowledging,
13,
respecting
15.
the quality that you're facing, but also recognizing, you know, Novak has 2 legs and 2 arms as well. It's, you know, it's sort of, he's human, and he's lost matches before, and you've got to have belief that you can win the match. Otherwise, very unlikely that you will.
Left for service.
Fault.
They're 14-15.
Novak had some injury woes last year, but Leheckha's were pretty major. He was out of the game for 4 months between Madrid and Cincinnati last year, from April to August. Had a problem with his lower back. One of the vertebrae was a part of a stress fracture that he had.
Leheckha.
And he did say after that injury, Colin, that he really has been training so hard, and
1 game more.
he is ready for anything to come. He says he's not surprised by the results that he's had. And Nick, are you surprised at all by what you've seen from Jiri in the first couple of weeks of the new year?
Well, hey guys, it's going to be a fun one joining you. No, not surprised at all. You know, I think, like you said, Colin, it's all about the mindset. And he said, I'm so happy with the work that I've been doing with my team over the off season, but then also these last 2 or 3 weeks in Australia. You know, winning the first week, even though there are a couple of retirements, that gives you a good mindset and belief.
15 left.
You know, again, you gain belief from the work that you put in. So he feels like he's put in a ton of work, and you know, I think he's probably seen, you know, he's seen the scores from Novak the first couple rounds, going 4 sets, and he believes that, hey, I can do it.
Fault.
30 love.
From Djokovic's point of view, Robbie,
14
after his win over Leheckha's compatriot Thomas Mahatch, is it fair to say we're just double-checking his title credentials this evening?
I see what you've done there, and I like it.
I'll leave the puns to you from here on in.
Game Djokovic.
He's tough to break. He's only been broken 4 times this week so far, and he's got a 2-1 lead.
Djokovic leads 2 games to 1. Please, can we get back the ball, please? The match ball. I give you another one.
Yeah, the Scots are everywhere.
Can't get rid of us.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Pass it, please. Thank you.
All the players with their own water bottles get given a couple of those. No more plastic around. Very little anyway.
Time.
Well, he sits atop the major hall, 24 with Margaret Court, but of course many of Margaret's were pre-Open era. And often very diluted draws here at the Australian Open. A lot of players didn't travel in the early days, so many do consider Novak the GOAT as far as his 24 majors are concerned. It's very nice. And of course the trivia question that I want to ask this evening. Only 6 players have beaten Djokovic since he was the champion here in 2008. Colin and I want to know who they are. So Colin, you ever think about that as well? We'll give the viewers out there a couple of games to rack their brain.
That's where Djokovic is so good. That's where he's the best ever. Changing direction, keeping the ball tight to the lines, keeping his opponents off balance. Doesn't matter how powerful Leheckha is, he can't generate power when he's off balance and chasing the ball like that.
For me, that's always a barometer of his confidence. If he starts hitting that backhand down the line early on, watch out.
Yeah, guys, I'd agree with you. I think if he can use that backhand down the line and just rush Leheckha's forehand, wow, just barely missed. But the backhand is just money for Leheckha. So if he can rush that forehand, I think he can create short balls and some mistakes there.
At 30.
It's pacey and accurate.
40-30.
He's annoyed, and understandably so. It's a basic miss on an important point. Chance to put a little bit of pressure on Leheckha. Stefan. Watching Dad play.
It's fair to say Leheckha known more for his power than his finesse, his variety. Interesting to see if that becomes a factor in this matchup, whether Djokovic tries to introduce it. That's where he's at his best. Serve. Looking for the forehand on the first shot, hitting big from the baseline.
Advantage, Leheckha.
Yeah, one thing Leheckha has mentioned about Australia is he loves playing with these Dunlop balls. They kind of bounce up a little bit higher in the strike zone, and then that way he can play aggressively. So that's why he likes playing Australia.
Yeah, that's nicked the line.
Use.
Just get a sense, just feels like the precision is there for Djokovic. Yeah, the tools have been sharpened over the previous 3 rounds. Perfect example there.
Left. Second service.
Well, just
Djokovic.
A good deep return there. Just squeezing Leheckha, playing the scoreboard intelligently, Djokovic. He's the master at knowing when the pressure is on his opponents and how to utilize it.
Yeah, not a lot you can do when a guy's hitting 217 k's an hour right in the corner.
Biggest he's hit so far.
And it almost looked like he was leaning that way. That's how good the serve was.
It's another quality first serve there, setting up the point. We saw the stat. The service holds for Leheckha, sitting 3rd in the tournament of remaining players. This is why, working his way through these moments.
Leheckha.
It was a nice change up there, just 161 kilometers an hour.
Games on.
40 kilometers down on his average there. Sorry, Nick.
No, no worries, guys. It sounds, you know, Novak, he's speaking Serbian to his box right now. He's been a little bit on edge when he's been missing returns and looking for certain spots that he thought Leheckha would serve to. And he's given the eye over to his box a couple times, as if to say, wait a second, I thought Leheckha was going to do something else. So just keeping an eye on Novak in that mindset there.
Can we ask the question? 6 players to beat Novak since 2008. Nick, you might have to help out Colin. Who are they, Colin?
We've got to break it down.
Okay.
We've got 4 big names.
Yes.
3 Grand Slam champions.
Okay.
And 1 former top tenor. We've also got 2
outliers.
Curveballs, yeah, very difficult. One who liked to wear shades, glasses to play in. In fact, both did. Nick, do you want to tick any names off?
I think I'm going to tick one box off. I know Andy Roddick. You know, Andy's actually one of the reasons why I moved to Austin, Texas to train with him. So he's one of the names. And then when you mentioned shades, I'm going to throw Hyun Chung in there. I actually played him in singles, and I might have a W over him. I got a little lucky there. I got a little lucky there.
Very impressive.
Impressive win, impressive pick. Semi-finalist here, Hyun Chung. Just made a little comeback on the ITF Tour, Robbie, after a long layoff. Oh, so good, so accurate. Cut the corner to take it early. Let's tick off a couple of other big names.
Yeah, who did he lose to last year? Nick, do you remember Novak?
Put me on the spot there. Get back to you. Lost to Jannik Sinner last year.
So we're halfway there. We just got 3 more.
Stan Wawrinka.
Yes.
14, 15.
So that's the 3 Slam champions gone. The top 10 player.
There weren't many other players that wore sunglasses, but Dennis Istomin,
oh my goodness,
was he one of the sunglasses guys?
Goodness me.
Yes, sir.
Nick Monroe.
And the icing on the cake, the last one, was Joe Wilfried Tsonga.
Djokovic.
Those are the 6 guys to beat Novak since he won here back in 2008. And he's got the lead right now. He's 3-2 up.
3 games to 2.
Communication. It's Andy Murray who's communicating with Andy alongside Carlos Gomez Herrera, giving him the thumbs up. He's been involved for a few years, you know, coaching, hitting, but logistical side as well, organizing the whole operation.
Man in the blue shirt is Gerard Filkridge, his long-time strength and conditioning coach. Took a break from him for a while, but is back with him, and of course he's a long-time physio. He's also just come back into the frame. It's Gebby. Was with Thomas Muster as well for many years. A couple of wins already today for the likes of Tommy Paul, winning comfortably against Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. He's just making his way through the draw. Almost under the radar is Tommy Paul. He likes playing in Australia too, doesn't he?
Yeah, he most certainly does. Semi-finals, really. His only slam semi so far.
Carlos Alcaraz winning a little earlier today on this court. Jack Draper having to retire after the second set. Alcaraz won the first 2 sets, 7-5, 6-1. And of course, the winner of this one will take on Carlos.
Yeah, our best wishes to Jack Draper, forced to retire today. Well, that was Mark Madden, the manager of Novak now, just covering up the camera.
Net for service.
He wants to keep the number of zeros on those contracts private.
13 now.
Supports it for Leheckha. He gets his serve going here. Serving at 56% of first serve so far, and well, it was a great effort to hold his previous service game, but he can't keep showing Djokovic as many second serves. That's much better in this game. Rhythm to his deal.
Yeah, it's interesting. With Leheckha was speaking about how he feels. Why couldn't it be me? Why couldn't I beat Novak? And Novak said, hey, this guy's serve is very underrated. He wins a lot of free points. So Novak is definitely focusing on the return, trying to stay a little bit lower.
Left, second service.
I was noticing on the changeover when Novak was having a discussion with Coach Andy Murray in the box, he was just asking questions. What am I doing on the return? And I saw Andy Murray say, putting up the one finger, saying on the first, and use his hand to say stay down. So I think he's going to try to stay down on that first serve return because the serve is coming in hot.
Left for service. Left for service. Leheckha.
Nick, something we've not discussed too much yet. It's been a very warm day, probably the warmest of the tournament. Is it still warm down there?
Yeah, today was extremely warm. I was out watching Tommy Paul and some other matches, and I was absolutely scorching. It was about 92 degrees Fahrenheit, but right now it actually feels really nice. It's not cool, but it's just perfect tennis weather, no wind, and these are great conditions for the players. According to my trusty weather app, it says it's 88 degrees, but the sun has pretty much gone away or behind the clouds, and so it's a bit overcast for the players, which is really nice.
30-15. Yeah, 40-15.
Good deal of first serves. Colin, he's made 14 out of 19. Translates to 74%. And if you weren't with us at the start, as far as unreturned first serves are concerned, Novak's top of the pile of the remaining players in the draw because of the geometric perfection of his first serve. Another ace.
4 games to 3.
He'll sit down with a 4-3 lead.
And the serve, Robbie, for me is one of the key reasons he's had such longevity. You know, yes, he sustained his mobility, his movement and his speed to, you know, a degree where he could still, you know, be very, very effective, one of the best from the back of the court. But without the serve, without the maybe 1 or 2 cheap points a game, you know, setting up some attackable first balls, etc., he would have had the same success. So it's not often spoke about the importance of the Djokovic serve, the first serve, and how effective his second is.
At time.
It's got to be one of the most improved shots almost ever in the sport, the Djokovic serve. And I feel often developmental coaches don't spend enough time when kids are young, you know, from the age, say, 12 to 16, working on the serve enough, working on the technical aspects of it. I want to get your thoughts, Colin. Because the problem is the serve doesn't play a big role, does it? From 12 to, say, 16. So you tend to spend so much time on the ground strokes.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think at that developmental age, it's so important to get solid technical fundamentals and foundations in place. You know, just things like the grip. You know, being side on, getting into a good throwing position, which was Djokovic's struggle. Yep. You know, the right arm was quite straight at the back. Now it's in a much stronger throwing position. Leheckha could do with some more big serves to get out of trouble here.
First 2 shots were so tentative from Novak. For me, that's been one of the storylines in his opening 3 rounds. There hasn't been that decisive shot making early on. That point was an example. He's got away with one there again, has Novak, because it was a complete miss-hit on a second serve return. I mean, those 2 words don't go hand in hand.
It's a very loose game so far from Leheckha.
Gifted Novak 2 break points.
Djokovic.
Oh, what a donation with the new balls. Jiri Leheckha He's played a service game that he will want to forget about, and that is only the third time he has been broken all tournament. Once by Li Tu, once by Hugo Gaston. That's it. Make that 3. And Novak will serve for the set as a result.
You know, it's interesting for me, Leheckha in his last return game, he missed a backhand return, and he started hitting his strings as if to say the ball's not going anywhere because he missed a backhand in the net. Then he came out to his service game, got broken. So it seems like he's thinking about his tension just a little bit, because on the changeover, he also brought out another racket. So, you know, we'll see if he's trying to figure out what's best for him, a tighter or looser tension now.
Interesting to see Leheckha using a couple of slice backhands there. I would have thought if anyone in this matchup was going to try and mix things up, it would be Djokovic. But he has had some struggles in the past, Djokovic, hasn't he? When players have sliced a lot and really asked him to generate pace. It's an interesting tactical jousting going on here.
Yeah, Colin, you mentioned the backhand slice. Out of all of last year, out of the amount of backhands that he hit, he only hit 18% of his shots off the backhand as a slice. So you're right, he doesn't use it very often.
Well, Leheckha not operating
15
at the level that he can, and it's just playing into Djokovic's hands. You know, Djokovic is so good at these efficient sets of tennis, very clean on serve, takes care of business, waits for that opportunity to break, and without overly exerting himself, got a chance to seal the opening set here.
Yeah, percent Djokovic.
Well, just doing the basics well in that opening stanza, did Novak, and he bags the first set in 37 minutes, 6-3.
Djokovic will be content with that opening set, that is for sure. He'll have known the danger that Leheckha presents, but with a minimum of fuss, really, he's been able to get that opening set. I used the word efficient, so a word we use a lot with Djokovic. Serving a lot better than the 24th seed so far, much higher first serve percentage, much higher percentage of second serve points. So for Leheckha, double the unforced errors to winners. That just shows he's just not playing a high enough level. He's going to have to really up it here. He needs to be competitive in this one.
short, sharp rallies. Haven't had too many long ones. Not sure how good your Serbian is, but Volimo Tenole. I'm going to go with We Love You, Nole.
I think that's a pretty good, some good shout.
Novak loving life right now. He was donated a service break in the opening set. That's what separates them. Here we go, set number 2.
15 love.
Robbie, the results are in.
Of what?
You've got an A+ in your Serbian test.
Oh, that's good news. Those are hard to come by.
We love you, Noli.
Okay.
He can't keep making that sort of error, Leheckha.
I think what troubles me is the size of the errors, Colin.
It's it comes back to mindset for me when a player of his quality is missing a ball by that much. You know, where is his head? Is he overplaying the match? Is he too focused on the outcome of the shot? I still think he's making these mistakes against well, the players in the previous rounds, for example.
Yeah, guys, I'd agree with you. And look, you know, he talked about how he's really been focusing on the process in his game throughout preseason, throughout the beginning of this year in these tournaments, and that's why he's been playing so well, just focusing one point at a time. But, you know, after he lost the first point, he looked over to his coach, gave the thumbs up as if to say, what's going on out here? But right now his footwork is very slow. So if I were him, I'd focus more on the footwork to get to the ball earlier.
13-14.
Yeah, the average rally length here is short. It's under 4 shots. And that very much plays into Djokovic's hands. Short points, conserving energy, getting errors from his opponent. He'll be feeling very happy right now. Talk about an incisive return of serve. Gets a look at another second, steps in, just drills it onto the baseline. He really has grabbed this match by the scruff of the neck in the last few games.
And how often have we seen that, Colin? Those kind of returns. It's more like it. Legion of fans, they call themselves Nole fan. Some good artwork going on there. The classic backhand cross step on the return.
I want to know where Colin got the Serbian from. You speak Serbian, Colin?
I think there was some artificial help there.
Some technology involved, Nick. Got to be quick with the translate.
It's more like it.
That's much more like it. That might just be a point that gets Leheckha going here. Nick referred to sort of focusing on the feet. I completely agree, getting intensity up there, but just extending some of the rallies so you find a rhythm. And he found a rhythm during that point that allowed him to finish with a flourish.
Now right back at you.
15-all.
There's one thing with Djokovic. You know, it's not the same as an Alcaraz or maybe even a Sinner, where he's going to come out and just blow bucket loads of winners past you. You know, he's going to squeeze you with depth, and I think Leheckha can afford to sort of put some solid balls in play here and try and play himself into the match a little more. His average rally ball, Leheckha, is still so fast, so heavy.
Definitely up the ante in this game. He's fed up of how poorly he's played on his last 2 service games.
Yeah, this is much more like it from Leheckha. This is the guy that won in Brisbane this year, Adelaide last year.
Guys, Novak just looked over at his camp and he said, bring the toss back on your serve. I think that'll try to help his first serve to get up a little bit better.
I really remember the match when he started to bring that out a lot, Colin. It was against Casper Ruud in Rome in the opening set. And I think he was serving to stay in at 4-5. Casper had all these set points, and he kept catching him with that second serve right there, one after the other. It was so effective, and it's become a permanent fixture on a regular basis since then.
What year are we talking, Robbie? 2020?
19 maybe?
30-40.
It was deep in the tournament. 20 was quarter semis of Rome, maybe. Yes, I want to say 2020. That sounds about right. That's when I really remember it. I remember it occasionally, but since that match, great regularity. Break point for Leheckha here.
Just 2 of 6 first serves in the game. Well, I appreciate the game styles are different here. Leheckha likes to go for it more. But if you reverse the roles, I just don't think there's any way Djokovic misses that easily on a point like that. A break point. That was cheap.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Michael Navratil, his coach in the blue shirt, he'll be frustrated because he knows his charge is better than those misses. A lot better.
Game Djokovic.
That serve is something else.
Djokovic leads
licking the line.
Games to love.
And some the break. Nice. They've got some merch, that crew.
Guys, that previous play on the first play, I really like that play from Leheckha because I can start to hear his feet screeching a little bit more on the court. He's definitely more active with his footwork, getting around the ball, and the pace of the ball is starting to pick up a bit more from Leheckha.
A 40 love.
Novak's had enough of that game. Maybe he just wants to focus more on his serve. The good news is he's up a set and a break. It's good, accurate serving from Novak. And some of the best footwork in the game. Such great dynamic balance. Look how low he stays there. Good shot, that one. I like it. Good camera work from the entire crew over the opening 8 days. Incredible slow motion pictures get beamed all around the world. But even better if you can be here on site. You've got to visit this major. Quite an awful majors just bring something a little different, don't they?
They certainly do, but what this Australian Open has become, you see Grand Slam oval there, it's quite incredible. It's not just about here, Rod Laver Arena, or indeed the show court, so much to do around the grounds, but we're now getting into the business end of this tour, aren't we? I know I'm getting excited at so many great matchups potentially. Djokovic comes through here. The first meeting at the Australian Open against Alcaraz. What a mouth-watering match that could be. We are set for the most brilliant second week. I say what a match that could be because I'm not ruling Jiri Leheckha out yet, but I do feel that it's a big 25-30 minute period for him here. He's got to elevate his game and he's got to get himself right back into this second set to
One set after an early break. That constitutes the first 4 games in a set. So Novak goes on to win a set 94% of the times when he breaks early.
Yeah, as you said, guys, those averages are just incredible. And thanks to our good friends at Opta, he holds an 87-1 record after winning the first set at the AO. So Leheckha's got a big mountain to climb right now.
Of course, the million-dollar question, Colin, is who is the one?
Yeah, Nick's just opened the door there, isn't he, for another bit of trivia.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm cheating since we have it. But yeah, Stan Wawrinka was the one that beat him after losing the first set. But
Just remind us about the score there in the 5th, Colin.
9-7.
What a match that was.
Stan, yeah, the quarterfinals, 2014. Fantastic depth there from Djokovic. Andy Murray certainly liked it.
So did his wife, Jelena.
To say he's looking sharp, isn't he, Novak Djokovic? Leheckha's been far from his best so far this evening, but Djokovic is doing a very professional job. He's managing this match impressively. It's a big opportunity there.
40-30.
Short ball on the forehand, 30 all. Another huge error. It looks like the team are still trying to help him with the serve.
Yeah, Milan and Manovic now getting involved.
Yeah, I think trying to tell him to get up to the serve. Just 6 of 13, 46% of first serves in this set.
Service.
More than likely just conveying the message from Andy, who's just leant over and whispered in his ear.
Yeah, guys, definitely from this angle, I can see that that toss is definitely pretty far out in front of Novak, and that's what Coach Andy Murray was telling him a couple of games ago when he was on this side, was bring the toss back. That'll help you get your legs under the serve, get your hip under the serve. But from this angle, I can definitely see that toss is pretty far out in front at times.
Advantage Djokovic.
Not sure what that is all about.
Djokovic.
Well, that's a big opportunity
Djokovic
miss for Leheckha, isn't it?
3 games
That
to
is
1.
Poor game from Djokovic. He's struggling on his serve, and he had a number of opportunities there, Jiri Leheckha. I just don't think he's quite handling the occasion yet.
Stefan's just saying to Mark better than Mark, he's got to just get that ball toss in the right place, don't you agree? He's got a lovely smile.
Thank you, place already, thank you.
Stefan's face lights up. He's been playing a bit of tennis. See ya!
For me, there's only going to be one winner of this type of point. Incredible movement from Djokovic, still at this stage of his career.
That was one of the best returns I've seen him hit in all of the 3 matches he's played. That was a proper return. That was prime Djokovic. 216 km/h first serve. Almost glued it to the baseline.
First service.
Wow, sublime.
Well, we've seen glimpses here of what this guy's capable of.
At 13-15.
Yeah, guys, I love seeing Jiri Leheckha come forward. I mean, he's 6 of 7 net points won, and for me, that just means the footwork is better. He's playing more aggressively. He's trying to take it to Novak and not just hoping that something's going to happen. He's trying to make it happen right now.
That's been the problem, though.
30.
The good stuff has been few and far between.
He's gone from world's best there to world's worst.
Just gifting so many points to Djokovic, and you just cannot afford to do that against him.
You know, guys, when I think of Jiri Leheckha, I think of a very calm customer, kind of goes about his business, doesn't get too frustrated, but he's been looking over at his coach after pretty much every mistake. And I think it's the, thinking, hey, this could be my time, before coming out in this match, and then he's not playing up to the level that he wants to. And then now he really needs to get back to the drawing board and just stay focused on one point at a time.
Left, second service.
Point of the match from Leheckha.
Yeah, he had Djokovic moving this time.
Deuce.
Is it a risky shot, a brave shot to go for the drop shot on break point? Brilliant execution. Double teapot from Novak. He didn't like that one.
No.
Left, first service. Advantage, Djokovic.
I felt those last 3 ground strokes were struck with authority. Much better ball striking there. Earned him another break point. Good tennis.
Yeah, too good again. Acknowledged by Djokovic. It's a must-hold game here for the 23-year-old. He's actually showing some really nice net skills this evening at times.
7 of 8 won in the match, 4 of 5 in the set.
Advantage, Leheckha.
Guys, his first step to move up to the short ball is so quick here. And again, he's just done that so well, right? Staying low through that forehand, giving himself a little bit more margin for error. Seems like he's getting a little bit of confidence back now.
Oh, it's another hard work hold for Leheckha. He stays within touching distance, but he's down a set and a break.
Leads 3 games to 2.
Yeah, that was a really good, a really important hold of serve. It's a rare occasion so far this evening that, for me, Leheckha sort of landed a blow on Djokovic. Djokovic is so experienced now. It's almost selective for me when he invests intensity and energy into a match. We saw the previous Leheckha service game when he held to love. Djokovic lets the game go when it gets to falling love. But there, he got ahead in the game. He sensed an opportunity. He was chasing everything. He was trying for the second break. And Leheckha resisted. So that was a real positive for the young Czech. Something for him to build on here.
Time.
Well, the sun is starting to set on day 8 of the AO 2025. So far, so good for the 10-time champion. They've had a lot to cheer over the last 2 decades. Won his first major right here back in 2008. Remember who he beat in the final?
It was a Frenchman. We've already mentioned him this evening.
We have.
Wilfried Tsonga. So close. Tsonga to a slam title there.
Guys, we'll keep an eye out and see if there's any game plan change for Leheckha. He came out with a little pep in his step from that changeover and had a long conversation with his coach before getting started for this game.
If Novak does win,
30 now.
He'll be through to the quarterfinal at a major for the 61st time. It's mind-boggling, isn't it? It is the most. Federer was at 59.
Left for service.
Well, his powers of defense, his ability to counter are still so strong. Leheckha with that return would have won that point against most players.
Left for service. And 14-15.
This is a good friend, Charlie Gomez Herrera. He used to train, still does when he does hit balls in Marbella. That's where he met him. Novak loves to play at the same club as him.
Left for service.
Yeah, the Puente Romano hotel and resort down there in Marbella.
Yeah, a few players practice out of it.
The Costa del Sol. Beautiful part of Spain.
Game Djokovic.
Oh, look what I found. That was a look towards his cap.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 2.
That's a good T-shirt there.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 there for the design. And for the effort.
He doesn't get enough credit for how well he volleys.
Love 15.
Yeah, it's amazing how calm he stayed there. You know, Leheckha hit a very big pass and then a little dipper, which a lot of players will maybe kind of panic there, but he stayed so calm with his hands and soft.
This is where his interest, you know, sort of peaks again. He's got the first point, Leheckha's serve. Half a chance for a double break, maybe.
It's otherworldly, rolling back the years.
Love 30.
This guy is 37 years of age, but look at him. As soon as he hit that backhand, he knew where the next ball was going for Leheckha. He took off. That's what gave him a chance, and he enjoyed that one.
I was commentating on a 38-year-old yesterday, and his movement was also otherworldly. Gilmore Feast taking on Taylor Fritz. One of the best performances I've seen from him in many a year. In fact, probably going back to 2020. Some back-to-back service games of Leheckha. He has break points and the opportunity to go up a double break. I would think, given how well he's serving, this would probably put the set to bed.
He saw his opportunity there. I don't mind the play. It was an attackable serve.
That's his manager on the left of Jelena, Mark Madden. Taking over his business affairs from Eduardo Artoldi, who was with him for many years. That's an impressive drop shot over the higher part of the net. Clipped that beautifully. Some neat wedge play from Leheckha.
And it's been a little more about the feel and finesse, the volleying from Leheckha, than we thought. And he's known for being one of the most powerful players in the game.
Advantage Leheckha.
And that was his fastest ball. 217 kilometers an hour. That's fastest for the match.
Leheckha,
some good resistance. again here, fighting off the break points. It's 4-3 Novak.
Yeah, he's done a good job here, Leheckha. This set could be over by now. He's clung on to his last 2 service games.
Let's enjoy this point from a little earlier and see the athleticism of Novak.
But look at the read here. He's moving for this volley before it's been hit. He knows where it's going, reads the game as well as anyone ever has, and he's still got the speed, the athleticism and the skill set to produce moments of magic like this. Cheeky little finish as well, back in behind.
It's always one of the advantages of passing well down the line, because 9 times out of 10, you know that the volley is going to go cross court. He was number 1 for a long, long time, longer than anyone else. 428 weeks. He held the keys to the rankings penthouse. Djokovic will tell you that 4-3, not having any chances on your opponent's service games, a little different to 4-3 when you've had a chance to go up a double break twice. See if he can just keep his nose out in front here, not rue those missed opportunities.
Well, he's done it again here, Djokovic. I just thought this first volley from Leheckha was the wrong one. Straight back to Djokovic, just handed him the initiative, but goodness me, isn't he moving well? Isn't he feeling the ball? Split there in the open stance backhand. Trademark for Djokovic.
13 love.
Would you say this guy's 37 years old? I mean, it's incredible how well he's moving. But what was interesting for me was Leheckha on the changeover. He pulled 3 different rackets out of his bag and was hitting the strings, trying to find the right tension. So it seemed like, you know, he's not sure. Does he want to go looser, tighter? Really still trying to find his game.
I think that's a good point, Nick, because Djokovic playing every match in this 7 p.m. slot. Okay, it's a little warmer today, but it's not just the fact that these are the conditions he likes, but it's the conditions that he's used to, and his opponents are maybe coming in for the first time and having to adjust to things.
Oh. Looks like he found the right tension there. You know, that was a laser down the line. I feel like that's one of his better shots as well. He likes to step into that backhand. He likes to kind of stay close to that baseline, and I feel like he needs to use that a little bit more if he can get his feet set.
It's his first backhand winner. Hard to believe. One of the best two-handers, one of the simplest two-handers in the game.
Game Djokovic.
It's cute. Saw himself on the big screen. A little fist pump from Stefan.
Djokovic leads 5-3. 15 love.
What a combination of shots. That was the multi-combo special.
15 all.
Yeah, this forehand winner is a good sign for Djokovic as well. The earlier rounds, passive already. Faria, I didn't really feel like he was pulling the trigger like that.
Agree.
That was dispatched.
At 13, 15. Fourteen, 15.
Good bounce there on that second delivery. One more look at Djokovic's serve in this set, perhaps.
Please find games to 4.
Jiri Leheckha is playing better tennis now. He's put up a good fight in this second set, but the problem he's got is just that period, end of the first set, start of the second, where he lost a run of games in a row, 4 games in a row, to lose the first set and go break down in the second, and that's why he's likely to find himself 2 sets to love down here.
Time.
The Melbourne CBD on the left, that's the bridge. Walk over from our hotel. Fair few players staying, and the hotel's just to the left of screen. 10-minute walk, and you're in Melbourne Park. Logistically works so well. Plenty of trams and trains to get you. Novak, we're going to close out the second set.
15 love.
He's feeling the serve big time. Oh, he missed the catch. I can't believe it, he says. There's VIP seats there right next to the court. doesn't let the fact that he's had chances to go up a double break affect him at all. And the thoughts haven't lingered. It's been another impeccable service game. 3 set points.
Game and second set, Djokovic.
Serving masterclass in set number 2 means that Novak has a 2 sets to love lead.
What a way to close out that set. Didn't give Leheckha anything to believe in that last game. Brilliant serving. Seems to have found the solutions in that department we saw earlier in the match. His team, Andy Murray, trying to help him there. 60% of first serves he finished with. It's very clean in terms of aces, no double faults in that set. He's really cashing in on the Leheckha second serve. Better tennis from the Czech. Finished with 13 winners, 12 on fours. So he has improved, but as I say, he's paying the price here for a 4-game period, end of the first, start of the second, where he's lost these first 2 sets. So some incredible movement from Djokovic in that second set. He does look to be getting close to the peak of his powers here.
Alcaraz awaits the winner. He didn't have to expend too much energy today.
Third set.
Won the first 2 sets against Jack Draper. Then had to retire. So you'll be keeping a beady eye on this contest.
Well, guys, for me, I think for Jiri Leheckha, something to focus on is making more first serves. He's only made 52% of his first serves, and that means maybe serve a few more into the body forehand. He got a mistake there, and once you see a few more first serves go in, then you start to feel better about yourself, and also maybe you can try to get to the net a little bit more. 8 of 11 net points won, so he's been when he's been aggressive, he's been successful. And I think it goes hand in hand, right? The more first serves you see go in, the better you feel about your game. You're not having to hit too many second serves, because right now he's really struggling defending his second serve, only winning 43% of those points. So maybe a few more body serves to get some first serves in.
Well, that was crunched. And there is no doubt he needs to start this set strongly. Djokovic hasn't really been under pressure there in this match, and Leheckha has to create some.
That's the shot right there that became so porous. at the end of the first set, beginning of the second.
Okay. 13-15.
Brilliant backhand down the line there from Djokovic, going toe-to-toe with Leheckha.
Deuce.
And he's sensing his moment, isn't he, already? Yet to be broken tonight. Djokovic a break here. And he fancies his chances of putting this one to bed in straight sets. That's such a difficult return to hit. You know, it might not look it, but he's moving to his right to great space, and somehow still hitting the backhand cross court, rushing the Leheckha forehand. 23-year-old, he didn't expect that return. It's just badly mistimed.
Djokovic.
As sharp as Novak has been in this match, I think it's fair to say that Leheckha's been pretty blunt. And in the big moments, he's made donations that he simply can't afford.
Now that was a horrible moment for Leheckha, that double fault. It's been a head-scratching performance from him. You know, the way he spoke pre-match, of the belief he had that he could win this.
Yeah.
He just hasn't shown up. Novak has been good, and he's played the big moments well. Not given Leheckha any reason to sort of start feeling good, but this has been a real disappointment for Leheckha and his team.
Yeah, there's the Nole Fem.
Yeah, and I think for Leheckha, maybe that's where the frustration comes from, right? Maybe wanting it so bad that you end up not playing your best tennis. You're not as loose in your arm and in your body because you feel like this is your time. You want it so bad, and I think that's maybe where the frustrations comes in.
East. Love 30.
It's this forehand drop shot well to that quarter of the court.
Fault.
Sorry.
Guys, the birds above the stadium started chirping a little bit louder. That's why he looked up. There was a bit of a sound.
Well watched. Not always a strong suit.
Yeah, difficult under the night sky. Really impressive point, 23 shots. And Djokovic was hitting the ball big there from the baseline. Didn't want to allow Leheckha the chance to attack. As you say, Robbie, kept his eye on these overheads, didn't overplay them.
Thank you. Ready for play. Thank you. Voila. Thank you.
Fault.
Leheckha. One game on.
First time Novak has been broken tonight. And it's just the 5th in the tournament thus far. And in the 10 hours that Novak has been playing, just the 5 breaks a serve.
Thank you.
Significantly more for Novak versus Jiri.
There's the movement again. I like the fist pump from Leheckha when he broke serve there. You know, he's still fully believing in it and invested in this match. Look how quick Djokovic is, just anticipating the next ball. It's relentless.
15 all.
As you mentioned, Colin, you gotta love the fist bump from Leheckha after breaking. He wants to get the crowd involved and also to show Novak he's not going anywhere.
Fault.
A 30.
Fault.
Oh, great peripheral vision there from Djokovic. He waited till the last possible moment before deciding where he was going to hit this shot.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Well, that's a guy that's won just 37% of his second serve points. It's a bit of a sort of panic, really, going for the big flat second serve there. Just didn't really want the ball to come back into play. And he coughs up a break point here.
Likes that flat one, doesn't he, out wide?
Yeah, and the first serve has done its job largely. 30 of 38, 79% of first serve points won. It's just the second that maybe doesn't quite get it out the hitting zone enough.
Intelligent volley.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think that was such an intelligent volley, Robbie, because he's hit a lot of drop volleys, and when he's gotten up to the net, he's gone short. Novak's been running forward, so that time Novak thought he was going to hit another drop volley, and then he went deep and caught Novak off guard.
That's not coming back. Not the fluff of that forehand to take a 2-1 lead in this third set.
2 games to 1. Time.
Johnny in the chair tonight, one of the most experienced in the business. He has seen it all. And now he gets to watch some of the younger generation try and challenge greats of the game. Not a bad time to be umpiring in the Djokovic, Federer, Nadal, Murray era.
Yeah, Larry Leheckha is really trying to figure out what he wants to do on that second serve return. We've seen him take some early. That time he tried to run around it, but his body weight was still moving backwards. So he looked over to coach and say, I got to keep taking a few more early, try to get the body weight more forward.
Yep.
Leheckha brought out some heavy artillery in that rally.
Yeah, he certainly did. That's the ball striking we've come to expect from Jiri Leheckha, just missing with the backhand down the line. Still only seen one backhand winner from Leheckha. He needs to bring that strength to the table sooner rather than later.
A 14 love. For service.
Brilliant little second serve there, just sneaked it up the tee.
A 2-game on.
Friends at ball 6 tell us 11 mils in.
Please take a seat, thank you. Place already. Especially behind, thanks. Love.
No hesitation here. He's onto it in a flash. That is scandalous.
Scandalous indeed in the quality, but also in the fact that he's stolen this point. It was a pretty average second serve. Running forehands don't come much better than that.
Right in the honey pot.
Yes. A 14 now.
A couple of forehands of rich quality. Perhaps he's found something.
I think it's fair to say he has found a better competitive state of mind. He's allowing himself to play. I think he somewhat froze in the opening couple of sets here. Just got off to a bad start. Pretty average first set, and then Djokovic being so sharp, being so efficient, not allowing him any air to breathe, made life twice as hard. He's now sort of starting to enjoy the experience.
It's our 38th year here at Melbourne Park, and how this venue has grown and expanded and evolved. It is state of the art. We had the first retractable roof back in '88, and of course it was an epic final right here at Rod Laver Arena. Max Fernanda downing Pat Cash 8-6 in the fifth. Oh, so close for Cashy. Never did win the title here.
$15.
Well, here we go. first time tonight.
15-all.
Djokovic is really starting to feel the pressure from Leheckha, the quality he can bring, and he's sustaining the effort.
Coming into this match, he led the tournament as far as the remaining players are concerned, with first serves unreturned. It's a nice stat to have and to be the leader of, especially when it's sitting around 53% coming in here, and it's pretty good tonight as well. 42% unreturned this evening for Novak.
Guys, the court positioning right now for Leheckha has just gotten so much better. You know, he's trying to get close to the baseline, especially on the second serve return. He's trying to be a bit more authoritative with it, get on top of the rally earlier. Just a better mindset from the Czech right now.
Take the board, please.
Holds the contact on the forehand. Staying calm here under pressure, Djokovic. Love the way he just allows the opponent on those short balls to sort of pick a side and then puts it in behind them.
Djokovic. New balls, please. A 3 games off. Thank you. Ready for play. Thank you. Love 15.
Now that he's won that first point of the game here, Djokovic will be knuckling down. We'd love to get this done in straight sets tonight.
Guys, it seems like every time Leheckha needs a point on that ad side, he's gone out wide, and he's really gotten Djokovic there. You think Novak is going to start looking for that in key moments?
Yeah, he loves those big flat serves, doesn't he?
For all the incredible returns that Novak makes, that chip return for me is still one of the most beautiful.
Yeah, agree. And smart in that moment, wants to stay in this game. For me, it stood out tonight, the Leheckha serve. There's plenty of pace, it's the flat one well, but I think he needs to continue to work on that shot, bring a bit more variety, accuracy with the slice serve, a bit more kick on the second when he wants it. That was a beautiful serve on the tee there.
That one's so accurate. It's probably good for both boxes.
And this is a decision for both players. Does Leheckha go wide again? Or does he change things up and go for the big one down the centre? Just looked like he was leaning back a fraction there.
30-40.
Guys, that was interesting there. Just before that point, Novak looked over at his coaching box and asked him, where do you think he's going to serve? To the tee or out wide? And Andy Murray just kind of said, I don't know. And so there was another serve, an ace down the tee.
Talk about being put on the spot. It's an uncomfortable moment for the coach.
Leheckha.
It was interesting because it almost felt like he slightly mishit the second serve there, but it meant it was a lot shorter in the box. It kicked up more, just challenged the timing of Djokovic for one of the few times tonight on the second serve.
The quad squad assaulting the ad court on Novak's side. Wow, 4 impressive first serves for Jiri Leheckha.
Some seriously strong legs, Jiri Leheckha. Almost Thomas Berdych like the former top Czech player. Djokovic twice at Wimbledon, I believe, Berdych, if memory serves. Never beat him here at the Australian Open, though.
Yeah, you mentioned Thomas Berdych, and that was one of Larry Leheckha's idols, and also his coach for a little bit as well.
Yeah, Berdych was part of the coaching team for Leheckha until about September last year, when he took the Czechia Davis Cup captaincy. They still have an input, but not part of the Leheckha team anymore as such.
Well, guys, you better know who sings this song. You get one chance each. Nick?
I'm going to revert to Colin on this one. I'm not going to get it.
Okay. I mean, he's an Aussie legend.
The voice, that's the track, isn't it?
Yes.
God, he's the artist. Killing me here, Robbie.
15 love.
I told you his first name is John. Would that help?
Still blanking here. Put us out of misery, come on.
John Farnham. Doesn't ring a bell.
Robbie knows all the artists. I mean, Robbie knows everything, but definitely artistry.
The word legend gets thrown around a lot these days. Is John in that mix? I'll take your word for it.
Net for service.
I think if you ask any Aussies, he's right up there.
Please.
Guys, once again, just looking at the ball toss from Novak, he's on my side of the court, and that toss is so far out in front. So definitely on the second serve, pretty much the only serve he can hit is that down the tee toss because it's so far out in front.
Yeah, just showing the frustration there, hence the crowd reaction. This match just with the potential to get under his skin here.
Please. For ready for serve, no need to disturb. Thank you.
Just a little late on the backhand, came up and out of the shot trying to save it.
13-15.
Good depth from Djokovic.
Please. Show good sportsmanship. You're here to enjoy, not to disturb the play. Please, for both players.
Don't mess with Mo.
That's a cute mistake there from Leheckha. You can just tell that Novak is not feeling his serve. See him talking to his team right now, and Andy telling him, you're rushing a little bit. That toss is going way too far out in front, and Leheckha's got to make those second serve returns because he's not going to get many of them in key situations.
Yeah, it's been a little hit and miss, the Djokovic serve tonight. Very good at times, but he has had a tendency to lose that toss too far in front.
Game Djokovic.
Sometimes when you're keen to really maximize the strength in the serve and you're looking to keep good pace on it, there is a tendency for the toss to edge that little bit further out in front. It's just going to make it more erratic when you're reaching for it. Yes, you want to drive into the court, but you want to drive up and into the court. Get the net clearance, get the trajectory right.
Please stick it, thank you. Any seat for now? Ready for play. Thank you. At 15 now.
More unreturned serves in this set than the previous two. He's hitting the corners with great regularity. Nice change-up.
At 13 now.
bit of footwork.
At 30-15.
Shows you right there the value of just getting an extra ball in play.
Guys, even though Novak won that point, a lot of Serbian and frustration is being directed over at his team right now. Interesting to watch.
It's a joke how good that is.
At 30-all.
Not for the first time tonight. Djokovic reminding us that he is one of the best movers this sport has ever seen. And look at the shot he produces at the end of it.
Jaw dropping. It's literally the only way Jiri is winning points behind his serve, is if he serves an ace on in return.
Yeah, he's serving well in this set. 6 of 11 aces in set 3.
Leheckha.
Serving big. It's keeping him in this set. 5-4.
Look back at that incredible shot from Djokovic. Look at the big athletic strides, the straight line sprint, and then the slide. But keeping the racket in front as he slides. If he'd taken the racket back there, there's no chance he could have got it through for a shot. Just the coordination. So dynamic. And for me, these young players now sliding around on hard courts, they're standing on the shoulders of Djokovic in many ways. I might have seen the odd slide before Djokovic's time, but he brought it on forehand and particularly on the backhand wing.
Got to enjoy moments like these. We don't know for how many years more we'll have Novak playing. He's not getting any younger. The young guns are coming. They're coming quickly. He's certainly entertained everybody here so far in the Rod Laver Arena.
Love. At 30 love. 30-15.
Guys, because of that toss, because he was so far out in front, Leheckha actually sat on that forehand return. That's why he was able to get a big hit on it and then stayed ultra aggressive on that next ball. So he's starting to read those slice serves a little bit more now.
Yeah, I like that return through the middle as well, Nick. Missed a few too many returns. Put the return deep up the middle and then get to work. Wow, 30 love becomes 30 all. It was a ragged looking backhand from Djokovic.
30 all.
He's just trying to block out the noise, Djokovic.
No, I don't think you cannot control. I don't think someone do purpose. 40-30. Game Djokovic.
Here's Old Faithful. I reckon Novak would have been a good swing bowler. Just
getting
that away swinger going to the right-hander very nicely.
Yeah, that's the trajectory of that slicer up the tee, isn't it? Two really good first serves there from 30 all. Able to put the frustration to one side.
Good volley there from Leheckha once again. Again, he's been using so many drop volleys throughout the first set and a half that Novak actually started running forward again once that ball was low. But Leheckha now is going deep, recognizing that Novak's looking for the short one.
At 15 all. At 13-15.
Nicely punched away into the space.
At 14-15.
More colourful in the set, hasn't he? He's used a lot more of his palette. Change up there, serve volley, pacey. Nice variety. It's 6-5.
Leheckha leads 6-5.
Yeah, that really was a good game from Jiri Leheckha. 3 quality points and all very different points. First time we've really seen that kick for the first serve really changing things up. He's definitely got Novak Djokovic's attention here. The Czech can somehow get over the line in this third set, and things may well start to become very interesting.
A time
We've got the G on the left. We've got the G of tennis. Rod Laver Arena. It's day 8. It's nighttime tennis in Melbourne. The 10-time champion is Novak. He's got his hands full in this third set with Jiri Leheckha. He's playing much better now, than he did in the opening 2 sets.
It's an opportunity missed there. Attackable ball. Opportunity to get ahead in the game. It was just another wild one.
He's done such a good job of rushing Leheckha in that forehand corner.
Portillo.
Look for that slower kick serve.
40-15.
Leheckha is ready for it.
I think if you're playing against Novak, you give him that serve. He's not going to get it that far away out of your hitting zone.
Yep.
You've got to cover the middle one. It's generally slow to that backhand, isn't it?
Yeah, the kick serve doesn't really get up and away, does it? Still swings a little.
Djokovic.
Danger one, the one you've got to protect is that quick one down the middle.
A 6-game on. Third set tiebreak. Each player receives 1 additional video review.
Oh. Didn't know that. It's the first time I've heard it announced.
Yep. 3 for the set and an extra if we get to the tiebreak. Same as the old line call challenge system.
Djokovic. As you were saying, Colin, that's such a tough return to be moving right and hit it inside out. But as you mentioned, Robbie, just rushing that forehand of Leheckha, and that's the side that's been breaking down in key moments. So let's see if he keeps trying to do that, Djokovic. Djokovic took a little bit of extra time before that second serve because the seagulls above us started getting pretty
1-0.
loud. And just after he missed that backhand, he kind of looked up with his eyes as if to say, what's going on up there? But still 1-0.
It's the exchange I like for Leheckha, backhand to backhand.
What an effort there from Djokovic. Leheckha had read the serve. He rifled the return onto his feet. Djokovic able to just absorb the pressure. Leheckha's not changing the racket here. I thought this throw might have seen the frame off. He's got to keep his cool here, 23-year-old.
Show-stopping rally from the man who was so difficult to beat here.
It's a point just dripping in defensive quality. The anticipation, he reads this overhead, the skill to make it difficult for Leheckha. And then he knows he's got him. What a moment. Potentially a match-winning moment.
Couldn't help but think of his coach when he's picking up the smash. I mean, how good was Andy at doing that? He was a nightmare.
3-2,
Djokovic. Kind of celebration that Andy liked as well, wasn't it? Remember him standing on the advertising boards at Wimbledon as a youngster, celebrating with the bicep pumping.
Yep. Just so brave. Just trusts his ability in the biggest moments.
And 4-2, Djokovic.
So annoyed that he's been caught out again with that serve. Novak saw him step up to the line. Probably thought, okay, now's the moment, I can rush him. 192 km/h, second serve.
A 5-2, Djokovic.
wasn't committed to that, was he?
Yeah, just got a little out in front, a little ahead of the shot. Badly mistimed it in the end, unusual.
He's done well here to loom large in the rear view mirror of Novak. Now Djokovic with 2 serves of his own. A chance to send himself into the quarterfinals here to face Carlos Alcaraz. Doesn't get better than that.
A 6-4, Djokovic.
What a way to bring up match points. It's checkmate for Leheckha. Novak takes out 2 players from Czechia in back-to-back matches. Mahach yesterday and Leheckha today. He is through to the quarterfinals here in Oz for a 15th time. And that ties Roger Federer's total of all-time quarterfinals here at the Australian Open.
Job done for Team Djokovic. Another masterful performance. Another very efficient performance. Leheckha posed a real threat on paper. Didn't really do himself justice, certainly for the first set and a half. Leheckha, it looked like it was all over when he was broken early in the third, but then he was able to break back and make this a real contest. Maybe frustrated, but he'll be back and he'll play a lot of big matches in this tournament in his career. Tonight though, Djokovic just showed us that ability to manage matches, to play the right shot at the right time. The fact that he's come through Mahach and now Leheckha both in straight sets, that is seriously impressive and a big, big bonus ahead of his meeting with Carlos Alcaraz in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so important that you conserve energy. Australian Open appearance for Djokovic. 15 times he has been to at least the quarterfinals. It's astonishing what he has achieved in the sport, and especially here in Australia. And he's going to have a chat with our own Jim Courier.
thank you very much for being here tonight. I appreciate your presence and the support, and I'll see you next round. Thank you very much.
Well, that was pretty curt from Novak. He's obviously said to Jim he doesn't want to do a post-match interview, and perhaps a little upset with the fans. It's the only thing I can think.
Well, that was a ball out of the blue, wasn't it? He was a little frustrated in the third set with a few people calling out. He felt they were deliberately trying to put him off, but I don't think it was too crazy, but certainly he felt aggrieved, wasn't happy. We assume that's the reason.
Yep.
He's going to sign a few autographs still. That's good to see. But I'm sure we'll hear more post-match from Djokovic, the reason behind that, well, let's call it a unique, somewhat strange interview.
Well, he certainly wears his heart on his sleeve. He doesn't hold back. If he feels aggrieved, he'll let you know.
Yeah, that's for sure. He was really solid, wasn't he? 21 unforced errors against a guy who, you know, really bludgeons the ball. He's sharp, Djokovic. He's moving well. Just a little bit of a shame with the interview, wasn't it? Because if there were a few people getting under his skin, 99% of the crowd weren't. They were enjoying a great match and probably wanted to hear his thoughts on it. Anyway, he's through to the quarterfinals. And what a quarterfinal we have to look forward to now.
Short and sweet. So it's the quarterfinal we were all anticipating and hoping for. Novak and Carlos will go at it hammer and tongs to take on either Tommy Paul or Sasha Zverev, who was a winner a little earlier this evening, beating Ugo Humbert 6-2 in the fourth there. So this section of the draw done and dusted. 4 more spots to fill. Well, it was an interesting one. There's no question that Djokovic is getting better with each and every passing match. But he will be tested to the nth degree next up against Carlos Alcaraz. My thanks to Nick Monroe and Colin Fleming for your company. And of course, still more tennis to come here on the Rod Laver Arena. But from us right now, it's goodbye.